The World's Most Evil Psychopaths by John Marlowe. Read by Eric Myers. Introduction. 100 years ago, a book on the subject of psychopaths would most certainly have included very different cases from some of the ones contained between these covers. At that time, when the crimes of Jack the Ripper, Joseph Vacher, and Thomas Neal Cream were still well within living memory, the word psychopath would have been used to denote any form of mental illness. But in describing someone as a psychopath today, we are more often than not referring to a person who has no concern for the feelings of others, an individual lacking any sense of social obligation. Of course, very few psychopaths ever commit murder. The individuals included here are remembered because the extent of their cruelty set them apart from the rest of humanity. These are people who took delight in inflicting pain and death on others. All might be considered serial killers or spree killers, though most committed their crimes well before either term came into common use. The earliest examples in this book are members of the nobility. Holding great wealth and political power, they perpetrated their misdeeds before police departments and other law enforcement bodies existed. Historical figures such as Gilles de Rais and Elizabeth Bathory committed their crimes with at least the partial knowledge of fellow members of the aristocracy. We know of their activities today through court documents. Vlad Dracula III, on the other hand, has become a legendary figure through oral history, a record given to exaggeration and fancy. And yet, despite an absence of documentary evidence, we are virtually certain that this Prince of Wallachia is guilty of having committed inhuman acts. The same cannot be said about Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street, whose very existence, never mind crimes, has been debated for generations. In all likelihood, Sweeney Todd is nothing more than one more creation of the fertile imagination of Thomas Prest, a 19th-century contributor to the Penny Dreadfuls. It is in Prest's 1846 story, The String of Pearls, a Romance, that the barber's name first sees print. No one has yet uncovered files relating to Rex v. Sweeney Todd, the trial that is said to have sent this 18th-century serial killer to the gallows, or any similar material. The most that one can say in support of Mr. Todd's existence is that Prest's writing was often inspired by actual crimes. Thomas Prest's method continues to be used today. Author Thomas Harris, who was in the courtroom for portions of Ted Bundy's 1979 murder trial, later incorporated the serial killer's techniques in creating the character James Buffalo Bill Gum in The Silence of the Lambs. The long history of murders committed by the Monster of Florence inspired Harris to set the 1999 sequel, Hannibal, in the Italian city. Those studying American literature may one day be introduced to Jeffrey Dahmer through the character he inspired, Quentin P., the protagonist of Joyce Carol Oates' award-winning 1995 novel, Zombie. Other murderers found their stories adapted for the silver screen. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, lived long enough to see himself portrayed by the Tony Award-winning actor Brian Dennehy in 1992's To Catch a Killer. Of course, no killer has found his way into fiction and film more often than Jack the Ripper. He features in the novels of such varied writers as William S. Burroughs, Philip Jose Farmer, and Colin Wilson, among many others, and has had a hold on the public's imagination like no other before or since. This can at least partly be explained by the fact that he was never caught. He remains a shadow, one might say, a phantom. In Nicholas Meyer's 1979 film Time After Time, Jack the Ripper steals H.G. Wells's famous time machine and is transported into the 20th century. After witnessing the destruction and death surrounding him, he says, 90 years ago, I was a freak. Today, I'm an amateur. Indeed, the early part of the century saw war fought on a previously unimaginable scale. As if reflecting this, the frequency of psychopathic killing continued to rise. The body counts of serial killers such as Fritz Harman, Gary Ridgway, and Andre Chikatilo are many times those of Saucy Jack. As the century progressed, advances in the technology of firearms helped bring about the rise of the spree killer. Mass murderers were now able to kill with a speed and efficiency that once would have been unimaginable. In carrying out the Columbine High School massacre on the 20th of April 1999, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold used a 12-gauge Savage Springfield 67H pump-action shotgun, a high-point .995 carbine 9mm semi-automatic rifle, a 9mm Intratec Tech 9 semi-automatic handgun, and a 12-gauge Stevens 311D double-barreled shotgun. Within 45 minutes, they had killed 12 students and a teacher and had wounded 24 others. The slaughter only ended when they both committed suicide. In 2007, Robert Pickton was tried on 27 counts of first-degree murder. The victims of this third-generation pig farmer were mostly prostitutes who once walked the streets of Vancouver's downtown east side. Pickton thus joined William Burke, William Hare, Thomas Neal Cream, Fritz Harman, Andre Chikatilo, Jack Unterweger, Gary Ridgway, and, of course, Jack the Ripper, as a man known to have preyed on these marginalized and vulnerable members of society. The British Columbia Supreme Court sentenced Pickton to life with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The murderers featured here rarely chose their equals as victims. Edmund Kemper, standing 6 foot 9 inches, murdered women he towered over. Others, like Peter Curtin and spree killer Thomas Hamilton, counted children among their victims. Even Harris and Klebold, who went after their fellow high school students, had a distinct advantage in the firearms they carried. In this way, the serial killers and spree killers of our time have something in common with those of the nobility centuries ago. They seek to exercise power over who lives and who dies. Why this is so, we may never know. John Marlowe, Vancouver, British Columbia. A Bloody History. History records a lengthy procession of souls who have committed acts of unspeakable evil. At the very front are certain aristocrats. Abusing their positions of privilege and power, they were able to murder, rape, and torture with impunity, but only for a time. They are historic figures who have become legends in their own cultures and, in some particularly gruesome cases, have come to be known throughout the world. Gilles de Rais. A nobleman and soldier, Gilles de Rais fought beside Joan of Arc during the siege of Orleans. In fact, this saint of the Roman Catholic Church was one of his greatest supporters. However, he is not remembered for his heroism or his accomplishments on the field of battle. Rais holds a place in history as one of the earliest recorded serial killers. Gilles de Rais was born in the autumn of 1404 within the appropriately named Tour Noire at the Château of Champtos. His father, Guy de Montmorency-Laval, was one of the wealthiest men in France. Intelligent and shrewd, he had achieved his status through a number of legal and political maneuvers, one of which was his marriage to Marie de Cron, Gilles' mother. After both parents died, his father suffered a lengthy demise after having been gored by a wild boar. Gilles inherited the barony in the Duchy of Rais, now Retz. Gilles ended up under the tutelage of his grandfather, Jean de Cron, a man schooled in the arts of manipulation and thievery. After 2 failed endeavors to marry his grandson into other powerful French houses, Jean became determined that Gilles would wed his cousin, Catherine de Tours. He accomplished this union by directing the 16-year-old Gilles to abduct his bride. There was an attempt at liberation, but Catherine's would-be rescuers were thrown into the dungeon at Champtos, and the marriage took place as planned. In 1427, Gilles was made a commander in the royal army, supporting Charles VII in his efforts to gain the disputed French crown. He fought alongside Joan of Arc in several military campaigns, and on the 17th of July, 1429, was honored at the coronation of Charles VII at Rennes. That particular ceremony, which he helped prepare by carrying Charles's anointing oil from Paris, marked the pinnacle of Gilles' stature. A series of political and military blunders followed the coronation. Joan was captured the following year, and on the 31st of May, 1431, was famously burned at the stake. In November 1432, Gilles' grandfather died. On his deathbed, Jean de Croix repented his various misdeeds. The wealthy old man dispensed his money and property, compensated those from whom he'd stolen, and provided endowments to 2 hospitals. Gilles received nothing. With the death of his former mentor, Ray was left alone to navigate the rather difficult waters of French politics. Lacking the talent and cunning of his father and grandfather, he saw his power and influence quickly evaporate. Worsening matters was the fact that he had been experiencing financial difficulties, and in the months leading up to his grandfather's death, had begun selling off parcels of the old man's land. It appeared as if every venture was ill-considered and foolish. Among the greatest of his miscalculations was the 1435 staging of Le Mystère de Siege d'Orléans. Intended to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the triumph he had shared with Joan of Arc, it was a lavish production requiring a cast of over 600. In the end, it was this same ineptitude, his inability to perform the intricate legal and political maneuvers required of the nobility, which set in motion the events leading to his downfall and, ultimately, death. One of the many properties with which Ray had been forced to part was a chateau in the village of Saint-Étienne de Marmorte. The purchaser, Geoffrey Le Pharaon, entrusted the property to his brother, Jean, a Roman Catholic priest. However, Ray was never happy with the decision he'd made, and in 1440, 2 years after the sale, the Baron chose to forcibly take back his former estate. On the 15th of May, Ray led a band of 70 men to Saint-Étienne, burst into the village church, kidnapped Jean Le Pharaon, and seized the chateau. When news of the abduction and violation of ecclesiastical property reached the Bishop of Nantes, an investigation was launched. What he discovered was that the abduction and violation were very much the least of Ray's crimes. As Gilles was in the favor of Charles VII, those charged with bringing the nobleman to justice moved slowly and with caution. In August, troops of the royal army marched against one of Ray's castles, freeing the priest, Jean Le Pharaon. 3 weeks later, Ray and 4 members of his circle were placed under arrest on charges that included murder, sodomy, and heresy. On the 21st of October, Gilles confessed his crimes. Testimony at his trial revealed a horror that stretched back 7 years to the months following the death of Jean de Croix. It was at this point that Gilles, a man who had previously killed only in battle, had turned to murder. His first victim is said to have been a boy named Jean Joudon, who was kidnapped and brought to Gilles's castle at Machecoul. There, before the nobleman's intimate circle, he was sodomized twice by Gilles, once while dangling at the end of a hook. The child was then killed. Other children, most often young boys, were either abducted or lured to Gilles's various residences. They were sexually assaulted, tortured, and mutilated. According to testimony, the Baron and his circle would set up the severed heads of the children in order to judge which was the most attractive victim. The testimony was said to be so horrific that the worst portions were ordered to be stricken from the record. The only explanation offered for Gilles's actions was that he had begun to experiment with the occult. An attractive young man named Francesco Prelati, who had been schooled in the fields of alchemy and evocation, had promised the nobleman that he would regain his lost fortune by sacrificing children to a demon known as Baron. The precise number of Ray's victims is not known. Most of the bodies were dismembered and burned or buried. Although the fates of 37 victims were discussed at trial, the true number is likely to be much higher. 2 days after the Baron's confession, the court sentenced him to death. He was then excommunicated by the ecclesiastical court. After a dramatic expression of remorse by Gilles, the church rescinded its punishment. On the 26th of October, Gilles went to his execution, pleading with his friends to pray that their souls too might be saved. His corpse was thrown on a pyre, only to be rescued by the very bishop who had instigated the damning investigation. Ray was buried with Catholic rites. Vlad III. Vlad Dracula III was known in his day as Vlad the Impaler. The origins of this epithet most probably lie with the Turks, who came to call him Kaziglubey, the Prince Impaler. It is a reference to his preferred method of execution. Most often a sharpened stake was inserted in a victim's anus and forced through the body until it came out of the mouth. Stakes might be pushed through other orifices. Infants were said to be impaled on a stake driven through their mother's breasts. He was born late in the year 1431, probably in the Transylvanian fortress city of Sighișoara. His father was Vlad Dracul II, a Romanian surname which can be translated as dragon. Thus, Vlad III was Draculia, son of the dragon. 5 years after his birth, Vlad III became Prince of Wallachia, in present-day Romania. When Vlad was 10, his father sent him and his younger brother Radu the Handsome as hostages to the Ottoman Sultan Murad II. He spent much of the next 6 years locked in an underground dungeon in Turkey, where he was whipped and beaten. Radu, on the other hand, became a favorite of the Sultan's son. He lived a life of comfort and became a convert to Islam. Vlad's return to Wallachia was made possible only through the murder of his older brother, Mircea, who was buried alive after having been blinded by hot iron stakes, and the subsequent assassination of his father. Murad II then installed Vlad III as a puppet prince. Mere months later, Vlad was pushed out of Wallachia by troops loyal to the Kingdom of Hungary. He fled to Moldavia, where he was put under the protection of his uncle. After his uncle, too, was assassinated, Vlad switched his allegiance from the Ottoman Empire to the Kingdom of Hungary. In 1456, he led a successful campaign sweeping the Turks out of Wallachia and was again installed as prince. The next 6 years were spent in an effort to consolidate his power. This Vlad achieved through a variety of means, not the least of which were torture and murder. Clapped in irons. In 1462, he lost Wallachia when troops of the Ottoman Empire again invaded. His wife, whose name is left unrecorded, committed suicide for fear of being captured. Vlad's brother Radu became the new prince. Under an agreement struck between the Hungarian king and Sultan Mehmet II, ruler of the Ottoman Empire, Vlad was imprisoned in Hungary. It is doubtful that his confinement lasted 4 years. In 1466, he married into the Hungarian royal family and was officially released from custody 8 years later. In 1475, he attempted to take back Wallachia. Radu was now dead, but he had a new foe, Basarb the Elder, with whom to contend. It was an easy victory, but afterwards the troops that had helped to restore Vlad returned to Transylvania. He was left with a citizenry which he had once terrorized. When the Turks returned with reinforcements, Vlad was at their mercy. Vlad III died in December 1476. Most accounts place him on the battlefield at the moment of death, facing defeat, surrounded by his men. One story has it that he was accidentally killed by one of his own soldiers as the battle's end drew near. After his death, Vlad's corpse was decapitated, preserved in honey, and sent to Istanbul, where the head was displayed appropriately atop a stake. According to records, his body was buried at the monastery at Snagov, on an island close to Bucharest. However, recent excavations there have uncovered only some bones of horses. Dating from the Neolithic era, they do not at all correspond with what one would expect of a Wallachian prince. It is an indication of the particularly brutal and sadistic nature of Vlad that his techniques of punishment and torture stand out in the Middle Ages. The earliest written record in which his atrocities are detailed is a German pamphlet issued in the Holy Roman Empire. Printed in 1488, 12 years after his death, it paints the late prince as a sadistic monster, forever terrorizing his people. Romanian oral tradition, however, appears divided. Some tales portray him as harsh but fair, a ruler who expected his people to be honest and moral. Only those who deviated from this path were dealt with in a brutal manner. Other oral records depict a cruel man who delighted in torture and punishment. This Vlad was a prince who employed a variety of methods in torturing his victims, including skinning, boiling, scalping, decapitation, blinding, strangling, hanging, burning, and frying. He was said to delight in cutting off various body parts, the nose, the ears, the genitals, and the tongue, as punishment. Oral tradition has it that these techniques were not used exclusively against the Turks, but also on his own people. In the years 1457, 1459, and 1460, he tortured and murdered tradesmen and merchants who dared rebel against his laws. It is said that in August 1459, he had impaled 30,000 merchants and administrators in the city of Brasov. The Ottoman invasion of 1462 was caused in part by the reception he had given an emissary of the Sultan. When the emissary was granted an audience with Vlad, he was told to remove his turban. After the order was ignored, the prince had the turban nailed to the man's head. Elizabeth Báthory. Born to nobility, Elizabeth Báthory Erzsébet, used her power and privilege to become the most infamous serial killer in Hungarian history. However, her most notorious crime, the one for which she is remembered today, is a fabrication promoted by an 18th-century monk. The Countess Elizabeth Báthory was born on the 7th of August 1560 on her family's Nyírbátor estate in the northern Great Plain region of eastern Hungary. Her father, George Báthory, held enormous wealth, exceeding that of the Hungarian king Matthias. Her mother, Anna Báthory, was the older sister of the Polish king Stephen. George was her third husband. In marrying, Elizabeth's parents had united two branches of a powerful family, and in doing so, had carried forward the long tradition of interbreeding among the noble clans. A woman of the Renaissance, Elizabeth spent her early years at Echet Castle, where she learned to read and write in 4 languages. At the age of 11 years, she became engaged to Ferenc Nadasdy, the son of another aristocratic Hungarian family, and moved to be with her future husband's family at Nadasdy Castle in the westernmost portion of the country. Such was the status of the Báthory family that upon their marriage on the 9th of May 1575, the groom adopted the bride's name. This is not to say that the former Ferenc Nadasdy did not himself have considerable wealth. His wedding gift to Elizabeth was their home, Kaktice Castle, an expensive country house, and 17 adjacent villages. Although Ferenc Báthory was but one of countless men in history who have been dubbed the Black Knight, he was nevertheless notably cruel. 3 years into the marriage, he was made the chief commander of the Hungarian soldiers against the Turks during the height of the Long War. He took particular pleasure in personally devising tortures for his Turkish prisoners, and is said to have taught torture techniques to his wife. It is thought that the Countess not only shared her husband's sadistic impulses, but that her passion for such things far outstripped those of the Black Knight. In fact, it has been suggested that Ferenc Báthory, hardly a gentle man, put something of a restraint on his wife, ensuring that her inclinations remained tempered and discreet. After the death of Ferenc in 1604, likely due to illness, but often claimed as having been at the hands of a prostitute, Elizabeth displayed much less discretion. The number of her victims and the degree of her cruelty both grew at a dramatic rate. Her earliest victims were often local peasant girls, who came to the castle under the impression that they were to begin relatively beneficial servitude as housemaids. Later, Elizabeth became so bold as to abuse the daughters of the lower gentry who had been entrusted to her for the purposes of learning etiquette. As early as 2 years prior to the death of Ferenc Báthory, rumors and complaints about Elizabeth's various activities had begun to find their way to the court in Vienna, from which the Habsburgs ruled Hungary. Initially, these appeared to have been brushed aside, but as the years passed, and Elizabeth began to abuse the daughters of the lower gentry, her conduct could be ignored no longer. In March 1610, an inquiry was established. Evidence was so damning that negotiations were soon entered into with others in the Báthory family, including Elizabeth's surviving son. It was decided that in order to avoid scandal and the disgrace of a noble and influential name, Elizabeth would receive no punishment. Rather, she would be placed under house arrest and spend the remainder of her life at the castle. On the morning of the 29th of December 1610, a group of men under the guidance of the Palatine of Hungary, George Thurzo, entered the castle. They discovered one girl recently deceased, 2 others who were mortally wounded, and a number of others who had been locked up. However, these were far from the most horrific sights. Elizabeth had disposed of her victims without care. Frequently they were simply shoved under beds. If the stench became too great, servants were instructed to remove the bodies and leave them in the surrounding fields. Both whole corpses and body parts were found throughout the castle. On the 7th of January 1611, 4 maids, considered Elizabeth's collaborators, were put on trial. Of these, only 1 escaped execution. While the noble lady was sent to live out the rest of her days in a tower room, 2 of her maids had their fingers cut off and were thrown on a pyre. Another servant was beheaded. In rendering their verdict, a panel of 21 judges considered the testimonies that had been collected over the preceding 10 months. It was claimed that Elizabeth had tortured and killed her victims not only at the castle, but on her other properties and during trips to Vienna. More often than not, the claims against Elizabeth were based on hearsay. Her crimes, though, were many. She would push needles under the finger and toenails of her maids, and place red-hot coins and keys on their hands, faces, or genitalia. In winter, she would throw young girls into the snow and pour cold water over them, allowing her victims to freeze. Some girls would simply be left to starve to death. She was also said to take great delight in biting the flesh off faces and other parts of the body, always while her victim was still alive. Exactly how many girls suffered death at the hands of Elizabeth is unknown. One witness mentioned a book written by Elizabeth, which was claimed to have contained the names of more than 650 of her victims. Although the book has not survived, and the figure is not mentioned by any other witness, the death toll of 650 has remained, becoming an integral part of Elizabeth Báthory's legend. However, her collaborators put the number at less than 50, while others working in the castle gave estimates of between 100 and 200 girls. After learning the extent and nature of Elizabeth's crimes, Matthias II, Emperor of Hungary, encouraged Thurzo to put her on trial. Though reluctant to break the agreement with the Báthory family, he began to collect more evidence. It has been suggested that what Thurzo was actually doing was playing for time. If so, his ploy worked. Elizabeth lived under house arrest for less than 4 years. She was found by a servant, dead in her tower room on the evening of the 21st of August, 1614. Imagined atrocities. As if Elizabeth Báthory's crimes weren't sufficiently repulsive, over time her story has been embellished by the addition of imagined atrocities. The most prevalent of these fabrications is the idea that the Countess had virgins murdered in order to bathe in their blood. In doing so, the story goes, Elizabeth believed she could retain her youth and beauty. Although the source of this story has been lost to history, the first recorded account was written by a Jesuit scholar, Laszlo Toroczi, in his 1729 Tragica Historia. In the 3 centuries since, this invented atrocity has been pointed to as the ultimate in female vanity. Burke and Hare. On the 28th of January, 1829, the body of an executed prisoner, William Burke, was brought to the University of Edinburgh. It was studied and dissected under the eyes of medical students, professors, and interested members of the public. The prisoner's skeleton was removed, cleaned, and readied for display in the university's medical school. His skin was put to use in the crafting of a variety of items, including the binding of a small book that remains to this day on display in the Surgeons' Hall Museum, Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh. It was a fitting end to one of the most notorious murderers in Scottish history. Born in 1792, within the parish of Erney, County Tyrone, Ireland, Burke had spent 7 years in the militia, had married and fathered 2 children. In about 1817, he emigrated to Scotland. Though he would claim that he wrote to his wife frequently, letters that were unanswered, it is likely that he abandoned the family. In Scotland, Burke led something of a transient existence, working as a baker, a cobbler, and a laborer. While working on the Union Canal, he met a woman who called herself Helen MacDougall. This was not her legal name. Years earlier, she had separated from her husband and had taken up with a Sawyer whose name she had adopted. Together they had 2 children, who Helen summarily abandoned when she and Burke ran off on a journey that would eventually lead them to Edinburgh. William Hare, too, had come to Scotland from Ireland. Like Burke, he had labored on the Union Canal, where he befriended a man named Logue. In 1822, after the project was completed, Hare found work loading and unloading canal boats. He became a tenant in Logue's squalid 7-bed Edinburgh lodging house, but the stay was short-lived. The 2 friends had a falling out, likely precipitated by the interest Hare was taking in Logue's wife, Margaret. When Logue died in 1826, Hare returned to the house and, after a brief competition with a rival lodger, was soon living as the common-law husband of the widow. By 1827, William Burke and Helen MacDougall had established themselves as regular tenants in the lodging house run by William Hare and Margaret Logue. Though it would be incorrect to describe the 2 couples as friends, they were united by common interests, whiskey and money, both of which it seemed they were forever lacking. This would change in November 1827, when a tenant, known as Old Donald, an army pensioner, died of a dropsy, body distemper, owing £4 rent. Annoyed by the debt, Hare enlisted Burke's help in stealing the body from its coffin and replaced it with an equal weight of tanner's bark. A man familiar with the less respectable side of Edinburgh, Hare knew that old Donald's body would be of some value to the city's schools of medicine. After dark, they recovered the body from its hiding place and carried it in a sack to an anatomy school at No. 10 Surgeons Square. There it was received by 3 assistants of Dr. Robert Knox, one of the foremost professors of anatomy in Scotland. For their troubles, Burke and Hare received £7, 10 shillings, nearly £3 below market value. Still, it was a significant sum, and the pair were elated to have made such a gain with so little effort. Not long after, another tenant, a miller named Joseph, developed a high fever and became delirious. Fearing news of Joseph's illness would affect business, Hare grew concerned, but it wasn't long before he'd turned the situation to his advantage. He summoned Burke to Joseph's bedside. There the pair determined that the miller was most certainly going to die of fever. They plied Joseph with drink, after which Burke suffocated the man with his pillow. That evening, they took the body to Dr. Knox's lecture rooms. The winter passed, and with it the £10 Burke and Hare had been given for the body of Joseph the miller. By February 1828, the pair were again looking to supplement their incomes through the good graces of Dr. Knox. However, despite Edinburgh's dire problems with sanitation and the miserable winter weather, all appeared healthy at the lodging-house. The pair looked outside their door, figuring that no one was likely to miss those who considered the street their home. The next victim was Abigail Simpson, an impoverished and elderly former employee of Sir John Hope, who had travelled by foot to Edinburgh in order to collect her pension, 18 pence and a can of broth. She was on her way back home when she met Hare, who invited her to the lodging-house for a small drink. It is probable that Burke and Hare intended to kill Abigail that evening, but became too drunk to carry out the plan. She, too, was drunk, and ended up staying the night. Upon awakening the next morning, she began a new round of drinking. Burke and Hare took pains to remain sober, and when Abigail fell asleep, they smothered her. That evening, the occasion of their third visit to No. 10 Surgeons Square, the pair met Dr. Knox for the first time. The professor was pleased with the corpse and authorized a payment of £10. As would become the routine, the profit was split 3 ways. £4 went to Burke, £5 went to Hare, and £1 was given to Margaret Logue as the owner of the lodging-house that was proving so useful. Over the next 6 months, Dr. Knox would see a lot of Burke and Hare, as the pair murdered with greater frequency. They charitably put an end to the life of a tenant suffering from poor health. They suffocated an old woman Margaret had encountered in the street and had brought back to the lodging-house. In April, Burke brought 2 teenage prostitutes to his brother's modest home, one of whom he and Hare killed after the other had left the house. Afterwards, the 2 men dared to carry the body in a sack through the Edinburgh afternoon. A group of schoolboys followed them, chanting, "They're carrying a corpse!" But Burke and Hare were not apprehended. It seems that for the first time in their lives, Burke and Hare had money, and yet it wasn't enough. They drank more and spent freely. This newfound wealth did not go unnoticed by their neighbors, to whom Burke, Hare, and their common-law wives offered a variety of explanations, including Helen's rather improbable tale that her man served as a gigolo for a wealthy woman in the new town. The close call they had experienced in transporting the prostitute's corpse to Dr. Knox did nothing to slow down the murderers. Indeed, it might be said that the pair had been emboldened by the experience. One morning, shortly after murdering a beggar woman named Effie, whom Burke had known through his work as a cobbler, he encountered 2 policemen escorting a drunken woman they'd found in a stairwell. Boldly, he approached the 2 men and offered to take the woman to her lodgings. The offer was accepted, and before the day was through, her corpse was lying in Dr. Knox's lecture hall. The next two victims were an elderly woman and her deaf grandson, after which Burke took a holiday, spending midsummer with Helen's relatives. Upon his return, he became suspicious that his partner had continued the lucrative business without him. An inquiry at Dr. Knox's school revealed that Hare had indeed sold the body of a woman in his absence. Although Burke and Helen left the lodging house in anger, it wasn't long before the men resumed their trade. The next victim was a Mrs. Ostler, whom Burke lured into the lodging house during the celebration of a neighbor's newborn child. Mrs. Ostler's murder was soon followed by that of Helen's cousin, Anne McDougall, whom Burke had met earlier that summer and had invited to visit the couple in Edinburgh. Next, Hare picked up an elderly prostitute named Mary Haldane. She was summarily murdered, followed by Peggy, her daughter, who had confronted Hare as to her mother's whereabouts. The decision to murder Mary Haldane was yet another indication of the brazen attitude the two men had developed. Past victims had been loners, most often people whose disappearance would have gone unnoticed. But Mary Haldane had been a well-known character. Her sudden departure from the streets of Edinburgh was the subject of some talk. The fact that her daughter was also missing added greatly to the mystery. Burke and Hare's next victim, a mentally handicapped young man named Jamie Wilson, Daft Jamie, was not only well-known but well-loved. When his corpse was brought into Dr. Knox's lecture room, several students recognized it as Jamie. For his part, the professor denied that it was Daft Jamie laid out on the table, yet went to work immediately in dissecting the body laid out before him. By Halloween, 1828, Burke and Hare's luck had all but run out, but they would still manage one final murder. The victim was an Irish woman, Mary Docherty, whom Burke invited to the lodging house by claiming some family connection. Her body was discovered the next evening by Anne Gray, one of Margaret's tenants. As Gray and her husband ran for the police, Burke and Hare disposed of the body through their usual method. They delivered the corpse to Dr. Knox's premises, where it was discovered the next day by the authorities. Avoiding the noose. Burke, Hare, Helen, and Margaret were all arrested. As the evidence was thought to be thin, Hare was offered immunity from prosecution so long as he testified against his business partner. His testimony led to Burke's death sentence. Helen, his common-law wife, was released. Her complicity in the murders could not be proven. Returning to her home, she was almost lynched by an angry mob. She is thought to have fled first to England, then to Australia. Margaret, too, escaped the noose and was rumored to have settled in Ireland. In February 1829, Hare was released. There are various stories concerning his fate, that he became a blind beggar on the streets of London, or that he was thrown into a lime pit. But nothing is certain. Dr. Knox remained silent about his dealings with Burke and Hare. For several years he continued his teaching, seemingly unaffected by public suspicion. Gradually, however, the consequences of his association with Burke and Hare became apparent. His student numbers dwindled. He was twice rejected by the University of Edinburgh, and a brief stint at the Argyll Square Medical School proved not to be a success. He relocated to nearby Glasgow, then London, where he obtained a secure position with the Cancer Hospital. Dr. Knox died in 1862. During the last decade of his life, however, he achieved a certain degree of success as the author of Fish and Fishing in the Lone Glens of Scotland and A Manual of Artistic Anatomy, which he described as being for the use of sculptors, painters, and amateurs. Victorian Nightmares. The reign of Queen Victoria saw great advances in science and policing, which enabled the detection of crimes that would have gone unnoticed at one time. Improvements in printing, combined with the advent of the telegraph and stenography, ensured that news was captured and spread at a previously unimaginable speed. The popular press was in its ascendancy and used much of its power to bring lurid stories of murder and sadism to the masses. Mary Ann Cotton. Mary Ann Cotton was the most prolific serial killer in Victorian England. Among her victims were her mother, a lover, a friend, 3 husbands, and numerous stepchildren. It is thought that she killed 10 of her own children. Her life began in Dickensian surroundings. She was born Mary Ann Robson in October 1832 within Low Moorsley, a small village located not far from the city of Sunderland in northeast England. Consisting of herself, 2 younger siblings, and Mary Ann's parents, the Robson family was not a large one. However, her father, a miner, seems to have been forever struggling to make ends meet. His life above ground was devoted to his 2 beliefs, Methodism and the idea that children must be raised with a firm hand. When Mary Ann was 8, her father moved the family to nearby Merton, where he was employed by the South Hetton Coal Company. Any advancement the family had hoped to make through the relocation soon vanished after he fell 45 meters to his death down a mine shaft. 6 years later, in 1846, Mary Ann's mother remarried. Although her stepfather had none of the financial worries that had plagued her father, the 2 men had at least one thing in common: the belief in strict discipline. At 16, Mary Ann escaped the family home by obtaining a position as a private nurse. She returned to her mother and stepfather 3 years later, but only for a brief period. Within months, a pregnant Mary Ann married William Mowbray, a laborer, and left the family home for good. The young couple lived a somewhat transient lifestyle as Mowbray pursued work in the mines and in railway construction. Ultimately, they ended up where they had begun, in Sunderland, where Mowbray found work first as a foreman with the South Hetton Coal Company, then as a fireman aboard the steamer Newburn. In January 1865, Mowbray died of what was described as an intestinal disorder. Mary Ann received an insurance payment of £35 on his life. Wishing to express his condolences, the attending doctor revisited the house, surprising the widow, who was dancing around the room in an expensive new dress. During their 13-year marriage, Mary Ann and William Mowbray had 9 children, only 2 of whom were still alive when their father died. After Mowbray's death, Mary Ann moved 8 kilometers south to Seaham Harbor. She began a relationship with Joseph Nattrass, a man who was engaged to another woman. It was at this point that one of her 2 remaining children, a 3-year-old girl, died. After Nattrass married, Mary Ann returned to Sunderland with Isabella, her only surviving child. The girl was sent to live with her grandmother, and Mary Ann found employment with the Sunderland Infirmary House of Recovery for the Cure of Contagious Fever, Dispensary, and Humane Society. While working there, she met an engineer named George Ward, who was suffering from a fever. His recovery was swift. Ward was discharged, and in August 1865, the 2 married. However, his ill health returned soon after the wedding. During much of the marriage, he suffered from a lingering illness. Symptoms included paralyses and chronic stomach problems. When Ward died in October 1866, Mary Ann accused her late husband's doctor of malpractice. As she had immediately after the death of her first husband, Mary Ann again left Sunderland. She settled in Pallion, where she was hired by a man named James Robinson. A shipwright, Robinson had also recently lost a spouse and was in need of a housekeeper to look after his 5 children. But in December 1866, tragedy again struck the Robinson household when the youngest child died suddenly of gastric fever. Meanwhile, Mary Ann, it seems, provided something more than sympathy for her new employer. She was soon with child. Early in the new year, Mary Ann received news that her mother had been taken ill. She made the trek back to Sunderland, arriving to find that her mother had all but recovered her health. Yet, 9 days later, she was dead. With Isabella in tow, Mary Ann returned to her employer. Soon after their arrival, the girl began complaining of stomach pains, as did 2 of the Robinson children. By the end of April, all 3 were dead. It can be said with some certainty that Robinson initially made no connection between the rash of deaths and his new housekeeper, for in August 1867 the 2 were married. The child Mary Ann was carrying, a daughter they named Mary Isabella, was born in late November. She lived for only 3 months. The death of Mary Isabella proved to be the saddest event in a disastrous marriage. Although the couple would have 1 more child, the relationship deteriorated rapidly. Robinson soon came to the realization that his wife was running up debts without his knowledge and had stolen money he had asked her to deposit in the bank. After valuables began disappearing from the house, he confronted his children and was told that their stepmother had forced them to pawn the items. In late 1869, 2 years after they'd married, Mary Ann's husband threw her out of the house. By the beginning of 1870, Mary Ann had been reduced to living on the streets. Her luck began to change when a friend, Margaret Cotton, introduced Mary Ann to her brother, Frederick. As in the case of Robinson, Frederick Cotton had been recently widowed. He'd also suffered through the deaths of 2 of his 4 children. Within a few months of meeting Mary Ann, he buried another child, who died of an apparent stomach ailment. Not long into the grieving process, Mary Ann became pregnant with Cotton's child. Early in the pregnancy, Margaret Cotton died of an ailment similar to that which had taken the life of her young nephew. Although Mary Ann was still married to Robinson, a secret she kept from the expectant father, she and Cotton were married in September 1870. Shortly after the birth of her 11th child, a boy named Robert, Mary Ann heard the news of Joseph Nattrass, her former lover. No longer married, Nattrass was living in the village of West Auckland, a little over 60 kilometers to the south. Not only did Mary Ann quickly move to resume the relationship, she somehow succeeded in convincing her husband to relocate the family closer to where Nattrass lived. 2 days after his first wedding anniversary, Cotton died from a gastric fever. Shortly after her husband's death, Mary Ann welcomed Nattrass into her home as a lodger. Although she had received a substantial payment owing from Cotton's life insurance policy, she went to work as a nurse for John Quickmanning, an excise officer who was recovering from smallpox. She soon became pregnant by him. Between the 10th of March and the 1st of April, death visited the Cotton home on 3 separate occasions. The first to die was Frederick Cotton, Jr. His death was followed by Robert, the child of Mary Ann and her late husband. Before the infant could be buried, Joseph Nattrass also died, but only after rewriting his will so that all would be left to Mary Ann. Once again pregnant, this time with Quickmanning's child, Mary Ann's thoughts turned to marriage. It would appear that, to her thinking, only one obstacle remained: Charles, the surviving Cotton child. Mary Ann had hoped that he might be sent to a workhouse, but was told by Thomas Riley, a minor parish official, that she would be obliged to accompany him. After declining, she informed Riley that Charles was sickly, adding, "I won't be troubled long. He'll go like all the rest of the Cottons." Riley, who had always seen the boy healthy, thought the statement peculiar. When Charles Cotton died 5 days later, he visited the village authorities and urged an investigation. An inquest held the following Saturday determined that Charles had indeed died of natural causes. Mary Ann's story that Riley had made the accusation because she had spurned his advances would very likely have affected his position as well as his reputation had it not been for the local press. Reporters looking into Mary Ann's story discovered that she had buried 3 husbands, a prospective sister-in-law, a paramour, her mother, and no fewer than 12 children, nearly all of whom had died of stomach ailments. The revelations caused the doctor who had attended Charles to reopen his investigation. He soon discovered traces of arsenic in the small samples he'd kept from the boy's stomach. Mary Ann was arrested, and the body of Charles Cotton was exhumed. After another 6 corpses were dug up in failed attempts to locate the body of Joseph Natras, it was decided that she would stand trial for the murder of Charles alone. Proceedings were delayed a few months until the delivery of the baby, fathered by Quick Manning. During the trial, Mary Ann attempted to explain Charles's death by saying that he had inhaled arsenic contained in the dye of the wallpaper of the Cotton home. The theory was dismissed, and she was sentenced to death. On the 24th of March, 1873, Mary Ann Cotton was hanged at Durham County Jail. Her death was long and painful, the result of an elderly hangman having miscalculated the required drop. The Bloody Benders. In Kansas, the Bender family is legendary, and, as with all legends, it is difficult to determine the difference between truth and embellishment. However, one claim that can be made with some certainty is that they were the first known serial killers operating in the United States. Late in 1870, the Bender men arrived in Osage Township in the southeastern part of Kansas. Like nearly all settlers, they came from the east, but exactly where from has always been something of a mystery. The assumption is that they were German. The patriarch, a giant of a man named John Bender Sr., barely spoke. His vocabulary seemed to consist of little more than muttered curses. His son, John Jr., was easily the more sociable of the two. Though he spoke with a German accent, he was fluent in English and given to laughter. The two spent the remainder of 1870 and nearly all of the following year preparing their land and constructing a cabin and a barn several kilometers south of the town of Cherry Vale. In the autumn, they brought Ma Bender and her daughter Kate to the new homestead. They used large pieces of canvas to divide their cabin in half. The back became the family home, while the other half was set up as a general store and inn offering lodging to weary travelers who passed along the Osage Trail. It was a good location, providing a tempting if modest place to stop for many lone men traveling from the east to a new life in the west. Over the months that followed, people started going missing from the Osage Trail. In a time of erratic and unreliable mail service, the disappearances weren't noticed at first. It was only over time, when the names of the missing had begun to accumulate, that suspicions began to be aroused. In neighboring communities, rumor and speculation began to circulate. Among the missing was a well-known physician, William H. York, who had disappeared in March 1873 while traveling the 160-kilometer route from Fort Scott to Independence, Kansas. Not long after the doctor's disappearance, the township decided that all farms in the area would be searched for evidence. 3 days later, a local farmer noticed the Bender livestock roaming, obviously in need of nourishment. Further investigation revealed that the inn had been abandoned. Nearly all possessions had been removed. The cabin itself contained a foul stench that was later found to be emanating from a trapdoor in the floor, beneath which was a pool of clotted blood. Excavation of the apple orchard next to the cabin revealed 10 bodies, including that of York. The doctor had been bludgeoned from behind and had had his throat cut. 8 other victims had been killed in the same manner. The sole exception was an 18-month-old girl who appeared to have been buried alive beneath her father's naked corpse. Dismembered parts of other victims were also found buried on the property. It was impossible to tell with any certainty exactly how many people the Bloody Benders had claimed. The Benders were never seen again. they appeared to simply vanish into the Kansas landscape, leaving questions that have been answered by little more than speculation and fancy. Among the more likely of the stories concerns the Bender daughter. Remembered as a voluptuous beauty, Kate, it is claimed, was one of the reasons travelers found the inn such an attractive place to spend the night. Some stories tell of her performing throughout the region as Professor Miss Kate Bender, a psychic medium. Others depict her as a spiritualist who would perform a séance during which the unlucky traveler would be struck on the head through the canvas curtain dividing the cabin. In fact, the canvas that divided the cabin in two always plays a role in the Bender legend. Although no one saw the family in action and lived to tell about it, their routine is described without variation. First, the unsuspecting guest would be struck through the curtain. The victim would then be dragged into the other half of the cabin, where he would be stripped of clothing and valuables. In the final step, the unlucky traveler would be thrown down the trapdoor to the cellar, where his throat would be cut. The legends concerning the Bender clan extend as far as their respective fates. Several posses were formed to pursue the murderous family, including one that numbered among its members Charles Ingalls, the father of Little House on the Prairie author Laura Ingalls Wilder. In her memoirs, Wilder writes of her belief that her father's posse caught the Benders and dealt with them in a manner typical of the American frontier. A number of different posses claim that they had brought the Benders to justice, leaving open the intriguing possibility that several innocent people were killed by what amounted to little more than lynch mobs. Dead babies. It has been said that John Bender Sr. ran off with all the money stolen from the victims, leaving the rest of the family penniless. One version of the legend has it that he committed suicide in Lake Michigan shortly after having been confronted by Ma and Kate. A particularly gruesome story asserts that Kate and John Jr. were not sister and brother, rather that they were lovers. According to this version of the Bender legend, the two had many babies together, each of which they disposed of with a hammer to the head. These killings presumably gave the couple practice for future dealings with those traveling the Osage Trail. It has been said that they fled first by train, then by horse, into either Texas or Mexico, where John Jr. died of a hemorrhage. In his 1913 book, The Benders of Kansas, Minnesota defense attorney John Towner James maintains that in 1889, Ma and Kate were captured in Michigan and brought to Kansas. According to James, the two women were tried for York's murder but were let go when the trial date was postponed from February 1890 to May 1890. The story here is that the county didn't want the expense of lodging the prisoners for 3 extra months. As would be expected of a story in which imagination has replaced fact, the land, once occupied by the Benders, is said to be haunted by the ghosts of their victims. The Servant Girl Annihilator. The American writer O. Henry is perhaps best remembered today for The Gift of the Magi, a Christmas tale featuring Jim and Della, a young couple with no money. As the holiday approaches, Della sells her long tresses to a wig maker so that she might buy a platinum chain for Jim's watch. Meanwhile, Jim sells his watch and uses the money he receives to buy a set of jeweled combs for Della's hair. The moral is difficult to miss. Material possessions, whether bejeweled or made from platinum, are of little value when compared to love. It is a heartwarming, sentimental story, typical of the author's work. How odd, then, that this very same man has the distinction of having provided a nickname for one of the first American serial killers, the Servant Girl Annihilator. O. Henry's epithet, provided to friends working at the Austin Daily Statesman, was one of several used to describe the murderer who terrorized Texas between 1884 and 1885. Another name was the Austin Axe Murderer. Neither was entirely apt, but both continued to be used to this day for a killer who was never caught. The servant girl annihilator began his bloody work on the cold New Year's Eve of 1884. His first victim, a 25-year-old live-in Negro servant named Molly Smith, was found next to the outhouse of the home in which she was employed. Wearing only a nightdress, she had been raped and bludgeoned to death. The murder weapon, an axe, covered in Molly's blood, was discovered inside the outhouse. No one in the house proper had heard anything. Indeed, all had appeared peaceful until Walter Spencer, Smith's common-law husband, had awoken from his usual night's sleep in great pain. He discovered a deep cut across his face. The bedroom he and Molly shared was in bloody disarray, and his wife was gone. Spencer's cries for help awoke the rest of the house. In the early morning hours, the local marshal led a pack of bloodhounds through the snow-covered streets of Austin. It was a horrible way to usher in the new year. Though Austin was then a small city, fewer than 25,000 lived within its limits. Murder was not entirely unknown there. Still, the savagery displayed in Molly Smith's death was big news indeed. Suspicion settled quickly on Smith's former lover, a black man named William Brooks. An all-white coroner's jury ignored Brooks's alibi and witnesses, concluding that he was probably guilty of the crime. Eventually, the ex-boyfriend was released due to lack of evidence. 5 months later, on the 6th of May, another black woman, Eliza Shelley, was murdered. A 30-year-old cook, Shelley lived with her 3 children in a cabin on the property of her employer, L.B. Johnson. It was Johnson's wife who, hearing Shelley's screams, sent her niece to check on the children. The girl found the family cook lying dead on the cabin floor, her skull very nearly split in two. Shelley's nightgown was raised, exposing most of her body. Bloody footprints of a barefooted man trailed from the awful scene. This time, there had been a witness. The victim's 8-year-old son spoke of seeing a man enter the cabin. This unknown figure pushed the boy away and threw a blanket over him. Falling asleep, he'd seen nothing further, and had even slept through his mother's screams. Upon waking the next morning, he was blissfully unaware of her fate. False leads. Again, the authorities cast around for suspects. A mentally handicapped 19-year-old was arrested, seemingly for no other reason than that he had no shoes. When his feet were measured and shown to be of a different size to those of the killer, he was released. An acquaintance of the Shelleys was also held for no other reason than that the two had been seen arguing. The murderer struck again 17 days later. The victim, Irene Cross, was yet another black female servant. This time, it seemed, there had been no axe. It appeared that she had been stabbed in the head. One arm was almost severed from the rest of her body. In this case, the authorities arrested no one. In August, the murderer entered the cottage of Rebecca Ramey, just 1 block south of where Eliza Shelley had been murdered 3 months earlier. Approaching her bed, he knocked her out and then abducted her daughter, Mary. The 11-year-old was taken outside, raped, and murdered. Again, there was no axe. The girl was stabbed through both ears with an iron rod. When she regained consciousness, Rebecca Ramey, a black servant of a man named Valentine Weed, remembered nothing of use. The following month, the killer gained entrance to a servant's cabin behind the house of Major W.D. Dunham by climbing through a window. Stories about the night in question are varied and confused, but all agree that the first to be attacked was a man named Orange Washington, whose skull was caved in by a blow from an axe. Washington's common-law wife, Gracie Vance, was dragged out of the cabin and raped outside. Her friend, a visiting servant named Lucinda Body, received an axe blow to her head and was also raped. The assaults ended when Major Dunham realized the noises were something much more than a domestic dispute, as he'd initially thought. Gun in hand, the major rushed outside, and the murderer fled. Gracie's body was found in the stables. Her head had been beaten in with a brick. In one hand, she clutched a gold watch, presumably torn from the killer during the struggle. Also present was an unidentified horse, saddled and tied. Both appeared to be excellent clues as to the identity of the assailant, and yet they proved to be of no use. After detectives were brought in from Houston to assist in the investigation, 2 black men, Oliver Townsend and Doc Woods, were arrested. The evidence used against the 2 was less than compelling, a comment someone had overheard in which Townsend had told Woods he wanted to kill Gracie Vance. In attempting to extract a confession from another suspect, a private detective agency resorted to torture and was discredited. Grasping at straws, the marshal arrested Walter Spencer, the husband of Molly Smith. His trial, based on the most improbable of theories, took just 3 days and resulted in an acquittal. There can be little doubt that in the midst of all this horror, some residents of Austin took comfort in the knowledge that all the Annihilator's victims had been black and were either servants or close relatives. All this changed on Christmas Eve, when a middle-class white man, Moses Hancock, awoke to find that his wife, Sue, was missing. He found her lying behind their house. An axe had been used to split open her head, and a thin rod had been pushed into her brain. She had also been raped. That same night, the body of another white woman, Eula Phillips, was found pinned under lumber in the alleyway of one of the city's wealthiest neighborhoods. Her husband was found unconscious, having been hit on the back of the head with an axe. The next day, hundreds of Austin residents left their Christmas festivities to attend an emergency meeting. A variety of initiatives, from increased lighting to early closure of taverns, were undertaken in the hopes of preventing further attacks. While the effect these moves had can be debated, the fact remains that the servant girl Annihilator never struck again. Among the great mysteries surrounding the Annihilator is his change in victim type. What might have caused him to switch from poor black female servants to comfortably off white women? In 1885, some thought the answer obvious. Sue Hancock and Eula Phillips weren't victims of the Annihilator, but had been killed by their own husbands. Though it would appear unlikely that 2 men who did not know one another would think up the same idea and act on it during the same night, both were tried for the deaths of their wives. While Hancock was declared innocent, Phillips was found guilty of murder in the 2nd degree. The verdict was later overturned by the Texas Court of Appeals for lack of evidence. Jack the Ripper. His crimes have been investigated more than those of any other murderer. A whole field of study, ripperology, is devoted to puzzling out his identity, and yet 12 decades after his last murder, Jack the Ripper remains an elusive and mysterious figure. Even the number and names of the victims have been the subject of considerable debate, though the majority of ripperologists believe there have been 5 victims, the first being Mary Ann Nichols. A 43-year-old alcoholic, she had much in common with the victims who would follow in her wake. Nichols was estranged from her husband and struggled to support herself through a variety of means. Indeed, at least 4 of the 5 women had been pushed further into poverty through the disintegration of their respective marriages. Nichols had been employed in workhouses, had worked as a domestic, and had, on at least one occasion, resorted to stealing. She also tried to make ends meet as a prostitute, an occupation which, it seems, made her a target of the Ripper. Her body was discovered by 2 workmen in the early hours of the 31st of August, 1888, on a back street not far from the London hospital. Nichols had had her throat cut. She had been stabbed repeatedly in the stomach, and her abdomen had been cut open. 8 days later, the Ripper claimed his second victim, a 47-year-old named Annie Chapman. Her body was found at about 6 in the morning. Like Nichols, Chapman's throat had been slashed. Completely disemboweled, her intestines were thrown over one shoulder. Her uterus had been removed and was never found. At approximately 1 o'clock on the morning of the 30th of September, the body of Elizabeth Stride, a 45-year-old Swedish immigrant, was found. She, too, had had her throat slit open. However, Apart from an injury to her ear, Stride's body bore none of the butchery suffered by the previous victims. It is generally believed that the Ripper was interrupted before he could proceed any further. Presumably dissatisfied with having had to leave his work on Stride's body unfinished, the Ripper struck again on the same evening. The second victim, 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes, had been picked up for public drunkenness the previous day by the Metropolitan Police. She was released at about the same time that Stride's body was discovered. Eddowes was last seen alive at approximately 1:30, talking to an unidentified man. Just 15 minutes later, her body was discovered. Working with great speed, the Ripper had cut her throat, sliced open her abdomen, thrown her intestines over her shoulder, and removed her uterus and left kidney. He had also mutilated her face. Following a relatively long period of inactivity, the final murder took place on the 9th of November. It is tempting to say that Mary Kelly was quite different from the other victims. She was, for example, at least 2 decades younger than the others. However, very little is known about Kelly, and as a result, many fanciful stories have been created about her life. In death, she stands apart from the others in that she was not killed in a public place, but in her own home. This gave the Ripper a great deal more time than he'd had with his previous victims, and it showed. Kelly's body was found naked, lying on her bed. The throat had been slashed, and her face mutilated. The entire abdominal cavity had been emptied of its contents. Her breasts had been cut off. One had been placed under her head, the other by her right foot. Her liver was found between her feet. Some of the flesh removed from her abdomen and thighs had been placed on a table. Her heart was never found. Though the number of victims claimed by Jack the Ripper pales when compared to those of Mary Ann Cotton, he has become a legend in a way she has not. While the butchery that accompanied his murders provides something of an explanation for this discrepancy, the role of the media cannot be ignored. Jack the Ripper killed at a time when inexpensive mass circulation newspapers were in their ascendancy. News of the crimes spread rapidly through Great Britain and elsewhere. Some papers sought to exploit the crimes by reporting other murders as the work of Jack the Ripper. There is even a debate among Ripperologists as to the validity of the Jack the Ripper name, first used in a letter dated 25th of September 1888, which was received by the Central News Agency. Some have argued that it was a hoax created to sell newspapers. Shortly after its publication, the Metropolitan Police were inundated with hundreds of letters bearing the epithet. There were, of course, other factors which made the case of Jack the Ripper intriguing. His savagery appeared to escalate, reaching a crescendo with the murder of Mary Kelly. He appeared to have some education in surgery, most evident in his ability to eviscerate Catherine Eddowes in a matter of mere minutes. Above all, he was never caught. Hence the speculation which continues to this day as to his identity. Police officials at the time named 6 suspects as possibly being Jack the Ripper. The most interesting of these is Montague John Druitt. A barrister and assistant schoolmaster, Druitt committed suicide by drowning shortly after the murder of Mary Kelly. A coroner's jury concluded that he had been of unsound mind. Much of the contemporary interest in Druitt rests on statements that investigators had private information, which led some to conclude that he was the murderer. Among the most cited suspects is Prince Albert Victor, grandson of Queen Victoria. One theory has it that the prince suffered from syphilis and was driven insane by the disease, but this is countered by royal records, which show him to have been away from London on the dates when each of the murders were committed. There are other theories which place the prince in a supporting role, most notably as the father of a child placed under the care of Mary Kelly. According to the most common version of this theory, Kelly was one of several women murdered by the physician Sir William Gull in an effort to suppress a scandal that would have jeopardized the future of the monarchy. Some Ripperologists suspect Joseph Barnet, once the live-in lover of Mary Kelly. The the Ripper's last victim. The thinking in this theory goes that Barnett committed the first 4 murders as a way of scaring Kelly into giving up prostituting herself to other men. When this proved ineffective, he flew into a rage and murdered his girlfriend. Thus, Barnett's link with Kelly would explain why the Ripper ceased killing after her murder. Among the more fanciful theories is one claiming that Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, confessed his crimes through a series of anagrams found throughout his work. Dr. Thomas Neal Cream. Dr. Thomas Neal Cream is thought to have been responsible for the deaths of at least 8 women and 1 man, yet it is for something that may have happened during his last second of life that he is best remembered. Sentenced to hang for the murder of a 27-year-old prostitute on the 16th of November, 1892, Cream stood silent and calm at the gallows at Newgate Prison. Then, quite suddenly, he is said to have uttered, "I am Jack." His final words were cut short when the trap door opened and the hangman's noose broke his neck. To some, Cream's statement was a confession that he was the murderer known as Jack the Ripper. Cream's journey to justice appears long, twisted, and peculiar, even when compared to those of other serial killers. He was born in Glasgow on the 27th of May, 1850, the eldest of 8 children. 4 years later, the growing family migrated to Wolfe's Cove, a small community not far from Quebec City, Canada. There, his father, William Cream, worked at a shipbuilding and lumber company before establishing the Cream Lumber Mill. As the years passed, all the Cream boys would work in the mill. But Thomas was different from his brothers. A handsome young man, more interested in books than business, he left the mill in September 1872, enrolling in medicine at Montreal's McGill University. Montreal was then the largest, wealthiest, and most powerful city in the country. McGill held a position of similar stature within the world of academe. It was considered Canada's foremost institution of learning, with a faculty of medicine that ranked among the most respected in North America. A studious, if unexceptional student, within 4 years Cream graduated with a degree in medicine from McGill. At his convocation, he sat and listened as the dean delivered an address entitled "The Evils of Malpractice in the Medical Profession." Immediately after the ceremony, Cream was confronted by the family of Flora Brooks, a teenage girl he had been courting. Flora had been taken ill shortly after Cream's last visit to the family's hotel in the rural Quebec town of Waterford. She was then examined by a local physician named Phelan, who determined that she had recently undergone an abortion. Confronted, Flora confessed that it was Cream who had performed the operation. Unwillingly, Cream was taken back to Waterford, where a hasty wedding ceremony was performed. Flora's honeymoon, however, was brief. She awoke the next morning to find her groom gone. Cream left nothing but a letter in which he promised to keep in touch. The doctor made for London, England, where he registered at St. Thomas's Hospital. Cream hoped to gain the training and experience required to become a surgeon, but failed to pass the entrance requirements for the Royal College of Surgeons. He achieved greater success at the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh, where he earned a license in midwifery. It had been over a year since Cream had left his bride. While he had broken his marriage vows, the doctor had kept his promise to keep in touch. More than simple letters, he had been sending Flora medicine, which she dutifully took. After becoming ill, she was again examined by Dr. Phelan, who, upon learning of the mysterious prescription, advised her to ignore Cream's instructions. Although she rallied briefly, in August 1877, Flora Cream died of what was officially described as consumption. 1 year after the death of his wife, Cream returned to Canada. He set up practice in London, Ontario, over 700 kilometers away from Montreal. But it wasn't long before he was again involved in a scandal. In May 1879, the body of one of his patients, a waitress named Kate Gardner, was discovered in a woodshed behind the building in which he had his office. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the unmarried woman had gone to the doctor in the hope of obtaining an abortion. Cream stated that this was true, adding that he had refused her request. He argued that her death, the result of an overdose of chloroform, was a suicide. A subsequent inquest disproved the doctor's theory. No bottle containing the chemical was found on the scene, and Gardner's face had been badly scratched, indicating a struggle. Although there appeared to be no evidence that he had committed the crime, suspicion fell on Cream, leaving his practice in ruins. In the summer of 1879, he moved to the United States, settling in Chicago, where he was obliged to take the State Board of Health exam. The day after receiving his passing grade, Cream set up practice in an area just outside the city's red light district. As his practice focused almost exclusively on providing abortions, it was a most convenient location. Most of the illegal operations were performed in rooms rented specifically for the purpose by a series of midwives he had recruited. When one of his patients, a prostitute named Mary Ann Faulkner, died, Cream's lawyer managed to convince a jury that the good doctor had arrived on the scene in an attempt to save the victim of a botched abortion. Within months, Cream again attracted the attention of the authorities when another patient, Ellen Stack, died after being prescribed anti-pregnancy pills. The medicine, assumed to have been of the doctor's own design, included strychnine among its ingredients. This poison also played a role in the death of his first male victim, a railway agent named Daniel Stott, whose wife, Cream, was having an affair. When the husband came to suspect the infidelity, Cream added strychnine to the medicine he had prescribed for the man's epilepsy. Cream might have again escaped justice were it not for his fear that the man's death could somehow rebound on him. Intent on avoiding this possibility, he wrote a letter to the coroner in which he accused a local pharmacist of having added strychnine to Stott's medicine. However, after the railway agent's body was exhumed and the presence of the poison discovered, it was upon Cream that the suspicion fell. He fled, only to be caught in the town of Bell River, Ontario, 30 kilometers within the Canadian border. Betrayed by Mrs. Stott, who testified against her former lover in November 1881, Cream was sentenced to life in Joliet State Penitentiary. As the years passed, his brother, Daniel, worked for Cream's release, a job made easier by a rather sizable inheritance left to both men upon the passing of their father. Daniel Cream used Thomas's share of the money to ingratiate himself with a number of senior Illinois politicians. The ploy worked, and on the 21st of July, 1891, Cream received a pardon from the governor of Illinois, Joseph W. Pfeiffer. It was an aged, weakened Cream who traveled back to Quebec in order to collect the balance of his inheritance. In September, he set sail for Liverpool. Cream arrived in London, very much a changed man from the handsome young doctor who had once walked its streets. He suffered from poor eyesight and persistent headaches, which he attempted to alleviate through the ingestion of low-grade morphine. As Thomas Neal, M.D., he passed himself off as a resident doctor from St. Thomas's, the very same hospital at which he had practiced some 14 years earlier. It was under this cover that his greatest string of murders began. The first victim was Nellie Donworth, a 19-year-old prostitute who was seen with a man matching Cream's description in the early evening of the 13th of October, 1891. Before the night was out, she would die an agonizing death from strychnine poisoning. 7 days later, Cream poisoned another prostitute, 27-year-old Matilda Clover, using gelatin pills containing strychnine. She endured a night of great pain before dying the following morning. However, her death was not recorded as murder. Rather, her physician believed she had died from a lethal mixture of liquor and a sedative he had prescribed to help combat her alcoholism. In late 1891, Cream began a courtship with Laura Sabatini, an attractive would-be designer of dresses. Their relationship endured a 4-month separation, during which Cream was obligated to return to Canada in order to finally settle his father's estate. Whether his murder spree continued in the Dominion has always been a matter of speculation. What is known is that upon his return, he attempted to poison a prostitute, Lou Harvey, with the claim that his gelatin pills of strychnine prevented pregnancy. However, she grew suspicious of the doctor and only pretended to take the pills. Two other prostitutes, Alice Marsh and Emma Shrevell, were less fortunate. On the 11th of April, 1892, both suffered painful deaths in the hours after Cream left their shared flat. Hate mail. Given that his only murder conviction came after he had attempted to pin the crime on another, it seems rather extraordinary that during this time Cream embarked on a similar campaign. Shortly after the murder of Nellie Donworth, he mailed 2 pseudonymous letters in which he accused Frederick Smith of W.H. Smith & Son of the murder. During his brief return to Canada, he had printed a circular warning patrons of London's Metropole Hotel that the murderer was employed at the hotel. 4 weeks after the deaths of Marsh and Shrevell, the deputy coroner, George Percival, received a letter from a William H. Murray, in which it was claimed that Dr. Walter Harper of St. Thomas's Hospital was responsible for the murders. That same day, Walter Harper's father, Dr. Joseph Harper, received an extortion letter in which the same claim was repeated. Detectives at Scotland Yard were quick to recognize that the same hand was behind all these documents, but were unable to determine the writer's identity. Their curiosity was raised further after 2 prominent Londoners received extortion letters in which one, M. Malone, claimed to have evidence that each had carried out the murder of Matilda Clover, the victim whose death had been ruled accidental. The beginning of the end for Cream came in April 1892, when quite by chance he befriended an expatriate American named John Haynes. As a former New York City detective, Haynes had taken an interest in Alice Marsh and Emma Shrevell, whose murders had occurred only a few nights earlier. As he discussed the case with Cream, Haynes was taken aback by the depth of information the doctor possessed. It seemed to the former detective that the doctor knew details that had not been reported. What was more, Cream linked the murders with those of 2 other women, Matilda Clover and Lou Harvey, whose names meant nothing to Haynes. After he had passed on this information to a friend at Scotland Yard, the body of Matilda Clover was exhumed. While they were still gathering evidence on the 3rd of June, 1892, the London Constabulary arrested Cream on suspicion of blackmail. Cream appeared at the inquest into Matilda Clover's death, obliged to listen to the damning testimony. Among the witnesses was Lou Harvey, who, until the moment she entered the courtroom, Cream had thought he'd killed. The inquest concluded that Cream had intentionally administered a lethal dose of strychnine to Matilda Clover. The same witnesses were called by the prosecution during the subsequent criminal trial. No one spoke in Cream's defense. It took the jury only 10 minutes to deliver their verdict. But what of Cream's final words? "I am Jack." It must first be said that there is some debate as to whether they were ever actually uttered, though his executioner, James Billington, swore it as fact. Assuming Cream did make the statement, and that what he had meant to say is, "I am Jack the Ripper," is it at all possible that the Canadian doctor was the Ripper? At first glance, the answer must be negative. During the latter half of 1888, at which time Jack the Ripper committed his murders, Cream was serving the 7th year of his life sentence at Joliet State Penitentiary, across the Atlantic. Supporters of the theory that Cream was Jack the Ripper claim that corruption was such that the doctor left the institution years before receiving his official pardon. Another more complicated theory argues that Cream had a double who sat in the prison while Cream roamed the streets of London's East End. Perhaps the best explanation for Cream's words can be found in his considerable ego. Might it have been such that Cream desired to claim the most notorious crimes of the day as his own? Joseph Vacher. Joseph Vacher murdered and mutilated a total of 11 people, more than twice the number butchered by Jack the Ripper. Yet Vacher appears condemned to spend eternity standing in the shadow of his English contemporary. Even his nickname, the French Ripper, owes its existence to the Whitechapel Killer, and, in his native France, he is known as Jacques l'Aventureux Français. Joseph Vacher explained his crimes by arguing that they were all the result of a crazed dog that had bitten him at the age of 8. His madness, he claimed, stemmed from rabies. Vacher added that medicine given to him by the village herbalist had had no effect other than to make him irritable and brutal, forever changing his character. Assuming Vacher's account of the dog to be true, it adds to a very small body of knowledge concerning the serial killer's childhood. We do know that he was born on the 16th of November 1869 in Isère, a department in the Rhône-Alpes region of France. He was the last of 15 children in a family of peasant farmers. His twin brother, the 14th in the family, choked to death when he was just 1 month old. It has been put forth that at 15 years of age, Vacher may have committed his first murder. The victim, a 10-year-old boy, was raped and killed. In 1878, Vacher began studies with the Marist brothers, but was returned home when it was discovered that he was having sexual relations with some of his fellow students. The following year, Vacher was convicted of having attempted to rape a young male farmhand. Whatever the sentence, it could not have been great. By that autumn, he'd found employment as a server at a brewery in Grenoble. One account says that it was during this time that Vacher caught venereal disease from a prostitute. According to the story, the resulting infection forced the removal of a testicle. It has also been claimed that he fell in with a group of anarchists. It is an unlikely association, as in 1890, at the age of 21, Vacher enlisted in the French army. He was sent to the ancient city of Besançon, near the border with Switzerland. There he fell in love with a young servant girl, Louise Baronde, who considered him an object to be mocked. Vacher the soldier developed a reputation as a brutal drill master. Although made a non-commissioned officer, he came to believe that his military service was not being properly recognized, and, in both protest and desperation, attempted to slit his throat. Despite the suicide attempt, he remained with the army and was again promoted. In June 1893, he proposed marriage to Louise. The offer was met with laughter, and he attempted to kill the servant girl, but his gun misfired. Before he could be apprehended, he attempted suicide by shooting himself in the head. Although Vacher survived, the bullet remained lodged in his skull. The damage caused paralysis on the right side of his face. His right eye was also affected. It is also thought that Vacher did himself permanent brain damage, leading to headaches and overall mental instability. Vacher was committed to an asylum in Dole. There he was diagnosed as suffering from paranoia and hallucinations, and after 6 months, he was transferred to the Saint-Robert Asylum in Isère. On April Fool's Day, 1894, he was considered cured and was discharged. Homeless and lacking the faculties required for work, Vacher wandered seemingly without aim throughout the countryside of southeastern France. Witnesses described him as a filthy, deformed figure. His injured eye seemed to be always discharging pus. Owing to the paralysis in his face, he had difficulty communicating. For 3 years he drifted, begging and stealing in order to survive. He was also raping, murdering, and mutilating men and women along his path. Vacher committed nearly all his murders by first cutting the throats of his victims. Afterwards he would slice open their torsos. Many of Vacher's victims were shepherds and shepherdesses. Most were adolescents. His weapons were cleavers, scissors, and knives, whatever happened to be at hand. His actions soon drew the attention of authorities, who dubbed their elusive killer L'Aventureux du Sud-Est, the Ripper of the Southeast. In 1895, he was almost caught when he was spotted by a gendarme walking near a recently murdered shepherd boy. When called upon to produce identification, Vacher handed over his discharge papers. The gendarme remarked that he had once served in the very same regiment. When he asked whether Vacher had seen any suspicious characters, the murderer replied that he had seen a man running across the fields about a mile away. The gendarme then set off in pursuit. The killing came to an end in early August 1897, when Vacher happened upon a woman outside Lyon who was gathering wood. He attacked, but was immediately set upon by his intended victim's husband and sons. Vacher was arrested. Although the authorities were convinced that Vacher was l'Aventureux du Sud-Est, they had neither witnesses nor evidence. Their big break came from Vacher himself, who one day, without explanation, chose to confess all his crimes. He was, he argued, not responsible for his actions, owing to the dog that had given him rabies as a child. Vacher was convinced that his blood had been poisoned. It was because of this condition, Vacher claimed, that he felt an urge to drink blood from the necks of his victims. Hatred had also played a role in his murders, hatred brought on by those who found his deformed face unsightly. Vacher was tried with what appears to have been undue haste. He was examined by a team of doctors who determined that the memory of the accused was clear. The fact that he had fled the scene of each murder was, they claimed, an indication that he was fully cognizant of the difference between right and wrong. Among those who examined Vacher was Alexandre Lacassagne, a professor of forensic medicine at the Université de Lyon. He later wrote a book, Vacher, l'Aventureux et les crimes sadiques, in which he drew comparisons between the serial killer and figures like Gilles de Rais and Jack the Ripper. On the 28th of October, 1898, after a trial which lasted 2 days, Vacher was sentenced to death. 2 months later, on New Year's Eve, he was guillotined at Bourg-en-Bresse, not far from where he had performed his military service. Dr. H. H. Holmes. It is not correct, as is often claimed, that H. H. Holmes was America's first serial killer. Both the Bloody Benders, a Kansas family of serial killers, and the Servant Girl Annihilator preceded him. He did, however, kill more people than the Servant Girl Annihilator and all the members of the Bender family put together. The claim that Holmes was the most prolific American serial killer of all time remains an issue of some debate. The man who history remembers as H. H. Holmes was born Herman Webster Mudgett on the 16th of May, 1860, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Nearly a century and a half later, the town numbers barely more than 3,000 inhabitants. It is perhaps most famous as having served as a model for Grace Metalius's Peyton Place, the setting for the 1956 novel of the same name. Holmes grew up in an impoverished family with an abusive alcoholic father at its head. School provided only a partial escape. While an intelligent and handsome boy, he was also a frequent victim of bullying. He once claimed that as a child he had been forced by his classmates to touch a human skeleton. It was an event that appeared to haunt him for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, he sought to become a medical doctor and developed a fascination with anatomy. As an adolescent, this interest found expression in his killing and dismembering of stray animals. At 16, he graduated from school and managed to get teaching positions, first in Gilmanton and later in nearby Alton, New Hampshire. It was there that he met Clara Lovering. The ardor between them was such that the two eloped. However, in marriage, that same passion quickly dissipated, and he soon abandoned his wife. Still intent on a career in medicine, he attended the University of Vermont. It was, however, too small for his liking. In September 1882, he enrolled at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, which held what was considered to be one of the country's leading medical schools. 2 years later, he graduated with what are best described as lackluster grades. After graduation, Mudgett adopted as his name the more distinguished-sounding Henry Howard Holmes. He took up a position as a prescription clerk in a pharmacy owned by a terminally ill doctor named Holton. He endeared himself to Holton's wife and customers. When the good doctor passed away, Holmes offered to buy the pharmacy, promising the newly made widow $100 a month. After signing over the deed, Mrs. Holton subsequently disappeared. Holmes claimed she had settled with relatives in California. Under Holmes, the pharmacy thrived in the growing Inglewood neighborhood of Chicago. In 1887, he married Myrta Z. Belknap, a stunning young woman whom he had met during a business trip to Minneapolis. She remained unaware that Holmes had been married before, and that he had not obtained a divorce. In their 3rd year of marriage, Myrta bore a daughter named Lucy. By this time, she had already returned to the home of her parents. Though Holmes would never seek a divorce, the union was all but over. Using the pharmacy as his base, Holmes continued to engage in a number of questionable business ventures he had begun several years before. However, his most notable achievement was the construction of a block-long 3-story building on the site across the street from his pharmacy. Built over a 3-year period, the castle, as the locals dubbed it, included a ground floor which Holmes rented out to various shopkeepers. The upper 2 stories Holmes kept for himself. A huge space, it was a confusing maze of over 100 windowless rooms, secret passageways, false floors, and stairways that led to nowhere. Some doors could only be opened from the outside, while others opened to reveal nothing but a brick wall. During construction, Holmes repeatedly changed contractors, ensuring that no one understood the design of the building or had any idea as to its ultimate purpose. Beginning shortly after the completion of the castle, and for the 3 years that followed, Holmes murdered dozens of women. Some he tortured in soundproof chambers, fitted with gas lines that enabled him to asphyxiate his victims. The corpses were sent down a secret chute to the castle's basement. There, Holmes would dissect them, just as he had the animals he killed in his adolescence. They would be stripped of flesh and sold as skeleton models to medical schools. Some bodies were cremated or thrown in pits of lime and acid. One of the first to die was Julia Connor, the wife of a jeweler to whom Holmes had rented a shop. After she came to Holmes with the news that she was pregnant with his child, the doctor murdered Julia and her daughter Pearl. Holmes saw great opportunity in Chicago's upcoming 1893 World's Columbian Exposition and made several modifications to the 2nd story of the castle, transforming it into the World's Fair Hotel. The first guests arrived in the spring of 1893. Some returned home, others did not. With the high volume of guests, Holmes could be selective in choosing his victims. The fact that so many people were coming to the fair without any place to stay ensured that his activities went unnoticed. One of those who remained alive was Georgiana York, who became Holmes's 3rd wife in January 1894. She believed Holmes to be a very wealthy man with property in Texas and Europe. Indeed, he appeared to be quite prosperous. However, his debts had begun to catch up with him. After having been confronted by his creditors, he came up with a scheme which involved a man named Benjamin Peitzel. As a carpenter, Peitzel had worked on the castle. Exactly how much he knew of Holmes's activities is a matter of some debate. What is certain is that Peitzel agreed to fake his own death in order to collect a large insurance claim. In the end, Holmes simply killed the man and kept all the money for himself. He then made off with 3 of Peitzel's children. On the 17th of November, 1894, having been on the road for nearly 2 years, Holmes was arrested in Boston. Initially, he was suspected of nothing more than fraud. However, an insurance agent's diligence in attempting to track down the 3 Peitzel children revealed that they had been killed in the cities of Indianapolis and Toronto. This news encouraged the police in Chicago to investigate Holmes's castle. On the 20th of July, 1895, all was revealed. The police spent a month investigating what some now called the Murder Castle, before, on the 19th of August, it was consumed by a fire of mysterious origin. Exactly how many poor souls Holmes murdered is a mystery. The number has typically been estimated as being between 20 and 100. The authorities put the murder count at 27, committed in Chicago, Philadelphia, Indianapolis, and Toronto. The police in Chicago noted that many of the bodies in the basement of the castle had been dissected and burnt to such an extent that it was difficult to determine precisely how many bodies it contained. At his trial, Holmes confessed to 27 murders. Holmes was led to the gallows on the morning of the 7th of May, 1896. As he watched the preparations for his hanging, he is reported to have said, "Take your time. Don't bungle it." However, despite the hangman's care, Holmes died an agonizing death. For 10 minutes after the trapdoor was sprung, his body twitched. He was officially pronounced dead after he had been hanging for 15 minutes. A new century of violence. The early part of the 20th century saw war fought on a previously unimaginable scale in the air and in trenches. Chemical warfare was employed, civilians became targets, and stories of horrific atrocities were spread as propaganda. By the end of the fighting, more than 9 million civilians and soldiers had been killed. Perhaps it was contagious. As if a reflection of the war, incidents of psychopathic killing rapidly increased. Béla Kiss. Béla Kiss was one of the most loved and respected men in the small Hungarian town of Székely. When he left to fight for the Austro-Hungarian army in the First World War, many townsfolk prayed for his safe return. Kiss had lived in Székely, a part of present-day Budapest, since 1900. A handsome, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, 23-year-old married to a beautiful woman named Marie, his arrival in the town had not gone unnoticed. Kiss and his wife rented a house on the outskirts of town from which he practiced as a tinsmith. He'd taught himself the trade and, in fact, had had no formal schooling whatsoever. The impressive and expansive knowledge he possessed in the areas of art, literature, history, and astronomy was the result of years of independent study. Among the inhabitants of Székely, he was considered a highly educated young man. Kiss was also known for his generosity. Though dedicated and hard-working, he was famous locally for the wonderful parties he would hold at the local hotel. Town gossips, however, became aware that things weren't quite as they appeared. Marie had begun having an affair with an artist. In 1912, Kiss announced that she had run off with her lover. Overnight, Kiss was transformed from jilted husband to the most desirable bachelor in town. Kiss hired one Mrs. Jakubetz, a housekeeper, to care for his home while he focused on his trade. He also entered into correspondences with several young women. It was not long before a number of single, attractive women began visiting his Székely home. This steady parade prompted gossip of a different sort. As each woman passed through town on the way to the tinsmith's home, there was speculation as to whether this might be the next Mrs. Kiss. It seemed, however, that Kiss was having no luck in finding a suitable mate. Most women were seen in his company only once. Mrs. Jakubets would later say that she had never had the opportunity to know any of her employer's visitors. By the latter half of 1914, when Kish left to serve in the First World War, no replacement for the unfaithful Marie had been found. Mrs. Jakubets was left alone in the house, and yet neither she nor the townsfolk heard anything from Kish. As the war progressed, rumors began to circulate that the popular figure had been taken as a prisoner of war. There was some speculation that Kish had been killed in some unnamed battle. By the end of the second year, the lease had lapsed on the house Kish had begun renting some 16 years before. It was at this point that a rather gruesome discovery was made, one that transformed Kish from a thoroughly respected citizen of Sinkota into the town's greatest monster. Although there are two very different accounts of the events leading up to Kish's unmasking, both involve 6 sealed metal drums that he had lined up outside his home. One story relies on the memory of something Kish had supposedly told a town constable. When asked in the early months of 1914 what the mysterious metal drums contained, the tinsmith revealed that he was hoarding petrol in the anticipation that war would soon be declared. In this version, the constable, thinking the fuel would be of use in the fighting, contacted the military, who in turn prized open the drums. The other story has it that Kish's landlord came upon the drums while preparing to rent out the property. Curious as to their contents, he punctured one of the drums and was met with a nauseating smell. Kish's neighbor, a chemist, was convinced that the scent was that of rotting human flesh. According to this version, it was the authorities who, under Charles Nagy, the chief detective of the Budapest police, opened the drums. Whatever the chain of events, both led to the same horrible discovery. Each drum contained the corpse of a naked young woman. A search of the property Kish had rented revealed a further 18 bodies, including that of the adulteress Marie Kish. All 24 victims had been preserved in wood alcohol, which aided greatly in identification. Nagy immediately informed the military, advising that Kish be arrested. Mrs. Jakubets, who had protested so strongly against the drums being opened, was detained. Suspicion of the housekeeper deepened when it was discovered that she was the main beneficiary in Kish's will. Proclaiming her innocence, Mrs. Jakubets led police to a room her employer had forbidden her to enter. It was no chamber of horrors. No further bodies were found, as some had expected. Indeed, Kish's forbidden room, containing a few bookcases, a large desk, and a chair, at first looked quite innocent. However, its sinister purpose was quickly revealed. The bookcases were filled with volumes on the subjects of strangulation and poisons. The desk held correspondence with 74 women, including letters going back as far as 13 years. There were marriage proposals, love letters, and photographs. Through notices he'd placed in the personal columns of various newspapers, Kish had been swindling women who were seeking husbands. The tinsmith had selected his victims with great care. Each victim met 2 criteria: an abundance of wealth and an absence of relatives. In other words, he desired moneyed women who would not be missed if they happened to disappear. Among his victims was Katerine Varga, a very wealthy young widow who sold a thriving dressmaking business in order to be with her prospective husband in Sinkota. The mother of another young woman, Margaret Toth, had given Kish money after he had promised to marry her daughter. On a subsequent visit to Sinkota, the fiancé forced the young Miss Toth to write to her mother with the news that she was running off to the United States. Evidence indicates that Kish then strangled the young woman and posted the letter. Not all of Kish's victims had been killed. It seemed that the metal drums and burial on the Sincotta property represented a fate that befell only women who had become troublesome. Indeed, records indicated that two of Kish's victims, Julianne Pashek and Elizabeth Komaromi, had initiated separate court actions after he had taken their money under false pretenses. The bodies of both complainants were found buried close to his home. On the 4th of October 1916, as Naj's investigation was set to enter the third month, the detective received word from a Serbian hospital that in 1915 Kish had succumbed to typhoid. Shortly after, a second message arrived from Serbia, stating that Kish was alive, recuperating in the very same institution. Naj traveled immediately to the hospital, arriving to find a corpse in Kish's bed, the body of a dead soldier who was quite obviously not the murderer. Naj was certain that Kish had somehow been tipped off and had hoped to throw off the police by placing a dead man in his bed. While the tinsmith may not have been successful in fooling the chief detective of Budapest, his escape was effective. The trail was cold and was warmed only occasionally by rumor and speculation. In 1919, he was supposedly spotted in Budapest. The following year, it was reported that he was serving under the alias Hoffman in the French Foreign Legion. One confirmed report was that he was in a Romanian prison serving time on a charge of burglary. Another had it that Kish had died in Turkey of yellow fever. The most intriguing of all these sightings occurred in 1932, when a New York Police Department homicide detective named Henry Oswald thought he saw Kish exiting the Times Square subway station. Known as Camera Eye, owing to his flawless memory for faces, Oswald followed the man he thought was Kish, but lost him in the crowd. He never saw the man again. The Axeman of New Orleans. On the evening of the 19th of March, 1919, residents of New Orleans sat in bars and restaurants listening to live bands, confident that the music being played, jazz, was protecting them from violent murder. It was just one of many evenings made bizarre by the Axeman of New Orleans, a serial killer who literally and figuratively struck randomly in Louisiana's largest city in the early part of the 20th century. The mystery of the Axeman of New Orleans begins in two modest flats that once stood at the back of a grocery store at the corner of Upper Line and Magnolia Streets. In one flat lived Andrew Maggio, a barber, and his brother Jake. The other served as home to a third brother, Joseph, and Catherine, his wife. It was, in fact, Joseph and Catherine's grocery store and bar that separated the flats from the street. In the early hours of the 23rd of May, 1918, Jake was awoken by a sound, a sort of groaning coming from Joseph and Catherine's apartment. At first, he tried to get the couple's attention by knocking on the wall. There was no response. He woke Andrew, and together the two brothers went over to the adjacent flat. They immediately came upon the sign of a break-in, a wooden panel that had been chiseled out of the kitchen door. Entering the apartment by the same point as the intruder, the pair rushed to the bedroom. There they came upon Catherine. Lying across the bed, her skull was caved in and her throat was so deeply cut that she was very nearly decapitated. Beneath their sister-in-law, bathed in her blood, lay their brother, Joseph. He too had been attacked. His head was cut open in several places, yet the grocer was still alive. When he saw his brothers, Joseph attempted to stand, but found he could not. He died before an ambulance could be summoned. After the authorities arrived, a pile of men's clothing was discovered on the bathroom floor. A bloody straight razor and an axe were also discovered. The coroner had no doubt that both had been used in killing the couple. The motive for the crime was less clear. Although the Maggio's safe was found to be open and empty, money placed in other locations in the flat, including a sum discovered beneath Joseph's pillow, was left behind. The horrific scene ensured that the murders of Joseph and Catherine Maggio were front-page news. Public interest was further aroused when it was learned that the razor used in the crime belonged to Andrew Maggio. He claimed he had taken it home from his barber shop on the very evening of the murders in order to repair a small nick in the blade. He was arrested, but released for lack of evidence. The axe, it was determined, had belonged to the murdered couple. It was during Andrew's brief time in custody that the case took the first of what would be a number of peculiar turns. Two detectives came across a message scrawled in chalk on the pavement less than a block from where the couple had been murdered. It read, "Mrs. Maggio will sit up tonight just like Mrs. Tony." Rumors began to circulate that the Maggio murder had been committed by the same hand that had killed a number of New Orleans grocers 6 years earlier. Some said it was the work of the mafia, and that Mrs. Tony was a reference to the wife of Tony Sciambra. In 1911, both he and his wife had been killed by a murderer who had used an axe. 2 weeks after the Maggio murders, baker John Zanca stumbled over a scene not at all dissimilar to that discovered by the bereaved brothers. Early on the morning of the 6th of June, Zanca arrived with his regular delivery of fresh bread at Louis Bessemer's grocery store and was surprised to find the storefront dark. Looking through the window, he saw no sign of life, so walked around the building and knocked on the side door. It was opened almost immediately by Bessemer. His face was covered in blood. Bessemer's mistress, Anna Lowe, was lying in their bed, unable to move. They had both been attacked with an axe. Despite primitive medical treatment, the grocer managed to survive. His mistress was not so lucky. After clinging to life for a further 2 months, she died on the 5th of August, but not before claiming that it was Bessemer who had attacked her. The grocer was arrested and, after a brief trial, found not guilty. That very same day, shortly after midnight, the next attack occurred. The victim was a Mrs. Edward Schneider, who awoke to find a dark figure standing over her bed. The intruder attacked her with an axe, hitting her several times in the face. Discovered by her husband, Mrs. Schneider not only survived, but 3 weeks later gave birth to a healthy baby girl. A pattern, it seemed, had been established. A killer, wielding an axe, was attacking people as they slept. He usually gained access to his victims by chiseling out door panels. On the 10th of August, an elderly man by the name of Joseph Romano was killed. His niece, Pauline Bruno, reported seeing a dark figure in the house. He turned and fled her room after she had let out a scream. For a time it almost seemed as if Pauline Bruno's scream had scared off the killer completely. Then, 7 months later, in the early hours of the 10th of March 1919, the Axeman of New Orleans struck again. As in the past, the victims, grocers, Charles and Rosie Cortamilia, and their 2-year-old daughter Mary, were attacked as they slept. Mary, asleep in her mother's arms, died instantly from a single blow to the back of the head. Charles struggled with the attacker but was felled by several blows to the torso. Rosie, too, received wounds primarily to the head. 3 days later, the editor of the Times-Picayune received a letter from someone who signed himself the Axeman, describing himself as a spirit and a fell demon from the hottest hell. The correspondent announced that he would strike again at 12:15 earthly time on next Tuesday night, before offering a magnanimous gesture. I am very fond of jazz music, and I swear by all the devils in the nether regions that every person shall be spared in whose home a jazz band is in full swing at the time I have mentioned. If everyone has a jazz band going, well, then so much the better for you people. One thing is certain, and that is that some of those people who do not jazz it on Tuesday night, if there be any, will get the axe. That Tuesday, the bars and restaurants of New Orleans were filled with patrons seeking safety from the self-described fell demon. Even venues not at all known for playing jazz hired musicians for the night. There were no victims that evening. After her recovery, Rosie Cortamilia accused father and son Frank and Iolando Giordano, business rivals of her husband, of her daughter's murder. Some newspaper accounts record that Charles disputed his wife's accusation. Others state that he died of his injuries. Whatever the case, he did not join his wife in testifying at the subsequent trial of the Giordanos. Frank was sentenced to death, while Iolando received a life sentence. And yet the incarceration of the Giordanos, like those of Andrew Maggio and Louis Bessemer, did nothing to stop the attacks. The Axeman's next victim was another grocer, Steve Boca, who was attacked as he slept on the 10th of August, 1919. Boca survived his wounds. Once again, the assailant used a chisel to gain access to his lodgings. He struck again 3 weeks later on the 3rd of September, using his axe on a sleeping 19-year-old woman named Sarah Lauman. She later died in the hospital. Miss Lauman had been alone when attacked, but 8 people were home when the next victim, Mike Pepitone, was attacked. One of the 8, Mrs. Pepitone, reported seeing 2 intruders in her house. Her husband could provide no statement. He died shortly after arriving at Charity Hospital. And it was here that the attacks ended. The mystery of the Axeman of New Orleans may never be truly solved, but there were further events that may provide some indication of the truth. The first took place on the 2nd of December, 1919, when Mike Pepitone's widow stepped out of a darkened doorway and shot a man named Joseph Mumfre. She then waited next to his dead body. When the authorities arrived, Mrs. Pepitone claimed that Mumfre was one of the 2 men she had seen fleeing her bedroom on the night of her husband's murder. 5 days later, on the 7th of December, Rosie Cortamilia retracted her accusation against Frank and Iolando Giordano. They were summarily released from prison. Whether Joseph Mumfre was the Axeman of New Orleans is a matter of considerable debate. A man with an unenviable criminal record, he had been in prison during the period between the last axe murder of 1911 and the first of 1918, and again between the murder of Joseph Romano on the 10th of August, 1918, and that of Mary Cortamilia 7 months later. Mrs. Pepitone herself served 3 years for Mumfre's murder. She was never able to identify the second man she claimed to have seen on the evening of her husband's murder. It may well be that the Axeman was right when he wrote in that infamous letter to the Times-Picayune, "They have never caught me, and they never will." Henri Landru. Henri Landru was short and bald, with an unkempt beard and bushy eyebrows. Yet approximately 300 women in First World War France saw him as a desirable partner and an object of romance. A Parisian from birth, Henri Désiré Landru entered the world on the 12th of April, 1869. His mother took care of the home, while his father worked keeping the blast furnaces alive at the Forge de Vulcain, an ironworks located within the city. An intelligent, if unexceptional boy, Landru attended Catholic school and, in later years, studied engineering. At the age of 18, he was drafted into the military. Here, too, he did well. By the time he was discharged 4 years later, he had achieved the rank of sergeant. To all appearances, Landru had grown into a respectable, dependable young man, who attracted little attention. What little profile he had came from his service as a deacon in his church. He was also a member of the choir. It therefore seemed uncharacteristic when, in 1891, he seduced one of his cousins, Marie-Catherine Remy, impregnating her. Later that same year, she gave birth to a daughter. 2 years passed before Landru did the honorable thing and married the mother of his child. Shortly after the marriage, Landru entered the business world as a clerk. As his family began to expand, he was dealt a significant blow when his employer ran off to the United States, taking with him money Landru had provided as a bond. The swindle appears to have motivated Landru to act in kind. He established a business dealing in used furniture and was soon preying on recently widowed women. Often, Landru's victims would enter his shop, hoping to sell furniture in order to supplement the modest pensions left them by their departed husbands. Landru would then encourage these women to invest these same pensions, stealing their money in the process. The cons went unnoticed for some time until, in 1900, he was arrested after having attempted to withdraw funds using a false identity. It was the first in a series of 7 convictions. Landru spent the first decade of the 20th century moving in and out of prison. The longest sentence received was for a scheme that began with a matrimonial advertisement he'd placed in a Lille newspaper. Portraying himself as a wealthy widower, he had persuaded one respondent, a 40-year-old widow named Jeanne Issoret, to exchange 15,000 francs for several counterfeit deeds. By the time the law caught up with Landru, the money was long gone. Madame Issoret was impoverished. Landru's lawlessness had also taken a toll on his family. His mother died while he was in prison. Landru's father, ashamed of his son's behavior, committed suicide. Landru's wife and 4 children were penniless. By the beginning of 1914, he had become estranged from his wife, although no divorce was sought. During the tensions leading up to the First World War, Landru was released yet again from prison. After spending his initial months of freedom drifting around the French countryside, he somehow ended up in a rented villa on the outskirts of Paris. During one trip into the city, he met a very attractive 39-year-old named Jeanne Couchet. A widow, she was employed in a lingerie shop and had a 16-year-old son named André. Though a romance developed quickly between Couchet and the man she knew as Raymond Diard, the couple hit at least one rough patch. When this occurred, the distraught woman's family accompanied her to meet with the suitor at his villa. Finding he wasn't at home, Couchet's brother-in-law took the opportunity to investigate the suave Diard. He searched the villa and came across a chest containing letters from other women. The family was outraged, but not so Couchet herself. She severed ties with her relatives and, with André, moved into Diard's villa. In January 1915, the 3 relocated to a villa in Vernouillet, after which the mother and son were never seen again. It is thought that their bodies were incinerated in their new home. Shortly after the Couchets disappeared, Landru opened a bank account with 5,000 francs, an amount he claimed he had inherited from his late father. He also presented his estranged wife with a gold watch that had once belonged to Jeanne Couchet. Another lady, Thérèse Labordeline, vanished in July 1915. A wealthy Argentine widow, she and Landru had set up house in a lovely new villa shortly before her disappearance. He later returned to collect her furniture. In May, 2 months earlier, as M. Frémet, Landru had placed a newspaper advertisement in Paris's Le Journal. Widower with 2 children, aged 43, with comfortable income, serious and moving in good society, desires to meet widow with a view to matrimony. Nearly everything about the advertisement was a lie. Landru was not a widower. He had 4 children. He had no income and he had no contact with anything that could be described as good society. Even his age was a lie. Landru was in his 46th year. However, while it wasn't true that he desired matrimony, he was most certainly interested in meeting a widow. And he met many. In August 1915, a 51-year-old widow named Marie-Angélique Désirée Pelletier disappeared. She was soon followed by a Madame Éon, Madame Buisson, Madame Colombe, Madame Jaume, and Madame Pascal. Two victims stand out from the rest. The first, André Babelet, was a 19-year-old servant girl who had no money. Why Landru killed her remains a mystery. It may be that she somehow discovered his secret. The second, Marie-Thérèse Machadier, was not a widow. That said, she did have money. In fact, she had become something of a celebrity during the war as an entertainer for the troops, known as La Belle Mifesse. Machadier vanished without trace at about the time of the armistice. With La Belle Mifesse, Landru had claimed his 11th murder victim, and still no one suspected him of any wrongdoing. The end of Landru's killing came about through an unrelated death. Late in 1918, the son of Madame Buisson died. The family attempted to reach the mother, care of a M. Fremier in Gambé, with whom it was thought she had run off. They heard back from the mayor that the town had no M. Fremier. He suggested that the family might wish to contact the family of Madame Colombe, another woman who was believed to have gone missing in Gambé. Clearly, Landru sensed that after all these years, a net was slowly closing. He left Gambé for good, moving in with his 27-year-old mistress in Paris. The authorities arrived to find his villa unoccupied. However, the family of Madame Buisson was not so easily defeated. For months, Buisson's sister haunted the streets of the Parisian neighborhood in which she had once been introduced to the mysterious M. Fremier. On the 12th of April, 1919, her dedication paid off when she spotted her sister's suitor entering a porcelain shop. Finally, the authorities managed to catch up with Landru. When arrested, he was found to be carrying a notebook containing names and details of 283 women, including nearly all of the widows who had gone missing. Despite the discovery of the notebook, police were unable to charge Landru with anything more than embezzlement. Simply put, there were no bodies. The properties surrounding his villas in Gambé and Verneuil were dug up, but revealed nothing more than the bones of 2 dogs. Landru admitted to strangling both at the request of the owner, Marie-Thérèse Machadier. A furnace Landru had installed shortly after moving into the Gambé villa provided the damning evidence. It had sat there completely ignored for much of the investigation until neighbors remembered the black smoke and noxious fumes that had on occasion spewed out of the villa's chimney. The bones and teeth found behind the iron door of the furnace finally provided the evidence needed to proceed in charging Landru with 11 counts of murder. His trial began on the 7th of November, 1921. Arrogant and impudent, Landru's demeanor in no way supported his defense. He admitted nothing and argued that the prosecution had proved his innocence in claiming him to be a sane man. Despite this, the victims' families and members of the jury presented the court with a petition requesting mercy. This was ignored, and on the 30th of November, 1921, Landru was sentenced to death. On the 25th of February, 1922, he kneeled beneath the blade of a guillotine and was executed. In 1947, 25 years after the end of Henri Landru, his life was resurrected as the inspiration for the main character of Charlie Chaplin's Monsieur Verdoux. played by the actor, Verdu is a banker who, after having been dismissed, supports his family by marrying and murdering wealthy widows. In 1963, the murderer returned to the screen in a more direct form, a feature film centered on his crimes entitled L'Andrew. Directed by Claude Chabrol, the movie occasioned a lawsuit from an elderly woman named Fernande Segret, the Parisian mistress to whom Landru had fled in 1918. Upset by her portrayal in the film, she sought 200,000 francs in damages. She was awarded 10,000 francs in 1965. 3 years later, the 74-year-old woman committed suicide in a very dramatic fashion by jumping into the moat of the Château de Flers in Orne. She left behind a note, reading, "I still love him, but I am suffering too greatly. I am going to kill myself." Fritz Haarmann. Fritz Haarmann recognized the social unrest, hyperinflation, and food shortages experienced by Germany in the years after the First World War and used them to his advantage. He preyed on runaways and male prostitutes. Convicted of having murdered 24 boys and young men, it is more likely that he killed over 50. Together with his live-in lover, he sold the clothing and meager belongings of his victims in a public market. But that was not the only profit Haarmann made from his killings. He also sold their flesh as steak on the black market. During his time, Haarmann was known by many names, including the Vampire of Hanover and the Werewolf of Hanover. But history has settled on the most appropriate, the Butcher of Hanover. Friedrich Heinrich Karl Haarmann was born on the 25th of October, 1879, in Hanover. It might be said that during his early life, he was something of a stereotype. The youngest of 6 children, he was coddled by his mother and disliked by his father. The young Fritz loved to play with dolls and avoided more masculine pastimes. Although he shunned team sports, he was athletic and excelled in gymnastics. He was attracted to the feminine while demonstrating abhorrence for the masculine. As a young man, one of his brothers was arrested and sentenced for a sexual assault. As a teenager, Haarmann himself got in trouble with the law after molesting a number of children. At the age of 18, after a thorough examination, he was sent to an asylum. It wasn't long before he managed to escape. Haarmann fled to Switzerland, but by the age of 21 had returned to Hanover. Within months, he had married and impregnated a woman named Erna Levart. However, before the birth, Haarmann had again moved on, deserting his wife to join the army. His role as a soldier proved to be as brief as had been the role of husband. Deemed unsuitable for service, Haarmann was soon back living with the father he so detested. What followed was a period consisting of smuggling, thievery, and a variety of sexual offenses. Over the next decade, 1 in 3 years was spent in prison. Exactly when he began killing is unknown. The first known incident connecting Haarmann with murder occurred in September 1918, when police burst into his apartment. They were looking for a young runaway named Friedel Roth. What they found instead was Haarmann in bed with a young boy. Although he was arrested and sentenced to 9 months in prison, Haarmann likely thought that being caught molesting the boy had been a lucky break. In dealing with the pedophiliac crime, the authorities neglected the initial purpose of their visit, the investigation of Friedel Roth's disappearance. Had they bothered to search Haarmann's room, the police would have discovered the runaway boy's severed head wrapped in newspaper behind the stove. The threat of imprisonment appears to have had no effect on Haarmann. As he awaited sentencing, he returned to the streets, parks, and squares of Hanover, looking to have sex with boys and young men. His favorite hunting spot, however, was the city's main railway station. It had always been a fertile territory, made even more so by the economic upheavals of the First World War and its aftermath. During one visit, sometime around his 40th birthday, in the autumn of 1919, Harmon was approached by a young male prostitute named Hans Grans. It would not be fair to say that Grans was everything Harmon was not, but there certainly was a contrast. The middle-aged Harmon was a pleasant enough-looking man, average in height, with a round face, described as friendly-looking. He wouldn't have stood out in a crowd. Grans, on the other hand, was remarkably handsome, with the chiseled blonde features that would later come to be idolized and exploited by the Nazis. Although Grans was less than half Harmon's age, the two soon became constant lovers and close friends. In March 1920, Harmon finally began the 9-month sentence stemming from the police raid that had taken place 19 months earlier. Grans spent the remainder of the year roaming about Germany, supporting himself through thievery and prostitution. The two were reunited on Christmas Day and soon thereafter moved into an apartment together. They appeared as two respectable, well-dressed men, all the while stealing laundry from clotheslines. Their ill-gotten gains were sold in the market across from the station in which they had first met. Harmon further contributed to the household finances through a disability pension. While the state may have considered him unable to work, Harmon found employment with the local police. This man, whom the authorities had sent to prison the previous year, became one of their most valuable informers. Harmon appeared to have no hesitation when it came to turning people in. As hyperinflation and economic collapse caused turmoil in the lives of their neighbors, Harmon and Grans managed to maintain a comfortable, if modest, lifestyle in their little one-room Neue Strasse apartment. Whether Grans knew of his partner's 1918 murder of Friedel Roth is a matter of speculation. What is certain is that by early 1923, the prostitute knew his partner to be a murderer. In February, Harmon detained 2 boys in his favorite train station. The less attractive of the pair he dismissed. The other, Fritz Franke, was made to accompany Harmon to his home. When Grans arrived home later in the day, the body of the dead boy was lying in the room. From this point, the murders continued at a frequent and steady pace. Harmon's method had little variation and was extremely effective. On some occasions, he would pick up boys by offering employment or a place to stay. Other incidents would begin with Harmon approaching his victims with the claim that he was a police officer. The latter pretense was used so frequently, and with such effect, that at least one guard at the station thought Harmon was a police detective. Sexual frenzy. The boys would then be taken to the Neue Strasse apartment, where Harmon would kill them by biting through their throats in a moment of sexual frenzy. As he preyed on runaways, it was quite some time before the authorities began to suspect that something untoward was taking place. It wasn't until the 17th of May, 1924, when a skull was found by children playing along the Leine, that the fate of missing children and young men began to become apparent. Within a month, 3 more skulls had been discovered along the riverbank. Autopsies indicated that they belonged to young males ranging in age from 12 to 20 years. Following the discovery of a sack filled with human bones, the Leine was dammed and the riverbed inspected by police and municipal workers. Over 500 body parts were found. Harmon, like the whole city of Hanover, was well aware of the investigation. Although he was on the police payroll as an informer, he was among the suspects. In fact, he was investigated in May and again in June, but still he continued to kill. His last known murder took place in June 1924. The victim was a young man named Erich de Vries, whom he had picked up at the train station with an offer of cigarettes. As many of the disappeared had last been seen at the train station, the site became a focus of the investigation. In June, 2 of the youngest members of the force were sent by train from Berlin to Hanover. By pretending to be homeless, it was hoped that they would come into contact with the killer. The luck that had 6 years earlier prevented the discovery of Friedel Roth's severed head returned to Harmon. At the station, the murderer met with a 15-year-old boy named Karl Fromm, who had once stayed with Harmon and Grans. Irritated by the boy's attitude, Harmon sought to make things difficult by claiming to railway police that the boy was traveling under false papers. Fromm turned the tables on his former host by charging that he had been molested during his stay at the Neuestrasse apartment. As the young police officers waited in the train station, hoping to be approached by the killer, Harmon was arrested. As he was still a suspect in the disappearances, police took the opportunity to search Harmon and Grans' apartment. There they found clothing belonging to many of the missing and murdered boys. While Harmon admitted to having sex with several of the missing boys, he maintained that he'd had nothing to do with their disappearances. He insisted that the items of clothing, which numbered in the hundreds, were just a part of his business as a dealer in used clothes. Gradually, however, evidence from other quarters was being gathered. Among those connecting the clothing dealer to the murders was a boy named Fritz Karlmeyer, who identified Harmon as the police officer who had accompanied him and his friend to a local circus on the evening of the latter's disappearance. After weeks of interrogation, with evidence mounting, Harmon confessed. On the 8th of July, 1924, 15 days after Harmon's arrest, police took Grans into custody. The subsequent trial, beginning on the 8th of December 1924, was as spectacular as it was bizarre. Harmon conducted his own defense in a casual manner, as if oblivious to the seriousness of the charges. Smiling, he told little jokes, smoked a cigar, and complained about the number of women in the courtroom. As always, Grans appeared in stark contrast. Charged with 2 counts of murder, he was serious and intense. The 2 men turned on each other, the bitterness escalating after Harmon accused his former lover of taking part in certain murders. When the trial drew to an end 9 days later, both men received death sentences. What followed was a twist worthy of de Maupassant. While working one day, a messenger came across a letter lying on a Hanover street. Addressed and ultimately delivered to Albert Grans, the father of Hans, the letter was a lengthy and detailed confession from Fritz Harmon, in which he, the butcher of Hanover, revealed that he had framed his former lover. After his father passed the letter on to the authorities, Grans was retried and received a sentence of 12 years. On the 15th of April, 1925, Harmon was beheaded. His life and crimes were adapted to the screen in the 1973 Uli Lommel film, Die Zärtlichkeit der Wölfe, The Tenderness of the Wolves. In 1995, Harmon's story returned to the screen in Der Todmacher, The Death Maker. Starring Götz George, the script often uses the butcher's own words as recorded in the files of Erich Schulze, one of the psychiatric experts who interviewed Harmon during his last days. But what of Hans Grans? After his release from prison, he returned to Hanover, where it seems he probably lived out the rest of his life. He is known to have been living in the city as late as the 1970s. Earl Nelson. In Edgar Allan Poe's classic 1841 short story, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, Detective C. Auguste Dupin is baffled by the strangulation of two women in what appears to be an inaccessible room off a street in Paris. His conclusion? The deaths were suffered at the hands of an orangutan, the escaped pet of a French sailor. Earl Nelson's victims were also women, at least 20, murdered in both the United States and Canada. Like Poe's orangutan, Nelson killed with his hands. Such was his strength that he earned the moniker the Gorilla Man. It cannot be said that Earl Leonard Nelson ever really knew his mother and father. Both died of syphilis within 18 months of his birth on the 12th of May, 1897. He was raised by his widowed grandmother in San Francisco, the city in which he was born. A devout Pentecostalist, Jenny Nelson was described as a distant woman. Most of her time and energy was spent in a constant struggle to maintain a household which included Earl and two of her own children. Nelson picked up on his grandmother's religious devotion, developing something of an obsession with the Bible. This did nothing to prevent him stealing from shopkeepers or behaving badly at school. He was expelled for the first time at the age of 7. 4 years later, Nelson suffered a horrific accident, which some speculate may have contributed to his actions later in life. Riding a bicycle, he passed in front of a streetcar and was hit. He landed on his head, creating a wound that left him unconscious. It wasn't until 10 days later that he was able to leave his bed. Always a poor student, at 14 years of age, Nelson left school for good. During the same year, his grandmother died, and he went to live with his Aunt Lillian and her husband. He began to work, but seemed incapable of maintaining employment. Often he would simply wander away from a job, never to return. Although his aunt would later say that he was like a child in this respect, Nelson soon adopted some very adult habits. When he was 15 years old, he began to drink heavily and frequent the brothels of the city's Barbary Coast district. He would go out on binges for days, even weeks at a time. These disappearances, Nelson explained to his aunt and uncle, were simply a result of his looking for work. Indeed, he always managed to contribute financially to the household. However, in the spring of 1915, a partial explanation for their nephew's absences was revealed when Nelson was caught after burgling a cabin in Northern California. At 18, he was sentenced to 2 years at San Quentin Prison. His release took place in April 1917, just weeks after the United States entered the First World War. Nelson enlisted under his name at birth, Earl Leonard Farrell, but soon lost interest. Mere weeks after enlisting, he went AWOL. Nelson made his way to Salt Lake City, where, rather incredibly, he enlisted in the United States Navy. By May, he was in San Francisco, working as a cook at the Mare Island Naval Base. He again deserted. However, these two experiences did not prevent Nelson from enlisting for a third time. As a private in the Medical Corps, his third attempt at service lasted a total of 6 weeks and ended in desertion. In March 1918, he returned to the Navy. This time, Nelson chose not to desert. Rather, he simply refused to work. The next month, he was placed under observation in the Mare Island Naval Hospital. After 3 weeks, as his 21st birthday approached, Nelson was transferred to the Napa State Mental Hospital. He escaped 3 times from the hospital, a feat that earned him the nickname Houdini. After the third success, instead of attempting to track him down, officials chose to simply let Nelson go. He returned to San Francisco and the home of his Aunt Lillian, who helped him get janitorial work at nearby St. Mary's Hospital. It was there that he met and fell in love with a maternity ward cleaning woman named Mary Martin, a 58-year-old gray-haired spinster. She must have appeared an odd match for the 22-year-old Nelson. On the 15th of August, 1919, the couple wed. As might be anticipated, the marriage was a disaster. When not demanding sex, Nelson preferred to place his wife in the position of a maternal figure. Mary struggled to deal with these roles while being exposed to her husband's bizarre habits. He often went days without bathing, yet changed his clothing several times a day. Many of his outfits he made from Mary's old dresses. Invariably, the results were laughable. As the relationship deteriorated, affection was replaced by jealousy. The level of Nelson's rage seemed to increase in the summer following the marriage after he fell from a tree, landing on his head. He suffered a severe concussion and was hospitalized. 2 days later, he fled the hospital, arriving home with a turban of gauze around his head. Mary's brother encouraged her to divorce Nelson, but as a devout Catholic, she would not hear of it. Before the end of the year, they had moved in with his Aunt Lillian. Back in the house, Nelson resumed some of his old habits, among them disappearing without explanation for days on end. In the spring of 1921, the couple relocated to Palo Alto, where they both found jobs cleaning and maintaining a private girls' school. Within days, Nelson had demonstrated to all concerned that he was unbalanced. After one particularly frightening and violent scene witnessed by the girls eating in the school dining hall, Mary asked her husband to leave their home. The next day, Nelson returned to the school and threatened his wife. He ran off before the police arrived. Now, without a job or a home, his marriage for all intents and purposes over, Nelson was adrift. Within a few days, on the 19th of May, 1921, he attempted to commit his first murder. The intended victim was a 12-year-old girl named Mary Summers. Nelson had gained access to the Summers' home by pretending to be a plumber sent to fix a gas leak. Not more than a few minutes into his visit, Nelson's hands were around the young girl's neck. Mary Summers' cries quickly brought her 24-year-old brother, who fought the assailant. Although he managed to flee the scene, Nelson was soon captured by police. The next month, he was declared dangerous to be at large and was sent to Napa State Mental Hospital. It was the very same facility from which he had escaped 3 times, the last time only 2 years earlier. Diagnosed as a psychopath, he appeared impervious to treatment. Early in his 3rd year at the hospital, he gave warning that he would soon escape. On the 23rd of November, 1923, he did just as he'd promised, showing up in the middle of the night at his Aunt Lillian's house. She gave her nephew some clothing and, arguing that he would be tracked down to the house, urged Nelson on his way. The aunt then called the authorities. Within 2 days of his 4th escape, Nelson had been captured and was back at the hospital. He received a further 16 months of treatment, after which he was released. The date was the 13th of June, 1925, nearly 4 years to the day since he'd tried to murder Mary Summers. Now 29 years old, a seemingly remorseful Nelson managed to convince his wife Mary to accept him back into her life and home. Although he appeared nonviolent, she still found it difficult to deal with her husband's eccentricities. It must therefore have seemed something of a blessing when he again began to roam. What she couldn't have known was that these absences often brought with them death. The victim of Nelson's first murder was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old spinster who operated several rooming houses in the San Francisco area. On the 20th of February, 1926, he gained entrance to one of her houses by pretending to be a prospective renter. As she showed Nelson an attic room, he attacked, strangling the landlady and raping her corpse. 10 days later, another landlady, Laura Beale, suffered a similar fate. Newspapers picked up on the common features of the 2 murders, and on the basis of witness descriptions of the suspect, dubbed the murderer the Dark Strangler. Several months passed without incident. Both police and reporters had assumed that the murderer had left the Bay Area, when, on the 10th of June, he struck again. The victim this time was Lillian St. Mary, a 63-year-old widow who had begun accepting boarders in her expansive San Francisco home. Strangled, then raped, her body was found lying on a bed in one of the vacant rooms. 2 weeks later, Nelson killed and raped the proprietress of another rooming house, Ollie Russell. In doing so, he had pulled a cord so tightly around her neck that it had torn through the skin, leaving the mattress bloody. Mrs. Russell's rooming house was located in Santa Barbara, 540 kilometers south of San Francisco. It soon became apparent to authorities that the Dark Strangler was on the move. On the 16th of August, Nelson murdered Mary Nisbet, who, with her husband, owned a small apartment building. 2 months later, the body of a youngish divorcee, Beata Withers, was discovered stuffed into a trunk in the attic of a boarding house in Portland, Oregon. The very next day, a 59-year-old landlady named Virginia Grant was found behind the basement furnace of one of her buildings. 2 days later, the body of yet another landlady, Mabel Fluke, was discovered. As the city of Portland recoiled in horror, some in San Francisco maintained that the Dark Strangler still walked among them. It seemed that any crime involving strangulation was being blamed on the mysterious killer. In fact, Nelson did return to San Francisco and on the 18th of November murdered a housebound widow. It would be his final killing in the city of his birth. 6 days later, Nelson was in Seattle, 1,300 kilometers to the north, where he killed a moneyed woman by the name of Florence Fithian Monks. Other murders followed. Blanche Myers of Portland, Mrs. John Brerard of Council Bluffs, Iowa, and Bonnie Pace of Kansas City, Missouri. Perhaps the most inhumane of all Nelson's murders was discovered on the 28th of December, when Marius Harpin returned from work to his Kansas City home to find both his 28-year-old wife and his 8-month-old son strangled. The death toll rises. After lying low for several months, Nelson resumed his activities in April 1927, killing women in Philadelphia, Buffalo, Detroit, and Chicago. By the 4th of June, the death toll had reached 20, including that of the infant Robert Harpin. All over the United States, the authorities were hunting the man known through the popular press as the Dark Strangler, Jack the Strangler, and the Gorilla Man. Nelson could not have escaped the accounts of his murders in the press. Perhaps he felt that his luck could not continue. Whatever the reason, on the 8th of June 1927, he decided to cross the international border north of Noyes, Minnesota, entering Canada at Emerson, Manitoba. Just outside the border town, he was picked up hitchhiking by a motorist bound for Winnipeg, and by late afternoon had rented a room in the home of a woman named Catherine Hill. Uncharacteristically, Nelson let his new landlady be. Instead of killing her, he spent a good 20 minutes talking about the Bible. 4 days later, hours before the start of what would have been her 14th birthday, the body of Lola Cowan was found beneath the bed in the room that Nelson had rented. The smell of death had led to the discovery. The girl had been dead for nearly 72 hours. The discovery of Lola Cowan's body followed that of another of Nelson's victims, a young wife and mother named Emily Patterson, who had been found the previous evening. Winnipeg police and the Manitoba Provincial Police were already looking for the murderer, who they suspected was the Gorilla Man responsible for the atrocities south of the border. By the time the bodies had been found, the killer had left the city. No doubt Nelson thought he would be able to continue as he had for the previous 16 months. It took him only a couple of days to reach Regina, 570 kilometers to the west. He arrived before the discovery of the 2 bodies in Winnipeg. When it broke, on the 13th of June, the news was on the front page of every daily in Western Canada and was accompanied by a description that was all too accurate. Nelson made his way south, intending to flee into the United States, and on the 15th of June was caught within 6 kilometers of the border. Nelson was placed in a jail at Killarney, Manitoba. There, the man who had 4 times escaped from the Napa State Mental Hospital succeeded in picking the 2 padlocks of his cell door. He managed 9 more hours of freedom before being picked up. There would be no further escapes for the gorilla man. Neither his wife nor his Aunt Lillian could help him this time. Both traveled to Winnipeg, where Nelson stood trial for the murders of Lola Cowan and Emily Patterson. It was hoped that their testimonies would help bolster the argument put forward by the defense that Nelson was not sane. On the 13th of January, 1928, he was hanged by Arthur Ellis, the pseudonym used by the official executioner for the Dominion of Canada. Appropriately, the official cause of death was recorded as death by strangulation. Peter Curtin. Just you wait a little while. The nasty man in black will come. With his little chopper, he will chop you up. So begins M, the first sound film by the great German director Fritz Lang. The speaker is a young girl who is playing a schoolyard game. Although she is not seen again in the film, one presumes that she remains quite safe. The same cannot be said for another character, a schoolgirl named Elsie Beckmann, who soon falls victim to a serial killer of children. The murderer is portrayed by Peter Lorre, and the character he plays, Hans Beckert, is thought to have been based on a man named Peter Curtin. Lang always denied that he'd used Curtin as a model, and it must be said that there are great differences between the two, the foremost being that Curtin's crimes were so much more horrific than anything that had been portrayed on film. Born on the 26th of May, 1883, at Mulheim, Germany, the man who has come to be called the Vampire of Dusseldorf was the third of 13 children. Raised in poverty, as a child, Curtin witnessed his alcoholic father's repeated sexual assaults on his mother and at least one of his sisters. He himself suffered through years of vicious beatings by the head of the household. Curtin turned to petty crime and several times attempted to run away from home. Late in life, Curtin claimed that as a child he had actually murdered 2 young friends while swimming in the Rhine, holding each under water until they drowned. He also claimed to have befriended a local dog catcher who taught him how to masturbate and torture the dogs they caught together. It is thought that during this period, he also engaged in bestiality. In 1894, the family moved to Dusseldorf. He continued in his petty thievery and was soon serving the first of what would be a series of 27 short prison sentences. In fact, Curtin would spend most of his life incarcerated in one institution or another. While in custody, he would make a point of committing minor offenses in order to be placed in solitary confinement. Once alone, Curtin would dream of mass murder. He found these fantasies sexually stimulating. For a time, beginning in 1899, he lived with a masochistic prostitute who was twice his age. On the 25th of May, 1913, Curtin committed his first provable murder during what would otherwise have been a routine burglary. His victim, a 13-year-old named Christine Klein, was strangled and sexually assaulted. She died after Curtin cut open her throat. The next day, he sat drinking in a cafe across the street from the murder scene, reading descriptions in the newspaper and eavesdropping on the conversations going on about him. In addition to murder and stealing, Curtin had for many years been committing acts of arson. It was the sight of destruction, including that of human life, which excited him to the point of climax. His 1921 marriage had no erotic appeal. He would later say that the union had been made for companionship alone. For many years, it seems that arson and quite likely rape satisfied his desires. This changed suddenly and dramatically on the 8th of February, 1929, when he sexually assaulted and killed an 8-year-old named Rosa Oliger. Found the next day beneath a hedge, the body of the dead girl bore 13 stab wounds. Curtin had doused the corpse with gasoline and set it alight, an act that brought him to orgasm. 5 days later, he grabbed a woman off the street and stabbed her 24 times. Incredibly, she survived the assault. Curtin found that visits to the scene of the crime would stimulate him sexually. The next victim, a 45-year-old mechanic, was killed on the 18th of February. Curtin had stabbed the man 20 times, including several times to the head. There followed 6 months of what seems to have been inactivity, during which a mentally handicapped man named Strasberg confessed to Curtin's crimes. He was committed to an asylum. On the 21st of August, Curtin resumed his attacks in dramatic fashion, stabbing 3 people out walking through the Dusseldorf suburb of Lierenfeld. 2 nights later, he came upon 2 girls, 5-year-old Gertrude Hammacher and her 14-year-old foster sister, Louise Lenzen, walking home from the annual fair in the town of Flea. Curtin asked Louise to get him some cigarettes and sent the girl, money in hand, back to the fairground. While Louise was away, he strangled Gertrude and cut her throat. When Louise returned from the errand, she was strangled and decapitated. The next day, he propositioned a servant girl named Gertrude Schulte. When she replied that she'd rather die than have sex with him, Curtin stabbed her, saying, "Die, then." Schulte survived and was able to provide an accurate description of her assailant. Curtin then inexplicably put down his knife. His next victims were both beaten to death, a young girl named Ida Reuter in September, and another servant girl, Elizabeth Dorer, in October. 2 other women were also beaten, both with a hammer, but survived. On the 7th of November, he abducted a 5-year-old girl named Gertrude Albermann. The 2-day search for the missing girl came to an end after Curtin sent a detailed letter to a local newspaper in which the location of the girl's body was revealed. She had been stabbed 35 times. It would prove to be Curtin's final murder. More hammer attacks, none of them fatal, took place during the months of February and March 1930. Then, on the 14th of May, he encountered Maria Budlik, yet another servant girl. She had traveled from Cologne to Dusseldorf in search of work. On the railway platform, she met a man who offered to show her the way to the local hostel. As Budlik walked with the man, she was reminded of newspaper stories she'd read about murders in Dusseldorf and refused to go any further. An argument ensued, only to be broken up by the arrival of another man, Peter Curtin. Budlik accompanied the man she thought of as her rescuer to his home, where she was fed. Curtin then led the girl into the local woods and raped her. Although he had been certain that Budlik would not be able to lead police to his home, within days, Curtin realized he'd been wrong. Finding he was under police surveillance, he confessed all his crimes to his wife and urged her to turn him in for reward money. After some reluctance, she had proposed a suicide pact. Curtin's wife agreed. He was arrested on the 24th of May. While in prison awaiting trial, Curtin relayed details of his life and crimes to German psychologist Karl Berg. The murderer dictated vivid accounts of a total of 79 crimes, which he numbered and presented in chronological order. Berg would later use the interviews as the foundation for his 1932 book on Curtin, entitled Der Sadist. In April 1931, Curtin was put on trial for 9 murders and 7 attempted murders. He pleaded not guilty, stating that his confession was only an attempt to secure a lucrative reward for his wife. However, as the trial progressed, he changed his plea to guilty and, as he had with Berg, began to talk openly and in great detail about his crimes. M leaves the viewer with an ambiguous ending. Hans Beckert, the Laurie character, is about to receive his sentence, but the film finishes before it is pronounced. Will Beckert be sentenced to death? Or will he be found insane? Peter Curtin's fate is much more clear. Found guilty on the morning of the 2nd of July, 1931, he was executed in Cologne by guillotine. His final wish was that he might remain alive long enough to hear the blood flowing out of his severed head. Karl Panzram. As the moment of his execution approached, when serial killer Karl Panzram was asked whether he had any last words, he is reported to have turned to his executioner and said, "Hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard! I could kill 10 men while you're fooling around." It was probably not much of an exaggeration. Much of what we know about Panzram comes from his autobiography, published 40 years after his death. It is a well-written and articulate account of his life, not at all what one would expect from someone with limited formal education. The man who had come to murder dozens was born to a Prussian immigrant couple on the 28th of June, 1891, on a Minnesota farm near the Canadian border. He and his 6 siblings were raised in poverty, a situation made worse when his father deserted the family. This shameful act took place when Karl Panzram was 7 years old. A year later, the boy was arrested for the very adult crime of being drunk and disorderly. He was soon committing burglary, and at the age of 11 was sent to the Minnesota State Training School, a reform institution. Panzram's claims, made late in life, that he was beaten and sexually abused are probably true. That he also committed his first murder there, the victim being a 12-year-old boy, has not been verified. In July 1905, he burnt one of the school's buildings to the ground. Evidently, he wasn't a suspect in the destruction, as he was released just a few months later. He enrolled in another school, but was soon in conflict with one of the teachers. The dispute was elevated to such a point that Panzram brought a handgun to class, intending to murder the instructor in front of his fellow students. The scheme collapsed when the gun fell to the floor during a struggle. He left the school and the family farm and started riding the rails. Any feeling of freedom the 14-year-old might have felt in this transient lifestyle probably came to an end when he was gang-raped by 4 men. For the rest of his 39 years, Panzram was enraged by the pain and humiliation he had suffered through the incident. As part of some warped idea of revenge, he went on to forcibly sodomize more than 1,000 boys and men. Mere months after having left the Minnesota State Training School, Panzram was again in reform school, again for having committed burglary. He soon escaped with another inmate named Jimmy Benson. They remained together for a time, moving around the American Midwest, causing havoc, burgling houses, and stealing from churches before setting them on fire. After they split up, Panzram joined the United States Army. It was a strange choice of profession, one for which he was ill-suited. During his brief stint in service, he was charged with insubordination, jailed numerous times for petty offenses, and ultimately was found guilty on 3 counts of larceny. Panzram received a dishonorable discharge, and on the 20th of April, 1908, was sentenced to 3 years of hard labor at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. In prison, the 16-year-old Panzram was beaten and chained to a 50-pound metal ball, which he was made to carry. He dreamed of escape, but found it impossible. It was only after serving his 3-year sentence that he finally got out. Panzram returned to his old transient lifestyle, moving through Kansas, Texas, California, Oregon, Washington, Utah, and Idaho. He committed burglary, arson, robbery, and rape. In his autobiography, Panzram writes that he spent all his spare change on bullets and for fun would take shots at farmers' windows and livestock. Another story involves a railway policeman whom Panzram raped at gunpoint. He forced two hobos to witness the act and then recreate it themselves. He was arrested many times and served a number of sentences under a variety of assumed names. After his second incarceration and escape from Oregon State Prison, Panzram made his way to the East Coast. Ending up in New Haven, Connecticut, in the summer of 1920, Panzram burgled the home of former United States President William H. Taft, the man who had once signed the papers sentencing him to 3 years in prison at Fort Leavenworth. The haul from the Taft mansion far exceeded previous burglaries. After fencing the goods in Manhattan's Lower East Side, Panzram bought a yacht. He then sailed the East River, breaking into the yachts of the wealthy moored along his route. He took to hiring unemployed sailors as deckhands. In the evenings, he would drug his crew, sodomize them, shoot each in the head with a pistol stolen from the Taft house, and throw their bodies overboard. After about 3 weeks, Panzram's routine came to an end when his yacht was caught in an August gale and sank. He swam to shore with 2 sailors, whom he never saw again. Following a 6-month sentence for burglary and possession of a loaded gun, Panzram stowed away on a ship bound for Angola. While in the employ of the Sinclair Oil Company, he sodomized and murdered a young boy. He later hired 6 locals to act as guides and assist in a crocodile hunting expedition. Once downriver, with crocodiles in sight, he shot all 6 and fed the men to the beasts. After traveling along the Congo River and robbing farmers on the Gold Coast, he made his way back across the Atlantic. Following his return to the United States, Panzram continued where he left off, committing robbery, burglary, and sodomy. These routine crimes were punctuated by the murders of 3 boys. Each was raped before being killed. On the 26th of August, 1923, Panzram broke into the Larchmont, New York train depot and was going through the stored baggage when he was confronted by a policeman. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, most of which were served at Clinton Prison in upstate New York. True to character, Panzram made no attempt to become a model prisoner. During his first months at Clinton, he tried to firebomb the workshops, clubbed one of the guards on the back of the head, and, of course, attempted to escape. This final act had consequences with which he would struggle for the rest of his life. The incident began when Panzram failed in his attempt to climb a prison wall. He fell nearly 10 meters, landing on a concrete step. Though his ankles and legs were broken and his spine severely injured, he received no medical attention for 14 months. The months of agony Panzram endured intensified his hatred, and he began to draw up elaborate plans to kill on a mass scale. One scheme involved blowing up a railway tunnel, then releasing poison gas into the area of the wreck. When he was finally released from Clinton in July 1928, Panzram emerged a crippled man. However, his diminished capacity did nothing to prevent his return to crime. During the first 2 weeks of freedom, he averaged approximately 1 burglary each day. More seriously, on the 26th of July, 1928, he strangled a man during a robbery in Philadelphia. By August, Panzram was again in custody. Perhaps realizing that he would never again leave prison, he confessed to 22 murders, including those of 2 of the 3 boys in the summer of 1923. On the 12th of November, he went on trial for burglary and housebreaking. Acting in his own defense, he used the courtroom as a stage from which to scare the jury and threaten witnesses. By the end of the day, he had been found guilty on all counts and was sentenced to a total of 25 years in prison. On the 1st of February, 1929, he arrived at the United States Penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas. It was an area of the country he knew well. 20 years earlier, he had served time at the nearby military prison. Standing before his new warden on that first day, Panzram warned, "I'll kill the first man that bothers me." true to his word, on the 20th of June, 1929, Panzram took an iron bar and brought it down with force on the head of Robert Warnke, his supervisor in the prison laundry. When the other prisoners attempted to escape, Panzram began chasing them around the room, breaking bones. He was tried for Warnke's murder on the 14th of April, 1930. Again, he undertook his own defense, smugly challenging the prosecutor to find him guilty. It wasn't a difficult challenge. When the judge sentenced Panzram to hang, he was threatened by the condemned man. On the 5th of September 1930, Panzram was hanged. Many organizations had worked to prevent the execution, much to Panzram's annoyance. 9 months before his death, he wrote to one such organization, the Society for the Abolishment of Capital Punishment. "The only thanks you and your kind will ever get from me for your efforts on my behalf is that I wish you all had one neck and that I had my hands on it." The Lust Killers. In the 1960s, a new term, lust killers, was coined to cover what appeared to be a series of psychopathic sexual predators. Some of these men mutilated sexual organs, performed acts of necrophilia, and positioned the bodies of their victims in sexually suggestive poses, while others committed none of these crimes at all. However, all the lust killers had one thing in common: the attainment of sexual gratification through murder. Harvey Glattman. As a child, Harvey Glattman was taunted in the schoolyard. His large ears and buck teeth earned him nicknames like Weasel and Chipmunk. As he grew older, his looks did not improve. His only recorded date was with a beautiful woman whom he killed. Born in New York in 1927, Glattman was a peculiar child. This observation, first made when he was a baby, was shared by his parents. Alternately giggling or crying, his emotional reactions seemed to have no connection to his environment. He appeared to display no interest in his toys or anything else for that matter. In private, however, he was cultivating an obsession with things sexual, particularly acts involving sadomasochistic behavior. Decades later, on the witness stand, Glattman's mother would trace her son's fascination back to the age of 4, when she had caught him pulling a piece of string he had tied around his penis. In school, Glattman proved to be studious, preferring the classroom to the playground, where he would be obliged to interact with other children. He was frightened of girls his age, who often joined the boys in making fun of his looks. The schoolyard taunts began afresh in a different location after the family left the Bronx for a new life in Denver, Colorado. At a very early age, he discovered autoerotic asphyxia and would use ropes in self-induced strangulation while masturbating. When Glattman was 11 years old, his parents discovered their son's pastime and sought the advice of a medical doctor. The result was that he took greater caution not to be caught in the future. As he entered his teenage years, he developed a bad case of acne, which only contributed to his isolation from others in his age group. In public, an accomplished student, he began to secretly break into private homes. Glattman's motivation was not material, but the thrill derived from a risky act. Usually, but not always, he would steal a souvenir with which to remember his adventure. A stolen handgun was among his most prized possessions. Eventually, the break-ins evolved into a more dangerous and violent act. Glattman took to prowling the streets, looking for attractive women. Once an appealing subject had been spotted, she would be followed home. Later that evening, Glattman would return, break into the house, tie up his victim, and gag her mouth. He would then fondle the women, often through their clothes. They would never be fully undressed. Nightly activities. Glattman's parents, believing an improbable story that their son had joined in extracurricular activities with schoolmates, were not suspicious of his nightly absences. On the 18th of May 1945, carrying a handgun and some rope, he was caught by police while attempting to break into a woman's apartment. Taken into custody, he confessed to several burglaries, none of which involved bondage and molestation. While awaiting trial for burglary, he committed a much more serious crime in abducting an attractive woman named Noreen Laurel. After tying her up, he drove 50 kilometers into Sunshine Canyon, where she was fondled. Later, he drove his captive back to Denver, where she was released. Laurel went directly to the police and identified her abductor from a picture in a book of mugshots. Glattman was again arrested. That November, he was sentenced to 1 year in Colorado State Prison. This model student also seemed a model inmate. 8 months into the sentence, he was paroled. Accompanied by his mother, who was well aware of her son's reputation in Colorado, Glattman relocated to Yonkers, New York. He obtained a job as a television repairman, a trade he had learnt while incarcerated. Glattman waited until his mother left before resuming the lifestyle that had caused so much trouble. Well aware that for a parolee, possession of a handgun could lead to an extremely long prison sentence, he purchased a realistic-looking cap gun. On the 17th of August, a mere 3 weeks after leaving the Colorado State Prison, Glattman pulled the cap gun on a young couple. The incident departed from that of a typical mugging when he produced a rope and bound the legs of the male. Pressing the cap gun against her stomach, Glattman was fondling the female's breasts when the boyfriend managed to escape his bonds. He grabbed the assailant from behind, but was stabbed in the shoulder. Glattman escaped and was soon on the move to Albany. 5 days later, he assaulted an off-duty nurse, but she started to fight back as he was tying her wrists. Again, Glattman ran away. He then mugged 2 young women. Within days, Glattman was caught. In October, having received a 5 to 10 year sentence, he was living at New York's Elmira Reformatory. Upon reaching the age of 21, he was transferred to the famous Sing Sing Correctional Facility, but not before having been diagnosed as having a psychopathic personality. Again, Glattman proved to be an exemplary inmate, so much so that he was granted parole after having served just over half of his 5-year minimum sentence. Obliged to stay in his parents' custody, he returned to Denver, where he began the first of what would be a long series of jobs. In September 1956, Glattman was released from parole. No longer required to live in Denver, he drove around the westernmost states. After 4 months, he settled in Los Angeles. Glattman set himself up as a television repairman and returned to photography, a hobby he'd had as a teenager. In the evenings, he took advantage of local modeling agencies, which offered girls and women willing to pose semi-nude or nude. On the afternoon of the 1st of August, 1957, he brought a 19-year-old model named Judy Dull to his apartment. Told that the photographs had been commissioned for a true crime magazine, Dull was bound and gagged. Once she was secure, Glattman threatened the model with a gun, taking pictures all the while. From time to time, he would untie Dull's legs, rape her, and again replace the ropes. As the day drew to a close, he announced that the time had come to let her go. With her wrists tied, Dull was led to Glattman's car and made to sit inside. The television repairman drove for 2 hours, pointing his gun at Dull, until he had passed Thousand Palms, 200 kilometers away from Los Angeles. According to Glattman, while pretending to release the model, he used the ropes deftly to break her neck. He then arranged her body for a few more photographs. Glattman's next victim was a 24-year-old named Shirley Ann Bridgeford, whom he met through the Patty Sullivan Lonely Hearts Club. Calling himself George Williams, on the 7th of March, 1958, he arrived at her home for what was meant to be a first date. There, he was introduced to several of Bridgeford's relatives. He was supposed to take his date out to dinner, followed by square dancing. They did share a meal, but afterwards Glatman drove with Bridgeford into the Vallecito Mountains. After raping her, Glatman used flashbulbs to take photographs of his victim in the dark countryside. He then waited for the sun to come up so he could take even more pictures. Eventually, he strangled Bridgeford with a rope and took additional photographs of her corpse. 4 months later, he returned to the Vallecito Mountains with a model named Ruth Mercado. He had already raped the 24-year-old in her Los Angeles apartment. There in the wilderness, Glatman raped her again, had her pose for photographs, and strangled her with a rope. Other models were much more lucky. They were hired, photographed, and returned home, unaware that they had been in the company of a rapist and murderer. He had begun to use Diane's Studio, an agency that was more respectable and pricier than his former choices. On the 27th of October, he hired Lorraine Vigil, the agency's newest model. From the time he picked her up, at 8 in the evening, Vigil was careful around Glatman. Caution turned to suspicion when Glatman changed the location of their shoot. When she confronted him verbally, Glatman pulled over to the side of the road, took out a handgun, and told her to hold out her arms. He attempted to tie her wrists, but she fought back, holding on to the barrel of the gun. It fired through Vigil's skirt, the bullet skimming her thigh. She then kicked open the door and, holding the gun, fell out onto the gravel shoulder of the road. Glatman was grabbing at her sweater, trying to pull Vigil back inside, when he was interrupted by the headlights of a passing police car. Whimpering, Glatman was arrested and taken to Orange County, where under interrogation he confessed to the murders of Judy Dull, Shirley Ann Bridgeford, and Ruth Mercado. He surely knew it was only a matter of time before the authorities came upon his collection of their photographs. Glatman's trial was a short one. At its center was the playing of a 4-hour taped confession in which the accused described in detail and without emotion each of the 3 murders. On the 15th of December, 1958, Glatman was condemned to death. During the 9-month wait until his execution date, Glatman was held at San Quentin State Prison. He was separated from the rest of the inmates. His home was a cell that would a decade later hold Charles Manson. On the 18th of September, 1959, Glatman was taken to the prison gas chamber. After he was strapped to a chair, the door was sealed and sodium cyanide pellets were dropped. He took just under 9 minutes to die. The Boston Strangler. Albert DeSalvo's father, Frank DeSalvo, was a Newfoundland fisherman who had found work in Boston as a machinist. A sadistic monster, he would beat his wife and 6 children on a regular basis. Fists, belts, and pipes were used for the smallest of indiscretions. As a boy, Albert DeSalvo witnessed his father beat his mother until all her teeth had fallen out. Then, as she lay on the floor in pain, Frank DeSalvo took his wife's hands and proceeded to break each finger in turn. His father would repeatedly pick up prostitutes, bring them into the family home, and have intercourse with them in front of his children. Forever being arrested for not supporting his family, Frank DeSalvo once attempted to relieve the financial burden by selling Albert and his 4 sisters to a farmer for $9. Many serial killers suffered as children, and Albert DeSalvo's early years appear to have been exceptionally horrific. Might his tragic childhood have influenced his future as a serial killer, as some have claimed? Or might there be something else in play? After all, none of DeSalvo's siblings became murderers. Perhaps, though, these are the wrong questions. A better one might be, was Albert DeSalvo really the Boston Strangler? The murders attributed to the Boston Strangler begin on the 14th of June, 1962, with that of Anna Slessers. The body of this 55-year-old Latvian seamstress was discovered in the early evening when her son arrived at her apartment, intending to take her to church. He thought initially that his mother had committed suicide. Indeed, the fear had led him to break down her door when she hadn't responded to his knocking. However, the police quickly came to a different conclusion. Slessor's body was found half-clothed in a robe lying on the bathroom floor. It was obvious that she had been sexually assaulted and then killed. Death had been brought about by the cord of the robe, which had been tightly knotted around her neck. Slessor's apartment appeared to have been burgled, though many valuables had been overlooked. The police theorized that the murderer's original plan had been to steal from the apartment, but had come across Slessor's, who he then molested. Their supposition would be questioned when 16 days later, a 68-year-old named Nina Nichols was found dead in her apartment. As with the Latvian seamstress, Nichols had been sexually assaulted. She had been killed by a nylon stocking tied around her neck. The victim's apartment bore signs of a burglary, but again, most valuables had been left behind. Oddly, the murderer appeared to have gone through Nichols' mail and her address book. Later that day, the body of another woman was found in the Boston suburb of Lynn, some 25 kilometers to the north. The victim, 65-year-old Helen Blake, had been sexually assaulted and strangled with a nylon stocking. Her apartment had been ransacked. After the discovery of 2 bodies in a single day, the Boston Police Department issued a warning to all women in the area, advising them to be wary of strangers and to ensure every door was locked. All detectives in the force were transferred to the case, police holidays were postponed, and a thorough investigation of all known sex offenders was undertaken. However, these efforts did nothing to prevent the Boston Strangler, as he had come to be known, from striking again. On the 19th of August, a 75-year-old widow, Ida Erga, was murdered in the city's West End. Efforts had been made to arrange the corpse to suggest an obstetrical examination. Also, it faced the door, so was the first thing seen upon entering. Although a pillowcase was knotted about her neck, Erga had died from manual strangulation. Her body lay undiscovered for 2 days. Before it was found, the strangler had already murdered another woman, a 67-year-old nurse named Jane Sullivan, on the other side of the city. Her body was found in the apartment bathtub, a nylon stocking knotted around her neck. But the corpse had been lying in the August heat for 10 days and was in such a state of decomposition that police were unable to determine whether or not the victim had been sexually assaulted. Nonetheless, police estimated that Ida Erga and Jane Sullivan had been murdered within 24 hours of one another. Many studying the Boston Strangler describe his murders as having taken place in 2 ways. The first begins with the 14th of June 1962 murder of Anna Slessor's and ends less than 10 weeks later with Jane Sullivan's killing. What followed was more than 3 months of inactivity. When the Boston Strangler resumed, his preference in victims appeared to have switched from older to younger women. The first victim of the second wave was Sophie Clark, an attractive 20-year-old medical student, murdered just a few blocks away from what had been Anna Slessor's apartment. She had been strangled using a nylon stocking. A half-slip had also been placed around her neck. This time, there was no evidence of sexual assault, perhaps due to the fact that she was menstruating. Semen was found close to her body on the living room rug. The Strangler's next victim, 23-year-old Patricia Bissett, was murdered on the morning of the 31st of December 1962. Her body was found lying face up in bed, covers drawn over her neck. When removed, they revealed that Bissett had been strangled with several stockings and a blouse, knotted and interwoven. She had also been raped. As the first months of 1963 passed without incident, hopes began to rise that the Strangler would never strike again. However, on the 8th of May, the body of 23-year-old graduate student Beverly Sammons was discovered in her Boston apartment. Although 2 scarves and a nylon stocking had been knotted around her neck, they had played no role in her death. Rather, Sammons had been stabbed 17 times, including 4 wounds to the throat. There followed another quiet period. When the strangler resumed, he appeared to have returned to his original victim type. The body of Evelyn Corbin, a 58-year-old divorcee, was found in her bed. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled, with 2 stockings tied around her neck. On the 25th of November, the date on which the body of John F. Kennedy was being interred at Arlington National Cemetery, the killer struck again. His victim, 23-year-old Joanne Graff, was beaten, raped, and strangled with 2 nylon stockings and a black leotard. Macabre message. On the 4th of January, 1964, a 19-year-old named Mary Sullivan was sexually assaulted and killed. Her body was left sitting upright in bed, dressed only in a bra and open blouse. Around Sullivan's neck was a rope the strangler had made, consisting of a nylon stocking and 2 scarves. He had left a message for the authorities, a greeting card propped up against the corpse's left foot. It read, "Happy New Year." If those attempting to catch the Boston Strangler saw anything happy in the new year, it lay in the fact that he appeared to commit no further murders. There seemed to be no explanation for the inactivity. Then, in March 1965, they were provided with an answer when Albert DeSalvo, an inmate of the Massachusetts Correctional Institution, confessed to the murders. It appeared that they had unknowingly locked up the Boston Strangler months before. Born the 3rd of November, 1931, Albert Henry DeSalvo had progressed from a ghastly childhood to become a career criminal. He once stated that it had been his father who had taught him how to steal. DeSalvo's first arrest took place in November 1943, just after his 12th birthday, when he was charged with assault and battery with intent to commit robbery. He was sent to the Lyman School for Boys, the first reform school in the United States. DeSalvo's education at Lyman did nothing to curb his criminal behavior. Despite his shameful record, at the age of 17, he managed to join the United States Army. He was sent to Europe, where he met and married a German woman whom he brought back to the United States. He was then posted to Fort Hamilton, New York, and Fort Dix, New Jersey. It was while serving at the second of the 2 bases that DeSalvo was arrested for having molested a 9-year-old girl. He escaped prosecution only because the girl's mother didn't want to press charges. His sex drive was described as insatiable. He demanded sex from his wife 6 or more times a day. When she rebuffed his advances, DeSalvo would fly into a rage and accuse her of being frigid. Their relationship soured further after their first child was born with a pelvic disease. Fearing further children with birth defects, DeSalvo's wife all but curtailed their sex life. When he confessed to the murders that had been attributed to the Boston Strangler, DeSalvo was in prison for a string of seemingly unrelated assaults. The last, occurring on the 27th of October 1964, had led directly to his arrest. On that morning, DeSalvo broke into the apartment of a sleeping 20-year-old university student. After she was awoken, DeSalvo proceeded to tie the woman up and then fondle her. The victim's description led police to identify the assailant. When DeSalvo's photograph was published in Boston-area newspapers, other women identified him as the man who had assaulted them. DeSalvo was not a suspect in any of the strangling cases. His confession was made to fellow prisoner George Nasser, who reported it to F. Lee Bailey, his attorney. Bailey, in turn, took on DeSalvo as a client and represented him as he repeated his confession to the police. All who heard the prisoner speak were impressed by the accuracy with which he described the crime scenes. Though there were some inconsistencies, DeSalvo provided details that had not been made available to the public. To the tally of 11 murders attributed to the strangler, DeSalvo added 2 others. The first victim, a 68-year-old woman named Mary Brown, had been found bludgeoned, stabbed, and strangled in her home in Lawrence on the 6th of March, 1963. The second woman, also elderly, had been so frightened that she died of a heart attack before he could strangle her. However, not one piece of physical evidence was found at any of the crime scenes that could substantiate his story. Despite the 2,000-page transcript of his confession, DeSalvo stood trial only for the unrelated crimes of robbery and sexual assaults. In January 1967, he was sentenced to life in prison. The next month, he and 2 fellow inmates escaped from Bridgewater State Hospital, setting in motion a full-scale manhunt. DeSalvo left behind a note stating the escape was intended as a means of focusing attention on the conditions in the hospital and his own situation. He gave himself up the next day and was transferred to the maximum security Walpole State Prison. On the 25th of November, 1973, DeSalvo was found murdered in the prison infirmary. His killer, or killers, has never been identified. There have always been serious doubts as to whether DeSalvo was the Boston Strangler. At the time of his confession, it seems all who had known him, including police officers with whom DeSalvo had long histories, believed he was incapable of committing the crimes. Confusing the issue was the belief among many in the police department that there was no Boston Strangler. Rather, that the 11 murders were committed by 2 or more individuals. Today, skeptics of the idea that there was a single strangler point out that the victims came from different age and ethnic groups, and that there were very different patterns to the murders. Moreover, killing by strangulation in the Boston area did not end with Mary Sullivan, the supposed final victim. And then there was the matter of evidence. There was no physical evidence linking DeSalvo to any of the crime scenes. No witnesses could place him at or near any of the sites. Why would DeSalvo admit to these horrible crimes if he didn't actually commit them? One theory rests on DeSalvo's realization that he would likely be incarcerated for the rest of his life for the crimes of burglary and assault. Looking for a means with which to support his wife and children, he entered into an ill-fated scheme in which George Nasser would receive a significant reward for turning in DeSalvo as the Boston Strangler. Accordingly, the 2 men would have split the proceeds. DeSalvo once told F. Lee Bailey that he hoped to be able to provide for his family by writing a book on his crimes. He was murdered before ever being able to carry out the plan. Richard Speck. Richard Speck believed that he'd been born to raise hell. Indeed, as a teenager, he had had those very words tattooed on his arm. It was neither a young man's folly nor an idle boast. Richard Franklin Speck was born on the 6th of December 1941 in Kirkwood, Illinois, a small village of a few hundred people located midway between Chicago and Kansas City. The 7th of 8 children, he was very close to his father, Benjamin Speck. His young life was thrown into turmoil at the age of 6 when his father died. His mother relocated with some of the children, Richard included, to Fair Park, Texas, where she married a man named Carl Lindbergh. Speck watched as his mother, a religious woman with no tolerance for alcohol in the home, adapted to marriage with a drunken, violent man who had a history with the police. Speck came to hate his stepfather with the same passion he had shown in loving his father. In Texas, he was a poor student and demonstrated little interest in school. The 8th grade was the last he managed to complete. Before his 12th birthday, he had begun to drink, as both an escape and a means of countering severe headaches brought on, most likely, by a series of head injuries. Entering adolescence, Speck was arrested for the first time. His offense, trespassing, would soon be joined by charges of burglary and stabbing. In November 1962, he married a woman named Shirley Malone. The next year, the couple had a baby daughter. But his approach to the role of father was in stark contrast to that of Benjamin Speck. Convictions on theft, check fraud, and aggravated assault charges meant that he spent much of the marriage in prison. In January 1966, Speck's wife filed for divorce. She would claim that, on at least one occasion, he had raped her at knife point. Shortly thereafter, Speck was charged with a stabbing and burglary. Incredibly, he was let go after paying a fine of $10. With the support of his sister, he returned to the area of Illinois in which he had spent his early years. On the 2nd of April, an elderly local woman, Mrs. Virgil Harris, was attacked, bound, and raped. 9 days later, a barmaid named May K. Pierce was found dead behind Frank's Place, Speck's tavern of choice. He was questioned for the second crime, but became sick during the interrogation and was let go. Although he promised to return on the 19th of April, he never did. Local police tracked him to a hotel, but found he had run out just a few hours earlier. Left behind in Speck's room, they found a radio and jewelry belonging to Mrs. Harris. Speck seemed to have disappeared. In actual fact, he had found work on a ship on the Great Lakes. As he traveled, bodies seemed to appear in his wake. He was soon wanted for questioning about the disappearances of 3 females and the murders of 4 others. At approximately 11 o'clock on the evening of the 14th of July, 1966, a student nurse named Cora Amaral answered a knocking at the door to a townhouse dormitory in South Chicago. She was met by Speck, who was holding a handgun. Grabbing her by the arm, he made his way through the townhouse, threatening the women with his gun, until they'd all been gathered in one of the bedrooms. There were 6 of them altogether. Another student nurse, Gloria Davy, arrived home from a date and had the misfortune of stumbling into the scene. Speck would later claim that his original intention was simply to rob the women. Indeed, each was made to give him money from their purses. However, he was soon ripping sheets from one of the bunk beds, using the strips to tie each woman's wrists and ankles. He had completed this task when another 2 students, Suzanne Farris and Mary Ann Jordan, arrived home. When they came upon Speck and the bound women, they tried to flee the townhouse. Speck ran after the pair. They were forced into another of the bedrooms. He stabbed Jordan 3 times, including once in the eye. Farris was strangled with a white nurse's stocking and stabbed 18 times in the chest and neck. They were the first of 8 women who would die. Although he would later claim to have been high on alcohol and drugs, Speck spent the next several hours methodically removing the women from the room, either individually or in pairs. He would take each to another bedroom, where they would be beaten, raped, and stabbed. Cora Amaral managed to escape this fate by hiding under one of the beds and pressing herself as tightly as possible against the wall. Speck simply lost track of the number of women he had bound. It later came out that he had known 8 women lived in the dormitory, but was unaware that there had been one visitor. That visitor happened to be Amaral. After Speck left the dormitory, Amaral remained hidden, not daring to come out from under the bed until 5 the next morning. She ran to the balcony and began screaming, "They're all dead. All my friends are dead. Oh, God, I'm the only one alive." With a survivor on their hands, police moved quickly in identifying Speck. However, not all police officers had been alerted to the identity of the killer. 2 days after the murder, the police were called to a rundown hotel to investigate a complaint that a man named Staten had a gun in his room. Awakened by the cops, Staten gave his name as Richard Speck and explained the gun by saying that it belonged to a prostitute he'd picked up the night before. Satisfied, the police left. Drunk on beer and cheap wine, Speck kept moving through the low-rent areas of Chicago, always ahead of the police. However, by the 19th of July, his name and photograph were all over the front pages of the local newspapers. Speck bought these papers and a bottle of cheap wine, which he drank after returning to the cheap hotel room he'd rented. He then smashed the bottle and used the broken glass to slice open his wrist and inner elbow. He was discovered by the desk clerk and taken by ambulance to Cook County Hospital. It was Leroy Smith, the doctor who worked to save Speck's life, who identified the killer. He had read all about the wanted man and recognized the Born to Raise Hell tattoo from a newspaper description. While being treated, Speck told Smith that he had committed the murders of the 8 student nurses. However, it was a confession made under the influence of sedatives, and so could not be used in court. When he had recovered from his suicide attempt, Speck maintained that he had no memory of the evening in the dormitory. Speck's trial began on the 3rd of April, 1967. The evidence presented appeared overwhelming. At the center of those testifying was the survivor, Cora Amaral. When asked whether she could identify the man who had murdered her friends, she rose from her seat, unlatched the witness box door, walked across the courtroom, and stood pointing before Speck, saying, "This is the man." 2 weeks later, when asked for their decision, it took the jury just 49 minutes to declare Speck guilty and to recommend the death penalty. Speck was sentenced to death on the 5th of June, a conviction that set in motion over 5 years of legal maneuverings. The penultimate decision, made on the 21st of November, 1972, sentenced Speck to 8 consecutive terms of between 50 and 150 years. The following year, this was reduced to a new statutory maximum of 300 years. He was incarcerated at Stateville Correctional Center, a maximum security prison in Crest Hill, Illinois. Though he preferred solitary pastimes, such as stamp collecting, Speck was anything but a model prisoner. Most of his infractions involved drugs and bootleg alcohol. He sought and was denied parole on 6 different applications, the last being in 1990. Speck died of a heart attack on the 5th of December, 1991, the day before what would have been his 50th birthday. An autopsy performed on his brain revealed gross abnormalities. However, further examination and study was curtailed after samples disappeared. Speck's unclaimed body was eventually cremated. A service was held, attended only by the county coroner, a deputy, a newspaper columnist, and a pastoral worker. His ashes were spread in an undisclosed location. The death of Richard Speck was a news story for a day or two. Some media outlets provided summaries of his awful crimes. Then, just as Speck slowly began to fade from modern memory, in May 1996, a videotape surfaced. Believed to have been shot 2 years before his death, it features a bizarre-looking Speck with pendulous breasts, wearing blue silk panties. He is shown taking drugs and having sex. But more shocking than the visual images are Speck's words, answers to questions posed by another inmate. He describes the process and strength required in strangling someone to death. When asked about the deaths of the 8 nurses, he responds, "It just wasn't their night." Controversy followed. Some advocates of the death penalty used the tapes to support their cause. Others stated that it was obvious Speck was being forced by other inmates into the acts, and argued for penal reform. Edmund Kemper. It is sometimes claimed that serial killers want to be caught. Increasing sloppiness, risk-taking, and taunting yet revealing letters sent to the authorities are often cited as proof. Ultimately, this is nothing more than speculation. We cannot really know. However, it can be said with certainty that Edmund Kemper, the co-ed killer, wanted to be caught, and that's down to the simple fact that he actually turned himself in. Edmund Emil Kemper III was born on the 18th of December 1948 in Burbank, California, the home of the Walt Disney Company and Warner Brothers. An only son, he had one older and one younger sister. Kemper was named after his father, with whom he was extremely close. In 1957, his parents divorced, and his mother moved with the children to Helena, Montana. There, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from his father, Kemper suffered his mother's emotional abuse. She would often lock him in the basement, thinking that he would molest his sisters. While still a child, he began to torture and kill animals, and used his sister's dolls in acting out aberrant sexual fantasies and situations. On more than one occasion, his younger sister found that her dolls had been decapitated. In a favorite childhood game, Kemper would dream of his own execution, enlisting one of his sisters to lead him to a pretend electric chair. At the age of 13, he ran away from home and made his way back to California. His father, who had remarried, was somewhat less than pleased to see him. It was during the trip that Kemper learned he had a stepbrother, a boy who had replaced him in his father's affections. He was sent back to Montana, where he was equally unwelcome. As a 14-year-old, he was sent to live with his paternal grandparents, Maud and Edmund Kemper, on their 17-acre ranch in North Fork, California. Already considerably more than 6 feet tall, he was an awkward boy, both physically and socially. Despite his height, he was easily bullied. According to Kemper, his grandmother was another in a list of tormentors. On the afternoon of the 27th of August, 1964, the two argued, and taking the rifle given to him by his grandfather the previous Christmas, Kemper shot his grandmother once in the head and twice in the back. It was an impulsive act. His grandfather arrived home and was shot as he got out of his car. Kemper would later say that he killed his grandfather to spare the old man the discovery of his dead wife, killed by his grandson. After phoning his mother to tell her what he had done, Kemper called the local police and waited on the porch for their arrival. In custody, he was diagnosed as having paranoid schizophrenia and sent to the Atascadero State Hospital for the criminally insane. On his 21st birthday, the 18th of December 1969, against the wishes of several psychologists, he was released into his mother's care. She had moved back to California during her son's incarceration and was now living in Santa Cruz, a rapidly growing beach town to the south of San Francisco. Kemper attended community college and received high marks. He became friendly with various members of the Santa Cruz Police Department. For a time, he planned on becoming an officer, a dream that ended when he learned he was too tall. Now standing 6 feet 9 inches and weighing nearly 300 pounds, over 20 stone, Kemper was an imposing figure. He worked at a number of jobs before settling into a position as a laborer with the California Division of Highways, an occupation that had some relationship to his subsequent crimes. Kemper wasn't good with money, but he managed to save enough to move out of his mother's home and share an apartment with a roommate. He also purchased a motorcycle, which played a part in 2 separate accidents. As a result of one of these, Kemper received a settlement of $15,000. He used this money to buy a yellow Ford Galaxy and began to cruise the area along the Pacific coast in search of female hitchhikers. By his own estimation, he generously provided rides to approximately 150 young women and girls, all the while slowly and deliberately gathering items of sinister purpose in his trunk: knives, handcuffs, a blanket, and plastic bags. On the 7th of May, 1972, he picked up his first victims, Mary Ann Pesky and Anita Lucchesa, who were hitchhiking 270 kilometers from Fresno to Stanford University. At first, the girls felt themselves lucky, as Kemper told them he would drive all the way to Stanford. However, he soon drove off the highway and onto a deserted dirt road. There he stopped, killed both girls, and drove back to the highway with their bodies in his car boot. In a scene reminiscent of a movie cliché, Kemper was almost caught when, as he drove back to his apartment, the police pulled him over and issued a warning for a broken taillight. Kemper arrived at his apartment to find that his roommate was out. He carried in both bodies, laid them on the floor of his bedroom, and began to dissect them, taking photographs to mark his progress. He later admitted that he'd had sex with various severed parts. He disposed of the girls' bodies in the mountains, burying that of Pesky in a shallow grave, which he marked in order to find it on future visits. During the next 4 months, he continued to give lifts to women, often engaging in conversations about an unknown man who was murdering female hitchhikers. On the 14th of September, he raped and killed Aiko Ku, a 15-year-old girl who had decided to hitchhike after becoming tired of waiting for a bus. She, too, was taken to the apartment and dissected. The next day, Kemper went before 2 psychiatrists, a requirement of his parole. As a result of the interview, it was concluded that he was no longer a danger. Later, he disposed of Ku's body parts outside Boulder Creek. The following January and February, Kemper killed 3 more women, 2 of whom he picked up at the University of California's Santa Cruz campus, where his mother was employed. These same 2 women he dismembered and beheaded in his mother's home. On the 21st of April, 1973, Good Friday, Kemper killed his mother with a pickhammer as she slept. After decapitating her, he sexually assaulted the corpse. The head he placed on the mantelpiece, where he used it as a dartboard. He then invited over one of his mother's female friends, Sally Hallett, whom he strangled and beheaded. On Easter Sunday, he drove off eastward in Hallett's car, listening for news reports of the murders he had committed on the radio. After driving 2,400 kilometers without hearing a word on his crimes, Kemper pulled off the road. From a phone booth in Pueblo, Colorado, he phoned his old friends at the Santa Cruz Police Department and confessed to the murder of his mother, her friend, and the 6 female hitchhikers. However, the officer who took the call, knowing Kemper, did not think him at all capable of the crimes, and considered the call a practical joke made in poor taste. It took several further phone calls to convince the Santa Cruz police that a visit to Mrs. Kemper's house might be warranted. On the 7th of May, 1973, Kemper was charged with 8 counts of first-degree murder. While awaiting trial, he twice attempted suicide. The trial began on the 23rd of October and lasted less than 3 weeks. Kemper's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity was countered by 3 prosecution psychiatrists who declared him to be sane. In the end, he was found guilty on all 8 counts. He asked to be sentenced to death, but his childhood fantasy was denied. Kemper is currently serving a sentence of life imprisonment in the California State Medical Corrections Facility. Jerry Brudos. The mind of the serial killer seems such a mystery. Explanations of their crimes are beyond the realm of the easy answer. Incredibly, some observers have blamed the troubled life and horrific crimes of Jerry Brudos, Oregon's worst serial killer, on the void created by the absence of a mother's love. Jerome Henry Brudos was born on the 31st of January 1939 in South Dakota, the 3rd child in a family that already included 2 boys. He would later say that his mother had so hoped for a daughter that the birth of yet another son was a great disappointment. Raised by a mother who viewed him with scorn, Brudos grew up with the knowledge that at least one of his parents thought he had been born the wrong sex. He sought approval and friendship from other females, but often found himself ignored and very much alone. As he matured, so too did his attraction to women's shoes and lingerie. The roots of Brudos's fetishes are quite deep and, unnervingly, can be traced back to a very early age. As a 5-year-old, he uncovered a pair of stiletto-heeled shoes at a local dump, and later was caught wearing them by his mother. Her strong and violent reaction, which included the destruction of his treasure, may very well have served to fuel Brudos's interest in women's footwear as something forbidden. At the same age, he was caught stealing the shoes of his kindergarten teacher. By the age of 17, Brudos's desire for the feminine had taken a more serious turn. He abducted a 17-year-old girl at knife point and led her to a local hillside in which he had excavated a large hole. Once there, Brudos beat the girl and forced her to remove her clothing. The assault was interrupted by an elderly couple out for a stroll, and he was arrested. As a result, Brudos spent 9 months in the psychiatric ward at the Oregon State Hospital, where he openly discussed his fantasies with the attending doctors. He explained that the hillside dugout had been intended as a place to keep girls he wanted to use as sex slaves. One of his more disturbing fantasies concerned dumping women into freezers so that he might later use their stiff bodies in creating sexually explicit poses and scenes. Amazingly, as Brudos provided doctors with details of his various dreams and desires, he was permitted to attend his high school classes. Ultimately, these same mental health practitioners determined that their teenaged patient was suffering from nothing more than a difficulty in adjusting to adolescence. Despite the abduction, the beating, and the hole he'd created for sex slaves, the future serial killer was considered a person not prone to violence. After high school, Brudos enlisted in the military, but was soon discharged as an undesirable recruit. He became an electronics technician, and in 1961 married a shy 17-year-old, 5 years his junior. At the beginning of their marriage, Brudos insisted that his bride remain naked when at home. Exactly how long this rule remained in place is unknown. It may have lasted until the birth of his children, or perhaps the arrival of his mother. Whatever the answer, there was another rule that remained in place. All were forbidden to enter certain areas of the house, rooms in which Brudos indulged his sexual fantasies, and yet, as the years passed, Brudos's wife caught glimpses of his secret life: a paperweight in the shape of a breast, photographs of nude women. On one occasion, he appeared before her in women's underwear, garments probably obtained by breaking into other people's houses. During at least one of these break-ins, Brudos encountered a woman and raped her. On the 26th of January 1968, he committed what is thought to have been his first murder. The victim was Linda Slauson, a 19-year-old who was trying to raise money for university by selling encyclopedias door to door. Brudos lured the young woman into his workshop, where she was clubbed on the head, then strangled. All this took place while, at Brudos's encouragement, the rest of the family sat eating at a local fast food restaurant. Over the next few days, he dressed, photographed, and sexually violated the corpse. Eventually, he disposed of Slauson's body by throwing it off a bridge into the Willamette River, but not before amputating one of her feet, which he kept and used to model his collection of women's shoes. When the severed foot had deteriorated to a point at which Brudos no longer found it to be of use, it too was thrown in the river. 11 months later to the day, he murdered again. The second victim was Jan Whitney, whom he encountered on a roadside after her car had broken down. Brudos took her to his house, saying that she would be able to wait with his wife while he returned to repair the car. Instead, he strangled Whitney, sexually violating the corpse before carrying it to his workshop. Again, he took photographs and dressed the corpse in his collection of women's clothing. For several days, he left the body hanging from the ceiling. Despite his actions, and the fact that his crimes were taking place in a house shared with his wife, his children, and of course his mother, Brudos seemed to think there was no way he would be caught. It was then that a bizarre accident took place. A car struck his house, damaging the structure to such an extent that passers-by could easily view the inside. Before the police could investigate the interior of the house, Brudos took down Whitney's body and hid it in a small structure on his property. When it was time to dispose of Whitney's body, Brudos cut off her right breast. He had hoped to use it as a mold in making paperweights like the one he had purchased, but was unsuccessful in his attempts. On the 27th of March, 1969, his next murder victim, Karen Sprinker, was abducted at gunpoint and taken to his home. Unlike the previous women he'd killed, Brudos raped Sprinker before killing her. She was forced to model various items from his collection of women's clothing and was eventually hanged. He cut off both breasts, dressed the corpse in a long-line bra, and stuffed the cups. In late April, using a fake police badge and the threat of a charge for shoplifting, Brudos abducted Linda Sallee, his final victim. She was bound in his workshop, waiting while he had dinner, before being sexually assaulted and strangled. Brudos later claimed that she was being raped at the moment of death. The disappearances of all four women remained complete mysteries to the authorities. All appeared to have simply vanished. Then in May, a man out fishing found decomposing human remains floating in the Long Tom River. After the police arrived, more remains were discovered bound to a car transmission box. The body was identified as that of Linda Sallee. The speed with which the authorities zeroed in on Brudos is truly impressive. Among the clues used in identifying the killer was the manner in which copper wire had been used to bind Sallee's body, an unusual technique that indicated someone with training as an electrician. On the 30th of May, he was arrested, just as he had when he was a patient at the psychiatric ward of the Oregon State Hospital. Brudos openly discussed his sexual fantasies. Indeed, while under interrogation, he appeared to seize upon the opportunity presented to share his secret dreams with others. There was no expression of remorse for his victims. What little sympathy Brudos had was directed towards his wife and children, but most certainly not his mother. For his crimes, Brudos received 3 life sentences. He died of natural causes on the 28th of March, 2006. At the time of his death, Brudos was the longest-serving inmate at Oregon State Penitentiary. The Monster of Florence. Late in the evening of the 21st of August, 1968, a Tuscan farmer was awoken by a knock at his door. He opened it to find a young boy who, speaking through tears, informed the man that a stranger had killed his mother and uncle. The boy had been present when the murder had occurred, sleeping in the back seat as the uncle had pulled his car off the road. As he'd begun to make love to the boy's mother, a figure appeared and shot the couple. The unidentified man had then grabbed the boy and dropped him off at the farmhouse door. The victims that summer night were Antonio Lobianco and Barbara Locci. Their bodies were found in Lobianco's Alfa Romeo, which was parked in a Florentine cemetery. A promiscuous woman, Locci made little attempt to hide her extramarital activities, whether from the community or her family. Indeed, her husband, Stefano Mele, had been at home the day before the murder when Lobianco and Carmelo Cutrona, another of his wife's lovers, had each paid visits. Under questioning, Marlowe told police that he believed any one of a number of his wife's lovers had committed the murders. Among those he fingered were three brothers, Francesco, Giovanni, and Salvatore Vinci, who had each shared his wife's bed. 2 days after the murder, Marlowe abruptly abandoned his claims and confessed to killing his wife, Anne Lo Bianco, with the aid of Salvatore Vinci. Marlowe provided a story in which he had roamed the town of Lastra, searching for his wife and son. In the town square, he'd encountered Vinci, who proceeded to criticize Marlowe for allowing his wife to cheat on him. Together, they stalked Loci and Lo Bianco. When the couple parked in the graveyard, Marlowe used Vinci's gun to shoot the couple, then drove off. It was a story full of holes, not the least of which was Marlowe's failure to mention his son and how it was that the boy had arrived at the farmhouse. Also suspicious was the idea that one of Loci's lovers would encourage Marlowe to kill his wife over her adultery. Each day that followed brought a new story and sequence of events. Marlowe retracted his confession, asserting that it was actually Francesco Vinci who had committed the murders. Nevertheless, it was Marlowe who went to trial. In 1970, he received a 14-year sentence on the grounds of partial insanity. More bodies. As Marlowe was serving his 5th year behind bars, on the 14th of September 1974, the bodies of a young couple, 19-year-old Pasquale Gentilcore and 18-year-old Stefania Pettini, were discovered in the countryside just north of Florence. Gentilcore was seated, half-clothed, behind the wheel of his father's Fiat. Pettini's naked, mutilated corpse lay spread-eagled outside the car. Both victims had been shot several times, though Pettini's death had come as a result of one of 96 stab wounds. There were no witnesses, and the suspects, who included a mentally disturbed man who had turned himself in, were quickly dismissed. It seemed that the murders of Gentilcore and Pettini were destined to remain unsolved. On the 6th of June, 1981, investigators were confronted with another mystery when the bodies of another young couple were found off a country road outside Florence. The body of the male, 30-year-old Giovanni Foggi, was inside his Fiat Ritmo. His throat had been slashed. The corpse of Foggi's girlfriend, 21-year-old Carmela Dinuccio, lay 20 meters away at the bottom of a steep embankment. Like Pettini, 6 years earlier, Dinuccio's genitals had been mutilated. Autopsies performed on the latest victims indicated that they had both died of several gunshot wounds before their corpses were stabbed. There was, however, a more direct link tying the recent murders to those of Pasquale Gentilcore and Stefania Pettini. A ballistics report indicated that all had been killed by the same gun. A man named Enzo Spalletti, known to be a voyeur, was arrested for the murder. The authorities' case was based on nothing more than Spalletti's wife's belief that she had been told of the murder by her husband before it had been reported by the press. Less than 5 months later, on the 23rd of October 1981, the killer struck again. The victims this time were 26-year-old Stefano Baldi and his 24-year-old girlfriend, Susanna Cambi. They had both been shot and stabbed numerous times. Cambi had been mutilated in a manner similar to Carmela Dinuccio and Stefania Pettini. It was clear that Enzo Spalletti, who had been in prison awaiting trial, was not the murderer. On the 19th of June 1982, a couple were killed while making love in a parked car southwest of Florence. The woman, 20-year-old Antonella Migliorini, died instantly. Her partner, 22-year-old Paolo Mainardi, though injured, managed to attempt a getaway. He was shot several more times. Not found till the next morning, Mainardi died without ever regaining consciousness. As there had been no mutilation, the authorities theorized that the killer had been unnerved by the near escape. They built upon this assumption by planting a story that Maynardi had regained consciousness and provided an accurate description of his assailant before dying. Later that afternoon, one of the emergency workers received 2 calls from a person claiming to be the killer, demanding to know what Maynardi had said. A few days later, a member of the police force began to wonder whether the current rash of murders might in some way be linked to the 1968 slaying of Barbara Locci and Antonio Lobianco. Sure enough, a forensics test revealed that the gun used in committing the recent murder was the same one that had fired on the 2 lovers 14 years before. A new theory was formed in which Stefano Mele, who had been in prison for all but the most recent murders, had had an accomplice. When approached by the authorities, Mele refused to cooperate in any investigation. Over a year passed before the killer, now dubbed the Monster of Florence, killed again. These murders, committed on the 9th of September 1983, were almost certainly a mistake. The victims were Horst Meyer and Uwe Rusch Sens, 2 German boys who were shot to death as they slept in a Volkswagen camper 30 kilometers south of Florence. It is thought that the murderer mistook one of the victims for a girl because he had long blonde hair. The theory is supported by the fact that there was no mutilation performed on either male. Shortly after the murder of the 2 German youths, the emergency worker, who had been badgered by the killer in June 1982, received another threatening phone call. Again, the speaker demanded to know exactly what it was that Paolo Maynardi had said before he died. What troubled police about the call was that the emergency worker had been on holiday in Rimini. They questioned how it was that the man claiming to be the killer knew where to track him down. After another period of inactivity lasting a little under a year, on the 29th of July 1984, the monster killed a couple north of Florence in Vicchio di Mugello. The male victim, 21-year-old Claudio Stefanacci, was found half-clothed, shot to death in the back seat of his car. The body of his girlfriend, 18-year-old Pia Rontini, was discovered spread-eagled behind some nearby bushes. Her genitals had been mutilated, and the left breast had been completely removed. It was estimated that Rontini had been slashed over 100 times. Like her boyfriend, she had been shot with the same gun used in all the other murders. Beginning in 1982, the monster appeared to be limiting himself to 1 double homicide in each calendar year. In 1985, he struck on the 8th of September, murdering a French couple who were camping outside San Casciano in the Florentine countryside. The pathologist determined that 36-year-old Nadine Moreau and 25-year-old Jean-Michel Kravechvili were very likely making love at the moment of the assault. Moreau was hit by 4 bullets and died instantly. Kravechvili was also hit 4 times, but managed to scramble out of the tent and run 30 meters before being overtaken and stabbed to death. It was determined that the killer then returned to the tent where he removed the vagina and left breast of Moreau's corpse. The next day, the public prosecutor's office received an envelope containing a small cube of flesh taken from the dead woman's left breast. Intentionally or not, it was the final communication from the murderer, the monster of Florence, never killed again. Over the next 8 years, more than 100,000 people were questioned as the investigation continued. Gradually, attention came to focus on one man, an illiterate farm laborer named Pietro Pacciani. The 68-year-old had had much experience with the law, beginning in 1951, when he murdered a traveling salesman whom he had caught sleeping with his fiancée. Not only had Pacciani stabbed the man 19 times, he had raped his corpse. The farm laborer had received a sentence of 13 years in prison for the crime. following his release, Pacciani had married and raised a family. He was, however, anything but a good father. Between 1987 and 1991, the patriarch of the family was imprisoned for molesting his 2 daughters and beating his wife. Among the 100,000 people questioned by the police were sources that alleged that Pacciani was a member of a cult that employed female body parts in conducting black masses. On the 17th of January 1993, nearly a quarter century after the initial murders attributed to the Monster of Florence, Pacciani was arrested. He was charged with all the murders, save the 1968 double homicide of Barbara Locci and Antonio Lobianco, for which Stefano Mele had been found guilty. Beginning on the 1st of November 1994, the trial was a media sensation. Facing a prosecution which had little evidence, Pacciani maintained his innocence. When pronounced guilty and sentenced to 14 terms of life in prison, he left the court proclaiming that he was as innocent as Christ on the cross. While they didn't believe Pacciani's assertion of innocence, early in the convicted man's incarceration, investigators came to believe that he had not acted alone. Pacciani, they believed, was the leader of a gang of murderers. A little way into the second year of Pacciani's sentence, on the 13th of February 1996, an appeals court overturned the verdict due to lack of evidence. The farm laborer was once again a free man. The same could not be said for 2 of his friends, Giancarlo Lotti and Mario Vanni, who had just hours earlier been arrested for their participation in the murders. On the 12th of December, armed with new evidence against Pacciani, prosecutors convinced the Italian Supreme Court to order a retrial. Things did not look good for the farm laborer. On the 21st of May 1997, his friends Lotti and Vanni were convicted of participating in 5 of the monster's double homicides. Lotti received a 25-year sentence, while Vanni was sent away for life. But Pacciani never again appeared in court. On the 21st of May 1997, the 73-year-old was discovered lying dead on the floor of his home. Although his trousers were around his ankles and his shirt around his neck, the police concluded that he had suffered a heart attack. An autopsy indicated that death had come from a combination of drugs that appeared designed to exacerbate a variety of health ailments. Pacciani's death is now considered a murder. The investigation of the 8 murders associated with the Monster of Florence did not end with the death of Pacciani. In early September 2001, evidence was gathered linking the activities to a satanic sect composed of wealthy and powerful Tuscan families. One theory is that Pacciani did the bidding of the sect. If so, this may provide some explanation as to why an illiterate farm laborer had 2 houses and a £50,000 bank balance at the time of his death. On the 1st of June 2006, a retired pharmacist in San Casciano received a notification letter from Florentine prosecutors in which they alleged that he gave the orders for Pacciani, Lotti, and Vanni to carry out the murders. But he has never been formally charged and remains a free man. The rise of the serial killer. As the 20th century entered its final decades, the incidence of serial murder dramatically increased, particularly in the United States. In 1984, President Reagan described the perpetrators as repeat killers, and the FBI made the startling announcement that there were approximately 35 such murderers active in the country at any given time. Before Reagan's administration left office, a new term, serial killers, was in common usage. John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy devoted a great deal of time and effort to the betterment of his community. He served on the board of the Catholic Interclub Council and was commanding captain of the Chicago Civil Defense. In his immediate neighborhood, he organized elaborate themed block parties, at which he would entertain as Pogo the Clown. Active within the Democratic Party, he once had his photograph taken with future First Lady Rosalind Carter. Gacy hoped that one day he would make a name for himself by running for political office. But as Christmas 1978 approached, he became famous for entirely different reasons. Born in Chicago to Irish parents on St. Patrick's Day, 1942, Gacy was the first son in the family. While growing up on the city's north side, he was bullied by his father, the man after whom he had been named, who would accuse him of being a sissy. Despite this, Gacy Jr. looked up to his father with something amounting to hero worship. He seemed entirely capable of turning a blind eye to the old man's alcoholism and violent outbursts. Among John Gacy Sr.'s many complaints was that his namesake was a sickly child. At 11, the young Gacy was hit on the head with a swing. For the next 5 years, he suffered from recurring blackouts. The condition was left undiagnosed until the age of 16, when a blood clot was discovered on his brain. It was later dissolved with the use of medication. The following year, Gacy was hospitalized with a heart ailment, the cause of which was never determined. Though he never once suffered a heart attack, Gacy complained about the pain for the rest of his life. Conscientious and hard-working, as a boy, Gacy held several after-school jobs. Although he wasn't a particularly bad student, he moved from high school to high school before dropping out in his senior year. After graduation, he left home for Las Vegas, where he was certain well-paying jobs awaited. Gacy ended up as a janitor in a funeral home, saving desperately for a return ticket to Chicago. This bitter lesson taught him the value of education. Upon his return, Gacy enrolled in a business college. He soon learned he had a talent for sales, and before long was manager of a men's clothing store in Springfield, Illinois. Although his health again began to suffer, he became active in a number of civic organizations, including the Jaycees, Junior Chamber of Commerce, who named him Man of the Year. In September 1964, he married a co-worker, Marlynn Myers. The couple relocated to Waterloo, Iowa, nearly 500 kilometers west of Chicago, where Gacy managed 3 Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants owned by his new father-in-law. The couple had 2 children. For a time, it seemed that Gacy was well on his way to establishing himself as one of the pillars of the community. However, rumors began to circulate that he was making sexual advances to his young employees. In May 1968, he was arrested after he'd raped one of his workers, a 16-year-old named Mark Miller. The teenager claimed that while visiting the Gacy home a year earlier, he had been tied up and forcibly sodomized. Gacy maintained that members of the Jaycees were framing him and that the sexual encounter had been consensual. As he waited for his case to come to trial, he hired a man named Dwight Anderson to beat up Miller. The victim was taken to a wooded area and sprayed with mace, but managed to escape after breaking Anderson's nose. Miller later identified his assailant, who in turn revealed that he had been provided with $310 to perform the beating. In the end, Gacy pleaded guilty and was handed a 10-year sentence. While he was behind bars, Gacy's wife divorced him. He never saw her or his children again. Equally damaging, his father died, fully aware of the crime of which his son had been convicted. Gacy was a model inmate, and on the 18th of June 1970, managed to obtain parole after having served only 18 months. He returned to Chicago and lived with his mother. With her help, in 1971, he bought a bungalow in Norwood Park Township, just outside Chicago, and quickly set out to establish himself in the community. By autumn, Gacy was no longer under parole. He had made many friends in the neighborhood, none of whom were aware of his criminal record. Christmas was spent with a local family whom he had invited to share in the festivities. It may have appeared that Gacy had been reformed, and yet less than 2 months into the new year, he was charged with disorderly conduct after having forced a boy at a bus terminal into sexual acts. The case was dismissed when the accuser failed to show at the court proceedings. On the 1st of June 1972, Gacy remarried. His second bride, Carol Hoff, was a divorcee with 2 daughters. They had known each other since high school. Carol was well aware of her husband's past incarceration, but shared in the opinion that he was a reformed man and joined him in his active social life. Together, they helped host and organize street parties, including one event that was attended by over 300 guests. She watched as her husband toured children's wards and hospitals, dressed in a clown costume of his own design. In 1974, Gacy established a painting and decorating business. His employees were invariably teenage boys. He was particularly drawn to those who were fair-haired and well-built. As in Iowa, rumors again began to circulate concerning Gacy and his employees. When Carol Gacy began finding gay pornography in their house, her husband nonchalantly explained that he simply preferred adolescent boys to adult women. The couple were divorced in March 1976. Incredibly, neither criminal record nor rumor prevented Gacy from having political aspirations. He began volunteering for a number of community projects and offered to clean the local offices of the Democratic Party. Though he rose slowly through the ranks, rumors continued to grow concerning his private life. All began to be revealed following the disappearance of a 15-year-old boy named Robert Piest. On the 12th of December 1978, Piest had emerged from the pharmacy where he had a part-time job. He told his mother, who had come to pick him up, that he would be right back after speaking with a contractor who was looking to hire him. He never returned. Piest's mother remembered the name of the contractor, and several hours later, a police officer was at Gacy's front door. Gacy told the man that he was unable to leave the house as there had been a recent death in the family, and he had phone calls to make. He later appeared at the police station and provided a statement to the effect that he knew nothing of the disappearance. After a background check revealed that Gacy had once been convicted of sodomy with a minor, a search warrant was issued for his property. Hundreds of objects were removed from Gacy's house, and 3 vehicles were seized. Items were shown to belong to Piest and several other missing boys. An excavation of the crawl space under Gacy's house revealed the remains of 27 boys and young men. Gacy later said that the crawl space had become so crowded that he was forced to dispose of some of his victims' bodies in the Des Plaines River. Fully aware of what had been discovered at his home, on the 22nd of December, Gacy confessed to killing at least 30 people. It was clear that he had lost count. He said that many of the victims had been invited to his home. The first murder had taken place in January 1972, 18 months after he'd been released from prison. He'd killed for the second time in January 1974, while still living with his second wife. After their separation, the murders had taken place with increasing frequency. In most cases, Gacy admitted he would invite boys and young men into his home, where he would offer to show them a magic trick, using fake handcuffs, which were part of his clown act. The handcuffs would prove to be all too real. Gacy would then chloroform and rape his victim. After many hours of torture, death would come through either strangulation or asphyxiation. Most of the victims were young male prostitutes or teenage runaways, but Gacy had also been so reckless as to prey upon boys he'd hired through his own contracting company. At least 4 boys went missing while in his employ, yet the local police failed to recognize the significance of this commonality. Although some corpses were so badly decomposed that they could not be identified, it is thought that his youngest victim was just less than 10 years old. 9 unidentified corpses were buried under separate headstones, bearing the words, "We are remembered." Gradually, it became apparent that there had been other victims, young men who had not been killed, but had been set free by the murderer. Among these was Jeffrey Ringgold, whom Gacy had enticed into his car with the promise of marijuana. Not long after they began sharing their first joint, Ringgold had a chloroform-doused cloth shoved in his face and lost consciousness. Ringgold spent the rest of the car journey drifting in and out of consciousness, but didn't truly regain his senses until he was in Gacy's home. By this point, Gacy had removed all his clothes and was standing naked in front of him, demonstrating a number of sexual toys. During the next several hours, Ringgold was sodomized, tortured, and drugged. He awoke the next morning fully clothed in Chicago's Lincoln Park. The next 6 days were spent in hospital. When reporting the assault, Ringgold was told by the police that it was doubtful they would ever be able to identify his assailant. Ringgold was fortunate in that his story had been believed by the police. Another of Gacy's victims had been raped, urinated on, dunked repeatedly in a bathtub, and forced to play Russian roulette. His captor, who was later identified as Gacy, correctly predicted that the police would not believe the story of the assault. During his trial, beginning on the 6th of February 1980, Gacy attempted to withdraw his confession and plead not guilty by reason of insanity. As if to support the claim, Gacy tried to joke with the jury, saying that he was guilty of nothing more than running a cemetery without a license. He also claimed to suffer from multiple personality disorder and said that an alter ego named Jack was responsible for the murders. On the 13th of March, 1980, Gacy was convicted of 33 murders and sentenced to death. He was transferred to Menard Correctional Center, where he was placed on death row. As he waited through 14 years of appeals, Gacy took up oil painting. His favorite subject was portraits of clowns, which he painted and sold at great profit. At a 1994 exhibition at the Tattoo Gallery in Beverly Hills, California, Gacy's portraits sold for as much as $20,000. Gacy was executed on the 10th of May, 1994, at Stateville Penitentiary in Illinois. When asked whether he had any last words, Gacy is reported to have snarled, "Kiss my ass." His death by lethal injection was botched. As the execution began, the chemicals solidified, and the IV tube that led into the condemned man's arm had to be replaced. As he died, Gacy struggled against his bonds. The entire procedure took 18 minutes, nearly 4 times as long as had been intended. Ted Bundy. An intelligent, charming, good-looking law student who already had a degree in psychology, Ted Bundy seemed destined for a brilliant future. Some in the Republican Party saw him as a potential future governor of the state of Washington, and yet he ended up being sentenced to death in the electric chair. Bundy was born on the 24th of November 1946 at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. The identity of his father has always been a matter of speculation. Bundy's birth certificate is at odds with the name provided by his mother, Louise Cowell. There is some evidence pointing to incest, that Bundy was fathered by his grandfather. As an infant, he was adopted by his grandparents and grew up believing his mother to be his older sister. It wasn't until his university years that Bundy would learn the truth of the relationship. His earliest years were spent in Philadelphia, after which he and his sister moved to live with relatives in Tacoma, Washington. A year after their relocation, when he was 4, Louise met a Navy veteran named Johnny Culpepper Bundy at a church singles night. Within months, they married, and Johnny adopted his bride's brother. The Bundy family quickly grew to 5 children. As the eldest, Ted spent much of his free time babysitting. Despite this contact, he remained emotionally detached from the rest of the family, feeling that they were beneath him. Bundy was an excellent student. Though an active Methodist, serving as vice president of the Methodist Youth Fellowship, he remained shy and introverted throughout his teenage years. Bundy's participation in the church is also at odds with his criminal activity. He had started shoplifting while in high school and progressed to stealing skis and forging lift tickets. He was twice arrested as a juvenile. Handsome and articulate, he appeared to be a generous young man. While attending the University of Washington, he gave his time to the Seattle Crisis Clinic on a suicide prevention helpline. One of his co-volunteers, a young Anne Rule, would go on to write The Stranger Beside Me, the finest and most famous biography of the serial killer. In the summer of 1969, Bundy visited Vermont, where he finally learned the truth about his parentage. The news served to create a greater distance between himself and the Bundy clan. He returned to the University of Washington and became a psychology major. It was during this year that he met a young divorcee. The two entered into a relationship that would last some 7 years. In 1972, Bundy graduated with honors and soon began working for the Republican Party. During a trip to California in the summer of 1973, he also resumed dating another woman, a former girlfriend from university. Though he continued to date the first woman, he proposed marriage to the second. He ended the engagement after 2 weeks and later revealed that the engagement had been made so as to hurt his fiancée when rejecting her. Within weeks, he would begin the first of 2 strings of murderous attacks. Shortly after midnight on the 4th of January, 1974, Bundy gained access to the basement bedroom of an 18-year-old student at the University of Washington. He took a metal rod from her bed frame, bludgeoned her as she slept, and sexually assaulted her. Discovered by her roommates the next morning, she survived the attack, but suffered permanent brain damage. On the evening of the 31st of January, he broke into the room of another University of Washington student, 19-year-old Linda Ann Healy. She was knocked unconscious, dressed, wrapped in a bedsheet, and carried away, her body eventually discovered a year later. On the 12th of March, Bundy kidnapped and murdered Donna Gail Manson, a 19-year-old student at Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington. On April 17th, 18-year-old Susan Rancourt disappeared from the campus of Central Washington State College in Ellensburg. Having procured victims from 3 different Washington State institutions of higher learning, Bundy moved his operations south to Oregon State University in Corvallis, from which he abducted a 22-year-old student named Kathy Parks on May 6th. In June, 2 more women were abducted by Bundy, never to be seen again. Many of his abductions were performed with the aid of a false plaster cast on his arm. His method was to approach young women and ask them whether they could help him to carry some books or a briefcase. His most audacious and daring abductions occurred in broad daylight on the 14th of July in Lake Sammamish State Park in Issaquah, Washington. 5 women told police that a man with his left arm in a sling, calling himself Ted, had asked whether they could help unload a sailboat from his Volkswagen Beetle. That day, 2 women went missing, 19-year-old Denise Naslund and 23-year-old Janice Ott. The latter was last seen in his company. Police circulated descriptions of Ted and his Beetle throughout the Seattle area, receiving thousands of responses. Among those who reported Bundy as a possible suspect were one of his former psychology professors, his girlfriend, and Anne Rule. Their warnings were ignored. By early September, the remains of Bundy's victims began to turn up around the area of Issaquah. By this point, he had already killed 2 more women and had moved to Utah, where he enrolled at the University of Utah's College of Law. During that first term, he killed a total of 4 Utah girls, aged 16 and 17, including the daughter of a police chief. He also saw the escape of one of his intended victims, Carol Duranch. Bundy lured her into his car on the pretense that he was a police officer. When he attempted to handcuff and beat her with a crowbar, she fought back and managed to escape, later providing the authorities with an accurate description of Bundy. In his second term, beginning in January 1975, he claimed 4 more victims. The first 3, females in their 20s, were each killed in Colorado. The fourth, a 13-year-old named Lynette Culver, Bundy abducted from a school playground in Pocatello, Idaho. He then took her to his room at a nearby Holiday Inn, where she was raped and drowned in the bath. Another young girl, 15-year-old Susan Curtis, was killed during his summer break from law school. On the 16th of August 1975, Bundy was arrested when he failed to stop for a police officer. In searching his Beetle, police discovered an ice pick, a crowbar, handcuffs, and other items that they believed might be burglary tools. Further investigation revealed a more sinister purpose. On the 1st of March 1976, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for his kidnapping of Carol Duranch. Authorities in Colorado, meanwhile, were pursuing murder charges, and by 1977 had enough evidence to charge him with the murder of a woman who had disappeared while on a ski trip with her fiancé. Brought to the Pitkin County Courthouse in Aspen on the 7th of June 1977, Bundy was given permission to visit the courthouse library. From there, he managed to escape by jumping from a second-story window. He ran, then strolled through the streets of Aspen, making his way to the top of Aspen Mountain. He became lost and disoriented. 6 days later, Bundy came upon a car which he stole. As he drove back to Aspen, 2 patrolmen pulled him over for having dimmed headlights. He was recognized immediately and arrested. He was imprisoned in a jail in nearby Glenwood Springs, where he was to remain until his murder trial. At some point during the months that followed, he somehow acquired $500 and a hacksaw blade. On the evening of the 30th of December 1977, 10 days before the trial was scheduled to begin, he managed to escape through a crawl space. 17 hours passed before Bundy's jailers discovered he'd escaped. Though they didn't know it, by that point, their famous prisoner had made it all the way to Chicago. Bundy spent much of the New Year's first week on the road. There is some evidence to suggest that he was considering educational institutions at which he might commit his next assaults. He spent some time at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor and traveled to Atlanta before settling in Tallahassee, Florida on the 8th of January. There, Bundy managed to support himself through shoplifting and purse snatching. On the 15th of January 1978, 2.5 years after his last murder, Bundy killed again. His victims were 20-year-old Lisa Levy and 21-year-old Margaret Bowman, 2 Florida State University students. At approximately 3 a.m, Bundy broke into their sorority house and bludgeoned, strangled, and sexually assaulted the 2 women. 2 other members of the sorority were also beaten. Though severely injured, both survived. 8 blocks away, he invaded another house and beat a 5th student. She, too, survived. On the 9th of February, Bundy traveled to Lake City, Florida, where he abducted a 12-year-old named Kimberly Leach from her junior high school. After raping and murdering the girl, he hid her body in an abandoned hog shed. Although he returned to Tallahassee, 3 days later, he stole a car and began a journey across the Florida Panhandle. Early on the morning of the 15th of February, he was stopped by a Pensacola police officer and arrested for driving a stolen vehicle. It wasn't long before he was identified and linked to the sorority girl murders. He received 2 death sentences. The first for the murders of Lisa Levy and Margaret Bowman. The second for that of Kimberly Leach. During the second trial, Bundy married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, as he was questioning her under oath. A daughter, Tina, was born in October 1982. Bundy spent much of the 1980s fighting his death sentence. However, as the decade was drawing to a close, it appeared all his legal options had been exhausted. Bundy then began to confess to a number of murders, some unknown to authorities. He promised that more would be revealed if he were given extra time. It was a transparent ploy and did not work. On the morning of the 24th of January, 1989, Bundy was executed. He was strapped to an electric chair, and for nearly 2 minutes, electricity was sent through his body. His last words were, "I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Clifford Olson. As the media in America focused increasingly on the gruesome acts of psychopaths like Jerry Brudos and Ted Bundy, the situation north of the border seemed markedly different. True, Canada had had its own serial killer, Peter Woodcock, a teenager who had been declared legally insane after murdering 3 children in the mid-1950s. But his crimes were largely forgotten. Then, on the 17th of November, 1980, Christine Wheeler, a 12-year-old who lived with her mother and father in a suburban Vancouver motel, went missing. At first, there was no suspicion of foul play. Indeed, her parents waited several days before filing a missing persons report. Even then, the police treated the case as that of a runaway. It was only after the discovery of her abandoned bicycle behind a nearby animal hospital that the serious nature of the disappearance became apparent. On Christmas Day, her body was discovered in a dump by a man walking his dog. She'd been raped, strangled with a belt, and stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. Christine Wheeler's murder was the first in a series of savage, sex-related murders that would lay to rest the idea among some Canadians that the serial killer was an American phenomenon. It was some time, though, before the authorities realized that they were dealing with a serial killer. Indeed, after the Wheeler murder, the murderer lay low for 5 months. On the 16th of April, 1981, he abducted and murdered a 13-year-old girl, Colleen Dagneau. 5 days later, he used hammer blows to the head in murdering his first male victim, 16-year-old Darren Johnsrud, a Saskatchewan native who was visiting the Vancouver area during his school's Easter break. As experts then believed that serial killers limited their victims to only one gender, authorities did not initially link the murder of Darren Johnsrud with those of Christine Wheeler and Colleen Dagneau. They did, however, have a suspect in the killings of the 2 girls, Clifford Olson. In what is certainly the most tragic aspect of the case, the authorities then came upon an even stronger suspect and made him the focus of their investigation. As it turned out, Olson was their man. The son of a milkman and a cannery worker, Clifford Olson was born in a downtown Vancouver hospital on New Year's Day, 1940. He spent most of his youth in the suburb of Richmond. A poor student, it wasn't long before he began skipping classes and committing petty crimes. He was jailed for the first time at the age of 14. 3 years later, he left school for good, getting a job at a racetrack. It didn't last long. At 17, he was convicted of breaking, entering, and theft, and was sentenced to a nearby correctional facility. It would be the first of 83 convictions, ranging from parole violation to armed robbery, before his killing spree began. Olson's first murder, that of Christine Wheeler, coincided with the news of his live-in girlfriend's pregnancy. The second and third murders occurred during the month in which his only child, Clifford Olson III, was born. The couple married the following month on May 15, 1981, the day after he allegedly assaulted a 5-year-old girl, and 4 days before his 4th murder. That day, as her boyfriend's mother looked on, Sandra Wolfsteiner was picked up by Olson while hitchhiking. She was never to be seen again. A month later, a 13-year-old girl vanished after taking the bus to meet a friend. Both mysteries were added to a file that had become known as the case of the missing Lower Mainland children. It was the disappearance of a 6th child on the 2nd of July that propelled the case onto the national stage. At 9 years of age, Simon Partington was unlikely to be a child runaway. This, combined with photographs of his innocent-looking face and descriptions of the Snoopy book he'd had with him when last seen, provoked an emotional public response. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, began what would become the largest manhunt in their history. The heightened profile of the case had little effect on the killer. In fact, it may well have stimulated his desire to kill. On the 9th of July, he was driving with a male companion through the city of New Westminster when he spotted 15-year-old Judy Kozma, whom he recognized as a McDonald's cashier. Accepting Olson's offer to drive her to nearby Richmond, where she had a job interview, Kozma joined the pair. Along the way, Olson encouraged the girl to drink, then gave her pills, claiming they would help kill the effects of the alcohol. Olson then dropped off his male companion at a suburban shopping mall and drove out into the country where he raped and killed Kozma. Though they hadn't made contact, by this point Olson was once again in the sights of the authorities, and yet the killing continued. Beginning on the 23rd of July, Olson murdered a 15-year-old boy, followed by an 18-year-old female German tourist, a 15-year-old girl, and a 17-year-old waitress, all within the space of a week. The end of Olson's killing came when a police surveillance team followed their suspect to Vancouver Island. There, they watched as he burgled 2 Victoria homes, then picked up 2 young female hitchhikers. The trio headed into the bush, Olson's driving becoming increasingly erratic. The authorities finally moved in and arrested him for impaired and dangerous driving. In Olson's rented car, they discovered an address book belonging to Judy Kozma, which it was later claimed he'd used to make threatening phone calls to the dead girl's friends. Olson was released but remained under surveillance. On the 12th of August, he was again arrested. Under questioning, he confessed to the murder of Judy Kozma. Though the RCMP officers were convinced that he was involved in other child murders, they had no idea as to the number. Few bodies had been found, and several of Olson's victims were still thought of as runaways. It was while Olson was under questioning that the case took a controversial turn. He offered to lead police to his victims' bodies and to provide a detailed account of each murder. In exchange, he wanted his wife to be given $10,000 to $100,000 per body. "The first one will be a freebie," he is reported as having said. The proposal was accepted by the police. Olson did as he'd promised, and the money was delivered. When exposed the following year, the deal was met with public outrage. Why exactly the RCMP paid Olson can perhaps best be judged by what they had known at the time. The force had a confession for one murder, and suspected Olson of many more, but how many? The high number came as a surprise. Furthermore, only 4 bodies had been discovered. The money was justified as a small price to pay in order to develop airtight cases and bring closure to the families of the missing children. The subsequent trial was swift. After 3 days, Olson was handed down 11 consecutive life sentences. For his brutal crimes, Olson earned the moniker the Beast of BC. Several books were written, most focusing not on the brutal murders, but on the controversial deal made by the RCMP. Olson served as the inspiration for John Grinnell, the serial killer in the 1983 Ian Adams novel bad faith. Even Olson wrote a book, Profile of a Serial Killer, The Clifford Olson Story, in which he refers to himself in the third person. It remains unpublished. Though Olson took his place in the nation's psyche, he remained out of the news, gone, but not forgotten. However, he was never one to turn down the opportunity to call attention to himself. In 1991, he applied for release under Canada's Faint Hope Clause, a section of legislation intended to release those judged truly reformed. The application was turned down. In 2006, having served 25 years of his sentences, he applied for parole and was again turned down. During the hearing, Olson claimed that the three-member panel had no jurisdiction, as he'd been granted clemency by the United States government for information he had provided concerning the attacks of the 11th of September, 2001. Olson was refused parole in 2008 and 2010, and died of cancer in Quebec at the age of 71. As for Peter Woodcock, Canada's first recorded serial killer, on the 31st of July, 1991, after spending 34 years in an Ontario psychiatric facility, he was granted his very first day pass. Within an hour, he murdered a fellow psychiatric inmate with a hatchet. Woodcock was quickly apprehended and returned to the facility, where he died in 2010. Gary Ridgway. About 200 kilometers south of the Canadian border, less than a 3-hour drive from the area where Clifford Olson had committed his murders, is the mouth of the Green River. A beautiful, if not exactly important river, at one time its main claim to fame would have been as the provider of drinking water for the city of Tacoma, Washington. However, in the summer of 1982, it was used for an entirely different purpose: the disposal of bodies. From that point on, the river mouth, appreciated for its fishing and whitewater rafting, would be forever linked to Gary Ridgway, a man dubbed the Green River Killer. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on the 18th of February 1949 in Salt Lake City, Utah. The middle child in a family of 3 boys, he was raised in a working-class neighborhood of Seattle, Washington. His mother ruled the household and is known to have been abusive both mentally and physically to her husband. Ridgway's father drove a city bus near the airport and often complained about the prostitutes who worked along his route. Ridgway was a poor student and did not finish high school until he was 20 years old. After graduation, he served in the United States Navy. In 1970, while stationed in San Diego, he met and married his first wife. The marriage was a brief one. Shortly after the wedding, Ridgway was assigned to a 6-month tour of duty, during which his bride took up with another man. Although she accompanied him back to Seattle after he was discharged from the Navy, they divorced in 1971. After a failed attempt to become a policeman, Ridgway found a painting job customizing new trucks in Bellingham, Washington. Both conscientious and meticulous, he found it was work for which he was well suited. In December 1973, he married for a second time. A son was born within 2 years. For a time, it seems, Ridgway's second marriage was more stable than had been his first. He developed an intense interest in evangelical Christianity, attempting to save co-workers and neighbors. Though his dedication never ceased, it did dissipate somewhat as his second marriage began to fail. In July 1980, the couple were divorced. After his second wife left him, Ridgway began frequenting prostitutes, a habit he may have also had in his later teenage years. Within months, he was accused of having tried to choke a prostitute on Seattle's airport strip, where his father had once driven the bus. In early 1982, he was stopped by police and questioned after having picked up an 18-year-old named Kelly McGinnis. In April of that same year, he was arrested after having attempted to solicit an undercover policewoman in a prostitution sting. That July and August, the bodies of 5 females, aged between 16 and 31, were found in the Green River. Most of the victims had been prostitutes. The police quickly realized that the deaths were caused by a serial killer. By April 1983, 20 girls and women had vanished. One of the disappeared was a prostitute named Marie Malver. Her boyfriend had watched as she had got into a dark-colored truck. He never saw her again. Quite by chance, a few days later, he spotted the truck, followed it to a house on South 348th Street, and called the police. The truck and house belonged to Ridgway. He was questioned briefly by police. During the late spring and summer of 1983, a dozen more women disappeared, including Kelly McGinnis, the prostitute who had been with Ridgway when he'd been questioned by police the previous year. As both the number of disappeared and the body count continued to increase, the Green River Task Force dedicated to catching the killer was inundated with tips and other offers of assistance. Among the interested was Ted Bundy, who from his prison cell contributed in helping to form a profile of the unknown killer. As he'd been raised in Tacoma, Bundy was very familiar with the areas in which the murders were taking place. One of numerous persons of interest, Ridgway was twice given a polygraph test, in 1984 and 1986, passing both times. After police searched his locker at work and studied his timesheets, co-workers ribbed Ridgway, dubbing him Green River Gary. No one gave any serious thought to the notion that he might be the serial killer. It was during this period that Ridgway married yet again. By all accounts, the marriage appeared to be a happy one. Ridgway was seen as a devoted husband who was said to treat his wife like a queen. By 1986, it appeared that the Green River Killer had stopped his activities. While bodies were still being found, it was obvious that the victims had been murdered several years earlier. The task force continued, albeit with a lessened staff. In April 1987, they searched Ridgway's home, took a DNA sample, and let him be. In 1991, 9 years after it had begun its work, the Green River Task Force was reduced to a single person. $15 million had been spent in its efforts to catch the Green River Killer. The case remained all but dormant for a decade, until in April 2001, a new sheriff chose to step up the investigation. Among the new initiatives was a DNA analysis of the semen found on the bodies of several of the Green River Killer's victims. Using a new testing method, in September, a link was made between the semen's DNA with the DNA obtained from Ridgway in 1987. Now being watched by the police, on the 16th of November, Ridgway was arrested in another undercover prostitution sting. 3 days after appearing in court on the charge, Ridgway was arrested and charged with the murders of Marcia Chapman, Cynthia Hines, Opal Mills, and Carol Ann Christensen, 4 of the women whose bodies had been found with his DNA. On the 5th of November 2003, Ridgway pleaded guilty to the aggravated first-degree murder of 48 women. In doing so, he fulfilled his part of a deal that would spare him the death penalty. Another condition of the agreement was that he would assist in efforts to locate the remains of his victims. Ridgway claimed that all his victims had been killed in and around the Seattle area. The bodies of 2 victims had been disposed of 250 kilometers to the south, in Portland, Oregon, in an attempt to confuse the police. Of the women he confessed to murdering, 44 were killed between 1982 and 1984, after which he claimed to have committed only 4 more murders in 1986, 1987, 1990, and 1998. Skeptics point out that this bloody history is atypical of serial killers and speculate that he may have committed murders in other locations. Some point to a series of 40 prostitutes murdered in and around San Diego from 1985 to 1991. During those years, it is thought that Ridgway traveled to the city, as his son was then living there. Other theories put forth the idea that he was involved in the disappearance of some of the approximately 60 women who vanished from the streets of Vancouver's downtown east side from the early 1980s through to 2002. On the 18th of December 2003, Ridgway received 48 life sentences with no possibility of parole, and an additional life sentence to be served consecutively. He is currently incarcerated at Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, probably still claiming that the murders were committed for the betterment of society. Eileen Wuornos. Dubbed the first female serial killer by a lazy media during the closing years of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st, Eileen Wuornos was a media star. Wuornos had an unenviable beginning. She was born Eileen Carol Pittman in Rochester, Michigan, on that rarest of days, the 29th of February, in 1956. Wuornos's parents had married when her mother was just 15 years old. Less than 2 years into the marriage, her father, Leo Dale Pittman, left his wife, Diane, who was pregnant with Eileen. This abandonment was a blessing in disguise, as he would later be convicted as a child molester. Diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic, he spent much of his remaining years in mental hospitals. In 1969, Pittman hanged himself in his prison cell, never having met his daughter. When she was 4 years old, Wuornos and an older brother, her only sibling, were abandoned by their mother. The children were legally adopted and raised by their Finnish grandparents in Troy, Michigan. Wuornos claimed that until the age of 12, she had thought them to be her true parents. She also maintained that as a child, she had been sexually abused by her grandfather and had suffered beatings at the hands of both grandparents. Though she was sexually promiscuous from an early age, Wuornos's claim that her brother counted among her many partners is suspect. In 1970, at the age of 14, she became pregnant. The child, a baby boy, born on the 23rd of March 1971, was adopted and never knew his birth mother. 4 months later, her grandmother died of liver failure, a condition exacerbated perhaps by the unwanted pregnancy. Diane Wuornos accused her father of having killed her mother. The children were made wards of court. While still in high school, Eileen turned to prostitution, at first offering sexual favors in return for food, drink, and cigarettes. She soon began to have trouble with the law stemming from incidents related to drinking. At the age of 18, Wuornos was first jailed in Jefferson County, Colorado, charged with drunk driving, disorderly conduct, and firing a gun from a moving vehicle. A further charge of failing to appear in court was added after she returned to Michigan. The year in which Wuornos entered her 20s, 1976, would prove to be highly eventful. That spring, her grandfather committed suicide through gas inhalation. On the 13th of July, she was charged with assault after throwing a cue ball at a bartender's head. 4 days later, Wuornos's brother died of throat cancer, leaving her as the beneficiary of his life insurance. She received $10,000 and spent the money within 2 months. One of her purchases was a luxury car, which he subsequently wrecked. That September, Wuornos hitchhiked to Florida, where she was picked up by a wealthy retired man named Louis Fell. Though he was 49 years her senior, the two were married before the end of the year. The event was covered on the society page of the local newspaper. Fell bought his new bride a car and jewelry. The marriage was neither peaceful nor enduring. Wuornos continued her drinking and fighting in local bars and was soon jailed for assault. As it entered its second month, Fell had the marriage annulled. She turned increasingly to crime as a means of support. In 1981, Wuornos held up a supermarket in Edgewater, Florida, while dressed in a bikini. She was quickly apprehended and charged with armed robbery. As a result, she spent most of 1982 and 1983 in prison. In 1984, she was again incarcerated after having attempted to pass forged checks at a bank in Key West. In 1986 alone, Wuornos was accused of speeding, grand theft auto, resisting arrest, obstruction, and having attempted to rob a male companion at gunpoint. That summer, while drinking in a Daytona gay bar, she met a 24-year-old motel maid named Ty Moore. The two became lovers later that same evening and were soon living together. Wuornos encouraged Moore to quit her job and allow her to support them both through her earnings as a prostitute. Although the romantic and sexual elements of their relationship soon ended, they remained together in a transient lifestyle that took them through Florida. Wuornos took to traveling with a concealed pistol, which she made a point of keeping loaded. By 1989, she was finding it increasingly difficult to support herself and Moore through prostitution. Now 33, she was finding that her market value was diminishing. Years of drinking and drug abuse were taking their toll. That December, Wuornos committed her first known murder. The victim was Richard Mallory, the 51-year-old owner of a Clearwater electronics repair shop. Though a secretive man, he was known to have gone off on bouts involving drinking and sex. He picked up Wuornos and drove into the woods outside Daytona Beach. Once there, they shared a bottle of vodka, after which Wuornos shot him 4 times and stole the contents of his wallet. Wuornos then went home and told Moore what she had done. While hitchhiking in May 1990, she was picked up by a 43-year-old heavy equipment operator named David Spears. Wuornos shot Spears 6 times, then stole his truck, which she later abandoned. On the 6th of June, she flagged down her next victim, 40-year-old Charles Carskadden. Wuornos shot him 6 times, stole his gun, his money, and his jewelry, and drove off in his car. The next day, she dumped the vehicle and began hitchhiking. Wuornos was soon picked up by Peter Seams, a 65-year-old retired merchant seaman who was on his way to visit relatives in Arkansas. A man devoted to his work in Christian outreach, he was traveling with a stack of Bibles. Wuornos murdered Seams and stole his car. This time, she chose to keep her victim's vehicle, a reckless decision that would lead eventually to her capture. On the 4th of July, while driving with Moore outside Orange Springs, she wrecked Seams' car. Though no other vehicles were involved, the pair made a great scene, swearing and pleading with a waitress not to call the police. They attempted to continue their journey, but soon had to abandon the vehicle. After the car was found to belong to Seams, who had long been reported missing, accurate descriptions of Wuornos and Moore were sent out nationwide. Wuornos killed 3 more men, the last on the 19th of November 1990. Just days later, newspapers across Florida ran a story about the killings, along with sketches of the 2 women seen walking away from Seams' stolen car. Wuornos and Moore were quickly identified. Sensing that the authorities were closing in, Moore left Wuornos while she was out buying alcohol. On the 6th of January 1991, Wuornos was arrested and charged with an old weapons violation. Moore was tracked down to her sister's home in Pittston, Pennsylvania. She would later assist police, allowing them to tape jailhouse phone conversations between herself and Wuornos, which were used at trial. Fearing that Moore would be implicated in the murders, on the 16th of January, Wuornos confessed, adding that her killings had been in self-defense, as all her victims either had raped or had intended to rape her. It wasn't until the following January that Wuornos was first put on trial. In the intervening year, she had attracted a great deal of media attention and had even sold the screen rights to her life story. It was a tale she told many times and in many versions. The murders were also covered by numerous inconsistent stories. Then, too, there were the wild claims, one being that as a prostitute, she had had sex with 250,000 men. In order to have reached this number, she would need to have had sex with an average of 35 different men each and every day, beginning at the age of 15. And yet this and other improbable statements were passed on by various media outlets without comment. On the 27th of January 1992, she was found guilty of Mallory's murder. At the verdict, she shouted to the jury, "I'm innocent. I was raped. I hope you get raped, scumbags of America." The trial that followed would hear several similar courtroom outbursts. In all, she was found guilty of 6 murders. Although she had confessed to murdering Seams, along with the others, she was not charged, as no body was ever found. On the 9th of October 2002, Wuornos was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. She became the 10th woman to be put to death in the United States since the reintroduction of the death penalty in 1976. In her final interview, Wuornos said that she expected to be taken away by angels in a spaceship. Andrei Chikatilo. Even as the USSR retreats into history, there is something almost surreal in the grouping of the words Soviet serial killer. Rightly or wrongly, the phenomenon often seems so much a symptom of the West. How incredible, then, that a serial killer from the Soviet Union was more prolific and, one might claim, more sadistic than any of his Western contemporaries. Andrei Chikatilo is thought to have raped and killed at least 52 people of both sexes. He mutilated their bodies, often in ways reminiscent of Jack the Ripper. Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo was born on the 16th of October 1936 in Yablachnoye, a village in what is now the Ukraine. As a child, he suffered terribly, growing up with the after-effects of the Ukrainian famine. His mother often told him a story that he'd had an older brother, Stepan, who had been kidnapped and then consumed by starving neighbors. No documentary evidence supports the existence of this sibling. After the Soviet Union entered the Second World War, when he was 4, his father went off to fight. Chikatilo was left alone with his mother, sharing her bed each night. A chronic bedwetter, he was beaten for each offense. As the war progressed, he was witness to the Nazi occupation and the massive devastation and death caused by German bombing raids. Dead bodies, not an uncommon sight, were things he found both frightening and exciting. The end of the war brought little happiness to the Chikatilo household. His father, who had spent much of the conflict as a prisoner of war, was transferred to a Russian prison camp. Awkward and overly sensitive, Chikatilo withdrew from other children. He was considered a good student, but failed his entrance exam to Moscow State University. In 1960, after finishing his compulsory military service, he found work as a telephone engineer. It was during this period that Chikatilo, now 23 years old, attempted his first relationship with a woman. He found himself unable to perform sexually, a humiliation that his prospective girlfriend spread among his acquaintances. As a result, he developed elaborate fantasies of revenge, in which he would capture the woman and tear her apart. When Chikatilo married in 1963, it was through the work of his younger sister, who made the arrangement with one of her friends. He suffered from chronic impotence, yet managed to father a son and daughter. Late in life, it was discovered that he had suffered brain damage at birth, which affected his ability to control his bladder and seminal emissions. In 1971, after completing a degree in Russian literature through a correspondence course, he managed to get a teaching position at a local school. Though a poor instructor, Chikatilo continued in the profession for nearly a decade, often dodging accusations that he had molested his students. In 1978, having accepted a new teaching position, Chikatilo moved to Shakti. Living alone, waiting until his family could join him, he began to fantasize about naked children. Chikatilo bought a hut off a shabby side street from which he would spy on children as they played, all the while indulging in his solitary practices. 3 days before Christmas, he managed to lure a 9-year-old girl, Yelena Zabatnova, into his lair. He had intended to rape the girl, but found himself unable to achieve an erection. He then grabbed a knife and began stabbing the girl, ejaculating in the process. He later disposed of the girl's body by dumping it into the Groshovka River. Chikatilo was a suspect in the crime. Several witnesses had seen him with the girl, and blood was discovered on his doorstep. However, another man, Alexander Kravchenko, confessed to the murder under torture. Kravchenko was subsequently executed. Chikatilo's good luck did not transfer to his new school. In 1981, he was dismissed after molesting boys in the school dormitory. Through his membership of the Communist Party, he was soon given a position as a supply clerk at a nearby factory. Though he did not kill again until the 3rd of December 1981 murder of Larissa Tkachenko, Chikatilo had begun a series of murders that lasted until the month of his capture, 12 years later. Chikatilo most often preyed on runaways and prostitutes, who, like Fritz Harman before him, Chikatilo found at railway and bus stations. Enticing his victims with the promise of cigarettes, alcohol, videos, or money, he would lead them into nearby forests. The corpse of one young female runaway, discovered in 1981, is typical of the horrific scenes Chikatilo would leave behind. Covered by a newspaper, she was lacking her sexual organs. One breast was left bloody by a missing nipple. Chikatilo later admitted that he had bitten and swallowed it, an act which caused him to ejaculate involuntarily. His male victims, all of whom ranged in age from 8 to 16, were treated in a different manner. It was Chikatilo's fantasy that each was being held as prisoner for some undisclosed crime. He would torture them, all the while fantasizing that he was a hero for doing so. Chikatilo would offer no explanation as to why. More often than not, he would remove the penis and tongues while his victims were still alive. Many of his early victims had their eyes cut out, an act performed in the belief that they would provide a snapshot of his face. The practice all but stopped when, upon investigation, Chikatilo realized this to be an old wives' tale. There can be little doubt that Chikatilo was aided in his crimes by the state-controlled media of his time. Reports of crimes like rape and serial murder were uncommon, and seemed invariably to be associated with what was portrayed as the hedonistic West. While close to 600 detectives and police officers worked on the case, staking out bus and train stations and interrogating suspects, those living in the areas where the bodies were found were entirely unaware that there might be a serial killer in their midst. Still, with over 500,000 people having been investigated, there were bound to be rumors. One story had it that boys and girls were being mauled by a werewolf. It was not until August 1984, after Chikatilo had committed his 30th murder, that the first news story was printed in the local party daily. On the 14th of September 1984, there was a break in the case, when an undercover officer spotted Chikatilo approaching various young women at the Rostov bus station. When questioned, Chikatilo explained that, as a former schoolteacher, he missed speaking with young people. The explanation did nothing to allay suspicions, and the officer continued to trail Chikatilo. Eventually, the former teacher approached a prostitute and, after having received oral sex, was picked up by the police. His briefcase, when searched, was found to contain a kitchen knife, a towel, a rope, and a jar of petroleum jelly. So certain were the authorities that they had their serial killer that the prosecutor was asked to come and interrogate Chikatilo. However, any celebration was cut short when it was discovered that Chikatilo's blood type did not match that of the semen found on the victims' bodies. This discrepancy, which has never been satisfactorily explained, is most often considered the result of a clerical error. After 2 days, Chikatilo was released, having admitted to nothing more than soliciting a prostitute. There is the possibility that Chikatilo would have remained under interrogation for a longer period had it not been for the fact that he was a member of the Communist Party. This association would quickly come to an end weeks after his near capture, when he was arrested and charged with petty theft from his workplace. Chikatilo was expelled by the party and sentenced to 3 months in prison. After his release, Chikatilo found new work in Novocherkassk. His killing began again in August 1985 and remained irregular for several years. By 1988, however, he seemed to have returned to his old ways, murdering at least 9 people. And yet, it appears he took no life during the calendar year that followed. In 1990, he killed 9 more people, the last being on the 6th of November, when he mutilated Sveta Korostik in the woods near the Leskhoz train station. With the station under surveillance, Chikatilo was stopped and questioned as he emerged from the area where the body would later be discovered. On the 14th of November, the day after Sveta Korostik's body was discovered, Chikatilo was arrested and interrogated. Within the next 15 days, he confessed to and described 56 murders. The number shocked the police, who had counted just 36 killings during their investigation. Chikatilo finally went to trial on the 14th of April 1992. Manacled, he was placed in a large iron cage in the middle of the courtroom. It had been constructed specially for the trial, primarily to protect him from the families of his victims. As the trial got underway, the mood of the accused alternated between boredom and outrage. On 2 occasions, Chikatilo exposed himself, shouting out that he was not a homosexual. Chikatilo's testimony was equally erratic. He denied having committed several murders to which he'd already confessed, while admitting his guilt in others which were unknown. Claiming other murders as his own seemed less bizarre than other statements. At various points, Chikatilo announced that he was pregnant, that he was lactating, and that he was being radiated. On the day the prosecutor was to give his closing argument, Chikatilo broke into song and had to be removed from the courtroom. When he was returned and offered a final opportunity to speak, he remained mute. On the 14th of October, 1992, 6 months after his trial had begun, Chikatilo was found guilty of murdering 21 males and 31 females. All of the males and 14 of the females had been under the age of 18. Throughout the trial, Chikatilo's lawyer had made repeated attempts to prove that his client was insane, but a panel of court-appointed psychiatrists dismissed the claim. An appeal having been rejected, on St. Valentine's Day, 1994, Chikatilo was taken to a special soundproof room and executed with a single gunshot behind his right ear. Jack Unterweger. Jack Unterweger entered prison as an uneducated murderer and emerged a celebrated author. The toast of Vienna, he was feted and invited to openings and soirees, but his real interest was in murdering prostitutes. He was born Johann Unterweger on the 16th of August, 1950, to a prostitute in Judenburg, Austria. He never knew his father, nor did he know the man's identity. However, it was generally assumed then, as now, that Unterweger's father was an American soldier. Abandoned at birth, for his first 7 years he was raised in extreme poverty by an alcoholic grandfather in a one-room cabin. From an early age, Unterweger displayed a wild and unpredictable temper. At 16, he was arrested for the first time after having assaulted a woman. Tellingly, Unterweger's victim was a prostitute. Other crimes followed in quick succession. He was charged with stealing cars, burglary, and receiving stolen property. He was also accused of having forced a woman into prostitution and taking all the proceeds. On the 11th of December 1974, he and a prostitute named Barbara Schultz robbed the home of an 18-year-old German prostitute named Margaret Schaefer. Afterwards, Schaefer was taken by car into the woods, where Unterweger tied and beat her. Then he removed her clothes and demanded sex. When she refused, he hit her with a steel pipe, and she was strangled with her own bra. He was quickly caught. In his subsequent confession, Unterweger tried to defend his actions by saying that it was his mother whom he'd envisaged beating, and not Margaret Schaefer. Unterweger was sentenced to life in prison for the murder. Having received little in the way of schooling as a child, he entered incarceration as an illiterate. He found prison could provide him with an education. His progress was dramatic. He soon learned to read and write and developed an interest in the literary arts. In a short time, he was writing poetry, plays, and short stories, as well as editing the prison's literary magazine. In 1984, his first book, an autobiography entitled Fegefeuer, Eine Reise ins Zuchthaus, Purgatory, A Journey to the Penitentiary, was published to great acclaim and went on to become a bestseller. Unterweger was soon giving interviews and publishing essays and more books, very much the public person despite being incarcerated. In 1988, his life story, or part of it at least, was played out on the silver screen when Fegefeuer was made into a feature film. Unterweger became a cause célèbre among those promoting the ideals, holding prison as a place in which criminals can be reformed. On the 23rd of May, 1990, having served 15 years of his life sentence, Unterweger was granted parole. Thus he began a new life involving opening nights, book launches, and exclusive receptions. Articulate, handsome, and stylish, Unterweger was in demand as both a talk show guest and a dinner guest. His career as a writer seemed to go from one height to another. He was sought after as a journalist, and his plays were being performed throughout Austria. Before long, as a journalist, he was covering a beat he knew well: murder. Much of his writing concerned a number of prostitutes who had recently been murdered. He put both his past and celebrity to good use, moving freely through the streets. In his writing and in television pieces, he berated the authorities for not having solved the crimes, asserting that there was a serial killer in Austria who was preying on prostitutes. The first of these prostitutes, Brunhilde Masser, had last been seen alive on the 26th of October 1990 on the streets of Graz. Less than 6 weeks later, another prostitute, Heide Marie Hannerer, disappeared from Bregenz, near the border with Germany and Switzerland. Her body was discovered on New Year's Eve by 2 hikers. Upon inspection, it was apparent that she had been strangled with a pair of tights. Though she was fully clothed, it was after her death that she had been dressed. On the 5th of January 1991, Masser's body was found outside Gans. Though badly decomposed, the corpse revealed that she, too, had been strangled with tights. On the 7th of March, another Austrian prostitute, Elfriede Schrempf, disappeared. By this point, the authorities were becoming extremely concerned. Since it is a legal occupation in Austria, prostitution has fewer dangers than in many other Western nations. In an average year, the country would suffer no more than 1 murdered prostitute, and yet, in little more than 4 months, 2 prostitutes had been murdered and another had gone missing. Worries increased when Schrempf's family received 2 phone calls in which they were threatened by an anonymous man. Though unlisted, their number was one that Schrempf carried on her person. On the 5th of October, hikers discovered Schrempf's remains in the woods outside Graz. Within a month, another 4 prostitutes would disappear from the streets of Vienna. Looking at all the evidence, a team of investigators from Gans, Bregenz, and Vienna concluded that the murders and disappearances were not the work of a serial killer, a finding with which Unterweger took issue. Another person who disagreed with the team's findings was August Schenner. A 70-year-old former investigator, Schenner had been involved in solving the 1974 murder of Margaret Schaefer, for which Unterweger had served his prison time. He noted that Schaefer had been strangled, as had another prostitute whom he had always suspected Unterweger of killing. And, of course, all the recent murders of prostitutes had been committed by means of strangulation. When the bodies of two of the missing prostitutes surfaced, both strangled, the authorities became convinced that they did indeed have a serial killer on their hands, and that he was most likely Jack Unterweger. The celebrity author was placed under surveillance for 3 days. On the 4th day, Unterweger flew off to Los Angeles, where he was to write an article on crime in the city for an Austrian magazine. In his absence, the Austrian Federal Police tracked their suspect's movements since his release from prison. They discovered that he had been in Graz on the dates when Brunhilde Masser and Elfriede Schrempf had disappeared. In Bregenz, when Heidemarie Hannerer had been murdered, and in Vienna, when all 4 prostitutes had gone missing. They also learned that Unterweger had visited Prague in September 1990. A call to Czech authorities revealed that they had an unsolved murder of a young woman, Blanka Bakova, dating from that time. When found by the bank of the Vltava River, her body had a pair of gray stockings knotted around the neck. After he returned from Los Angeles, Unterweger was questioned by officers of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. One of the officers already knew the suspect, as he'd been interviewed by the celebrity author for one of the articles he'd written on the murders. Unterweger denied knowing any of the prostitutes, saying that his knowledge of their respective fates was limited to what he'd found through his work as a journalist. He was let go due to lack of evidence. Soon thereafter, he resumed his attacks in print for what he described as the mishandling of the case. In their hunt for evidence, the police discovered that Unterweger had sold the car he'd first bought after his release from prison. With the permission of the new owner, they went through the vehicle and discovered a hair fragment which, through DNA testing, was shown to be that of Blanka Bakova. With the hair sample, investigators now had enough to obtain a search warrant for Unterweger's apartment. A call to the Los Angeles Police Department brought news that 3 prostitutes had been strangled during Unterweger's time in the city. When Austrian police moved in to arrest Unterweger, they discovered that he had left the city, ostensibly to holiday with Bianca Mrak, his 18-year-old girlfriend. In reality, he was fleeing to avoid arrest. Unterweger managed to enter the United States by lying about his previous murder conviction. He settled with Mrak in Miami, from where he launched a campaign against the Austrian authorities. At the center of his fight was the accusation that the police were fabricating evidence in an attempt to frame him. Connections in the media were called upon in an effort to have his version of events published. On the 27th of February, 1992, Unterweger was arrested by United States Marshals after he picked up money that had been wired to him. They arrested him on the grounds that, in lying about his 1974 murder conviction, he had entered the country illegally. He fought deportation until he learned that California, the state in which he was suspected of murdering 3 prostitutes, had the death penalty. On the 28th of May, he was returned to Austria. There, Unterweger was subject to a law which permitted him to be charged for the murders he was accused of committing both inside and outside of the country's borders, 11 in total. Awaiting trial, Unterweger gave interviews and wrote letters to the media in which he professed his innocence. He was convinced that the public was on his side. However, the tide had long since begun to turn. Even his former friends in the media doubted his innocence. Unterweger went on trial in June 1994 with the conviction that his popularity and charm would win over the jury. On the 29th of June 1994, Unterweger was found guilty of all but 2 charges of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. That evening, Unterweger used the string of his prison jumpsuit to hang himself. The knot he tied was the very same one he'd used on his victims. Jeffrey Dahmer. In the very early morning of the 27th of May, 1991, a naked boy was spotted staggering on a city street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His body bore signs of trauma, and he appeared to be in a confused state. Paramedics arrived on the scene, followed closely by 3 members of the Milwaukee Police Department. They were met by a tall, blond man who identified himself as Jeffrey Dahmer. The naked boy, Dahmer claimed, was his 19-year-old lover. He explained the boy's incoherence by saying that they had been drinking, adding that his lover had wandered off while he was out buying more beer. The officers accompanied Dahmer and the boy back to the apartment. There they found photographs of the boy in his underwear. The teenager was made to sit on the couch next to his folded clothing. Against the boy's objections, he was left in the care of Dahmer. The police then left the apartment. A flat later described as well-kept and neat, though it did have an unpleasant odor. The boy they left behind wasn't 19, as Dahmer had claimed, but a 14-year-old named Konorak Synthesomphone. He was anything but Dahmer's lover. In the hours following Synthesomphone's return, courtesy of the Milwaukee police, Dahmer strangled and dismembered the boy, but not before having sex with his corpse. His skull was kept as a souvenir. Dahmer would later provide an explanation for the boy's confused state by revealing that he had drilled a hole in the teenager's skull. 4 more young men would share similar fates, all at the hands of the tall, blond man who, within 2 months, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Dahmer was born in Milwaukee on the 21st of May, 1960. Very much a wanted child, he began life as a happy, if slightly sickly boy. His personality dampened somewhat at the age of 6, after he underwent an operation for a double hernia. That same year, the family relocated to Ohio, a move which troubled Dahmer. He developed a dislike of the new and unfamiliar, while at the same time becoming increasingly withdrawn and uncommunicative. He was incapable of maintaining friendships and preferred to be alone. Much of his time, it was later discovered, was spent on a secret animal cemetery he had created from roadkill found when cycling around the community. The centerpiece was a dog's head he had mounted on a stake. The dedication and hard work Dahmer put into his cemetery was absent from other areas of his life. An intelligent teenager, lacking in motivation, he achieved nothing more than average grades and began to drink. When he was 18 years old, his parents divorced. Following years of tension and acrimony, the decision could not have come as a surprise. There followed a bitter custody battle over his only sibling, a younger brother named David. Dahmer committed his first murder in June 1978, the same month in which he'd graduated from high school. The victim was a 19-year-old named Stephen Hicks, a hitchhiker whom Dahmer had spotted while driving. The two returned to the Dahmer home, where they drank beer and had sex. When Hicks expressed his wish to leave, Dahmer, unable to bear the thought of being left alone, killed the hitchhiker by striking him with a barbell. He then cut up the body, placed it in rubbish bags, and buried it in the woods behind his house, adjacent to his pet cemetery. Years later, he would dig up Hicks's corpse, pound it with a sledgehammer, and scatter the remains. His father soon remarried and, with his new wife, encouraged Dahmer to enroll in Ohio State University. He spent his only term there drinking. His father then laid down the law, telling his eldest son that he could either get a job or join the army. Continuing to drink, making no attempt to seek employment, in January 1979, Dahmer was driven to a recruiting office. He was enlisted to serve a 6-year stint in the United States Army. Interestingly, he appeared to take to life in the military, at least initially, but after 2 years he was discharged, owing to his excessive drinking. After a few months in Florida, he returned to his family in Ohio. Arrested for drunkenness and disorderly conduct, in 1982, he was sent off to live with his grandmother in Wisconsin. His troubles with the law only escalated. In August, Dahmer was charged with public exposure after drunkenly dropping his pants at the Wisconsin State Fair. 4 years later, in September 1986, he was arrested for masturbating before 2 boys and was put on probation for 1 year. The following September, he committed his second known murder, killing 26-year-old Stephen Toomey, with whom he'd been drinking in a gay bar. Using a large suitcase, Dahmer managed to move Toomey's body from the scene of the crime, a hotel room, to his grandmother's basement. There he used the corpse for a variety of sex acts, before dismembering and disposing of it in the trash. The next month, he killed Jamie Doxtator, a 14-year-old boy who was seen frequently outside various gay nightclubs. In March 1988, he struck again, murdering Richard Guerrero, a 25-year-old who Dahmer claimed he met in a gay bar. On the 25th of September 1988, Dahmer moved out of his grandmother's house and into an apartment in Milwaukee. The very next day, he offered a 13-year-old boy $50 to pose for some photographs. The boy went to Dahmer's new home, where he was drugged and fondled. The crime was discovered after the teenager's parents, concerned as to his state, took him to the hospital, where it was confirmed that their son had been drugged. Dahmer was arrested while at his job, working as a mixer for the Ambrosia Chocolate Company. Grisly Souvenir. Dahmer returned to his grandmother's house to await trial. In February, he met a 24-year-old aspiring model, Anthony Sears, and brought him back to the house to pose for photographs. Instead, Dahmer drugged and strangled Sears. He then had sex with the corpse, dismembered it, and placed the head in boiling water. Once he had managed to remove the skull, he painted it so that those who might see his souvenir would think it was plastic. For Dahmer's assault on the 13-year-old boy, he was sentenced to 1 year of work release, under which he was permitted to work during the day so long as he returned to prison each evening. Though he pleaded guilty, Dahmer claimed in his defense that he had thought the boy was much older than 13. In an awful coincidence, Dahmer's victim was the brother of Conorak Synthasymphones, whom he would murder less than 2 years later. Dahmer served 10 months of his sentence before being let out early for good behavior. A letter from Dahmer's father, urging that his son not be released until he had received treatment, was ignored. He was registered as a sex offender and began what was intended to be a 5-year term of probation. After a couple of months in his grandmother's house, on the 14th of May, 1990, Dahmer moved into his own flat in a complex called the Oxford Apartments. The following month, he committed his 6th murder. He killed again in July and twice in September. There was then a 5-month gap. His first murder of 1991 wasn't committed until February. A 19-year-old named Errol Lindsay was killed in April before Dahmer began the spree that would lead to his capture. May saw 2 more victims, the second being Conorak Synthasymphones. Then on the 30th of June, 1991, beginning with the killing of a man named Matt Turner, Dahmer began a string of murders averaging 1 every 5 days. Jeremiah Weinberger on the 5th of July, Oliver Lacey on the 12th of July, and Joseph Bradholt on the 19th of July. He experimented with various methods in disposing of the bodies, using a variety of acids and chemicals. The resulting sludge Dahmer poured down the drain or flushed down the toilet. He ate the flesh of selected victims, and would often keep one or two body parts, usually the skull and genitals. Neighbors began to complain about the vile smells coming from Dahmer's apartment. When confronted, he offered a variety of explanations, including spoiled meat and a dirty aquarium. The sounds of sawing were also heard. It was observed that stray cats swarmed whenever he threw anything into the dustbin. Yet it wasn't the complaints of his fellow residents that brought the killing to an end. It was Dahmer's next intended victim. On the 22nd of July, 1991, police spotted a short, athletic man named Tracy Edwards running with handcuffs dangling from one wrist. Assuming he'd somehow escaped police custody, they confronted him and were told that he had escaped a man who had threatened his life. He led the police back to Dahmer's apartment. The horror of Dahmer's secret life was finally exposed. Guilty and sane. Eventually charged with 15 counts of murder, Dahmer's trial began the next summer. Such was the nature of his crimes that the authorities felt it unnecessary to charge him with the attempted murder of Tracy Edwards. Initially, Dahmer pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Then, against the wishes of his lawyer, he changed the plea to guilty while maintaining his claim of insanity. In the end, the jury found him to be both guilty and sane. He was sentenced to 15 life terms, a total of 937 years in prison. In a statement made before the court, Dahmer expressed remorse for the killings, adding that he wished for his own death. Dahmer's wish came true. On the 28th of November, 1994, when he and a fellow inmate were beaten to death by a third prisoner, Christopher Scarver. After the horrors within the walls of the Oxford apartments were revealed, John Balcerzak and Joseph Gabrish, two of the officers who had returned Conarak's synthesome phone to Dahmer, came in for a great deal of criticism. Had they bothered to run a background check on Dahmer's name, they would have learned he was a convicted child molester who was still on probation. Had they bothered to investigate the unpleasant odor in the flat, they would have discovered the body of Tony Hughes, 3 days dead, decomposing in Dahmer's bed. An audio tape in which Balcerzak and Gabrish could be heard after the incident, laughing and making homophobic statements, was made public. A witness to the scene played out on the street that early morning in May left a message for the officers after seeing a photograph of the missing boy in a local newspaper. They failed to return her call. In 1991, Balcerzak and Gabrish were fired from the Milwaukee Police Department. On appeal, they were reinstated with back pay. In 2005, Balcerzak was elected president of the Milwaukee Police Association. Andrew Cunanan. Had they not been murdered by Jack the Ripper, Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Kelly would be names forgotten by history. These women were, after all, just 5 among thousands of prostitutes who worked the streets of Victorian London. During their lives, they were not people of note. They became so after their deaths. The fame attained by victims of multiple murderers comes through the actions of their killer. In this respect, the name Gianni Versace stands apart from the others. An accomplished clothing and costume designer, he was one of the most important and talented figures in the fashion world of the late 20th century. In 1995, his label had a profit of $900 million. On the morning of the 15th of July, 1997, returning from his customary stroll along Ocean Drive in Miami, Florida, he was shot twice in the head outside his oceanfront mansion. He was the 5th and final victim of 27-year-old serial killer Andrew Cunanan. Born on the 31st of August, 1969 in San Diego, California, and raised in the nearby community of Bonita, Cunanan appeared blessed. The baby of the family, He and his brother and sisters lived in comfort, seeming to want for little. Although it was true that his parents' marriage was a troubled one, Cunanan appeared able to ignore the tension, retreating to his room, where he would immerse himself in the escapist plots of comic books and adventure novels. When Andrew was a child, his father, a Filipino-born officer in the United States Navy, retired from service and remade himself as a stockbroker. His youngest son left the public school system and was enrolled in the prestigious Bishop's School. Highly intelligent, Cunanan excelled at his new school. It was said that he displayed fluency in 7 languages. He was attractive and well-liked. The openness which he displayed concerning his homosexuality appeared not to dampen his popularity among the student body. As early as 15, he was frequenting the more popular gay bars in San Diego. In order to hide his age and ethnicity, Cunanan began to adopt different personas. As Andrew da Silva, or David Morales, he would change manner of dress from one evening to the next, often fooling those with whom he had been socializing the previous evening. When he graduated from Bishop School in 1987, Cunanan was listed as most likely to be remembered. At his parents' urging, Cunanan enrolled as a history student at the University of California. But his bar hopping had a detrimental effect on his work. Though 18, he was already a 3-year veteran of San Diego's gay bar scene. During that period, he had come to recognize that his good looks, youth, polish, and taste had a certain value among the more mature homosexual patrons. Cunanan sought and obtained the attention and generosity of older men. As an associate, or secretary, he accompanied successful lawyers, property developers, executives, and other wealthy gay men to society functions. From one of these men he received a $30,000 car. Others gave him credit cards. As Cunanan's wealth increased, his parents were feeling the financial strain. The former naval officer hadn't been much of a success as a stockbroker and had been fired by several agencies. The last dismissal brought with it a charge that he had embezzled $106,000. Deserting his wife, Cunanan's father fled the country. She was forced to sell the family home and move into a more modest house in a less desirable area. It was at about this time that she discovered her youngest son was gay. When confronted, Cunanan pushed his mother with such force that she suffered a dislocated shoulder. After quitting university, Cunanan visited his father, now living in the Philippines. He was ashamed to find the man who had once taken such pride in his appearance reduced to living in a shack. Partly to earn money for his return to the United States, Cunanan soon gravitated to the local gay scene. Split personality? He ended up in San Francisco, where he again began to adopt new personalities, the most popular being Drew Cummings, a gay Navy lieutenant. Among the new group of older gay men the city offered was a well-connected lawyer named Eli Gould. Soon, Cunanan found himself at parties attended by supermodels and celebrities. It was at one of these events that he was approached by Versace. The story goes that the designer mistook Cunanan for someone else, and that the young San Diegan, so used to pretending to be someone he wasn't, never bothered to clarify things. However, there was a side of Cunanan beginning to emerge that was anything but glamorous. He began to act in pornographic films featuring sadistic sexual acts. He took pleasure in humiliation and pain. Acquaintances couldn't help but notice his darkening moods. Though he was still welcome at the parties of the beautiful people, he had begun to misbehave. He made the rounds at one event describing Friends actress Lisa Kudrow as a bitch after she'd left without saying goodbye. After failing to earn a walk-on part in a Hugh Grant film, he accused the actor of having personally blocked hiring him. The peculiar behavior was reflected in his bedroom, which he had converted into a shrine dedicated to Tom Cruise. He openly expressed his jealousy for the actor's then-wife, Nicole Kidman. By 1997, the wealthy older homosexual men had moved on. Cunanan was now...
Before we go any further, I'd like to invite you into a space of your own. Here is a relaxing track to help you recharge your energy. Close your eyes. Imagine the weight on your shoulders melting away with each note, leaving only lightness and tranquility.
Now 27. As Cunanan's youth faded away, so too did his health. He began to display symptoms associated with AIDS and convinced himself that he had the disease. Early in the year, he underwent tests but never returned for the diagnosis. Had he done so, Cunanan would have learned that the results were negative. He began to gain weight, and his once neatly groomed hair became long and unkempt. His sharp mind was dulled by vodka and painkillers, in which he would also deal as a means of support. In April, the brooding, jealousy, drinking, and drug abuse apparently came together with fatal results. Cunanan had become convinced that two of his lovers, architect David Madsen and Jeffrey Trail, a former naval officer, were seeing each other behind his back. Though they had not known each other at the time, both had lived in California when they first met Cunanan. In the intervening years, they'd relocated to Minneapolis, where they were finally introduced to one another by their mutual friend. On the receiving end of an angry phone call from Cunanan, Trail denied that he was seeing the architect. On the 26th of April, Cunanan flew to the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, where he was picked up by Madsen. According to friends, the plan was to sit down and allay Cunanan's suspicions. The meeting, scheduled for the following day, did not go as planned. Cunanan became enraged, grabbed a hammer from a kitchen drawer, and bashed in Trail's skull. Cunanan and Madsen rolled the corpse of the former naval officer in a Persian rug. During the next 2 days, the pair attempted to behave as if nothing unusual had happened. Their cover was blown when the building manager of Madsen's loft complex came upon the body. Cunanan and Madsen learned of the discovery and fled Minneapolis in the architect's Jeep Cherokee. 70 kilometers out of town, they pulled over to the verge on a country lane, and Cunanan put 3 bullets into Madsen's head. The gun, which he had brought with him from San Francisco, had once belonged to his friend Trail. On the 4th of May, in Chicago, he tortured and killed a highly successful 72-year-old developer named Lee Miglin. After making himself a meal, Cunanan spent the night in the Miglin home. The next morning, he left in the developer's 1994 Lexus, but not before he drove repeatedly over his corpse, reducing it to mush. Cunanan made no attempt to hide his identity. Indeed, it appears he was taunting the authorities. When discovered in the vicinity of Miglin's home, Madsen's Jeep Cherokee had his pictures covering the front seat. Cunanan was placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. On the run. On the 9th of May, seeking to dump the Lexus, he shot and killed William Reese, a 45-year-old caretaker at Finns Point National Cemetery in Pennsville, New Jersey. Before long, driving Reese's stolen truck, he arrived in Miami Beach, Florida. He checked into the rundown Normandy Plaza Hotel, where he rented a room by the month. During the 2 months leading up to Versace's murder, Cunanan would frequent the city's gay bars and clubs. It is thought that many of his days involved walks around the neighborhood where the designer's mansion was. On the 15th of July, the morning on which he committed his final murder, he had followed Versace home from a local cafe. With the designer's murder, Andrew Cunanan became a household name, but the heightened awareness appeared to provide no boost to the ongoing manhunt. In the end, despite the hue and cry that had erupted throughout the city, it was not the FBI or the Miami Beach Police Department that found Cunanan, but a Portuguese caretaker who, checking on a client's houseboat, startled the killer. A standoff ensued, ending with the police entering the houseboat and finding Cunanan dead on the floor. He had committed suicide using Trail's gun, the same weapon with which he'd murdered 3 of his 5 victims. It can be said that a tragedy of errors contributed to the death of Gianni Versace. The Miami Beach Police Department had received confirmed sightings of Cunanan, but had failed to make this information public. Thus, the murderer was able to move freely and without suspicion within the city's gay community. Though abandoned, Reese's stolen truck sat for over 2 months before it came to the attention of the police. 8 days before Versace's murder, Cunanan had boldly used his own identification and the Normandy Plaza Hotel address in pawning some gold coins he had stolen from the Miglin home. The information was then faxed to the Miami Beach Police Department, as required by law. There it was placed on the desk of a clerk who was away on holiday. It was discovered a few hours after Versace's murder. The most incredible of all these many mistakes came when a SWAT team invaded and searched a Normandy Plaza room in which Cunanan was supposed to have been staying. Not only did they not find the murderer, it appeared neither traces nor clues had been left behind. 2 days later, hotel staff realized they had given the authorities the incorrect room number. Spree killers and mass murderers. The earliest and most extreme recorded acts of mass murder are those committed by groups, including armies and states. As with serial killings, most acts of mass murder by individuals have taken place in recent decades. Shootings at schools and workplaces have increased dramatically, and a new term was added to the lexicon, the spree killer, one who embarks on a murderous rampage, claiming victims in more than one location. Marc Lépine. Among major Canadian cities, Montreal is regarded as one of the safest. Its annual homicide rate usually falls below the Canadian national average. In 2005, this city of 3,500,000 experienced 35 murders. Yet on the rainy afternoon of the 6th of December, 1989, 14 of its citizens, all female students, had been murdered in just under 20 minutes. The incident came to be known as the Montreal Massacre. The nightmare began shortly after 5, on the final day of the term, at the Université de Montréal's École Polytechnique. The beginning of the Christmas break was mere hours away. An engineering student stood at the front of a second-floor classroom part way through a presentation on heat transfer when a slim young man entered. In his hands, he held a rifle, a semi-automatic Sturm Ruger Mini 14. Everyone remained seated, many thinking that they were all part of some poorly conceived end-of-term prank. The man approached the front of the class and ordered the student to stop. He then fired a shot into the ceiling and ordered the 9 female students, about a fifth of the class, to separate from the males. Still, the students remained seated. When he repeated the command, they all stood. He again ordered the women to the other side of the room, adding that the men must leave. After a brief period of confusion, the men did as they were told. Now, alone with the women, The gunman asked whether they knew why they were present. When one student answered that she did not, the man provided her with an answer. "I am fighting feminism." Another student, Natalie Provost, tried to reason with the man by saying that all were simply students, and not necessarily feminists. With that, the gunman opened fire on the women, killing 6 and wounding the others. Provost was shot 3 times, but survived. He left the classroom and started down the second-floor corridor. He opened fire on a male and female student in a photocopy room and shot another male student who happened to cross his path. The gunman then entered a second classroom. He attempted to shoot a female student, but had run out of ammunition. The gunman left, and in the seeming privacy of an emergency stairwell was seen reloading his gun. By the time he returned to the classroom of his failed shooting, the students inside had locked the door. He fired 3 shots into the lock, but the catch remained in place. With that, he turned his attention back to the corridor and shot at a female student who was coming from the lift. Though she was hit, the student managed to escape through the emergency stairwell. At the second-floor foyer, the gunman again reloaded. He spotted a student attempting to hide behind a counter and fired twice, missing both times. By now, many in the large 6-story building had become aware that a killer was on the loose. Shots had echoed down the corridors, and fleeing students had given warning. Tragically, like many of his initial victims, others thought the noise and activity was all part of a prank designed to mark the final day of classes. One quick-thinking female employee at the financial services office locked the door and was moving to safety when she was shot and killed through a glass window. Apparently giving up on the office, the gunman moved to the first-floor cafeteria, where he came upon about 100 people and opened fire. Through the confusion of the scattering crowd, he managed to kill 1 woman and wound another student. After killing 2 women who had fled to a storage area at the far end of the room, he spotted a man and a woman hiding beneath one of the tables. The gunman ordered them to stand, which they did. He then exited the cafeteria, leaving the couple unharmed. By this point, Montreal police had not only arrived, but had succeeded in securing the perimeter of the building. Faced with a situation that appeared entirely foreign, they debated their next move. Meanwhile, the gunman was making his way up 2 flights of escalators to the 3rd-floor classrooms. In the corridor, he wounded 1 female and 2 male students. Incredibly, he then came upon a class that was still in session. The students and professor oblivious to the surrounding carnage. In fact, 3 students were giving a presentation before the rest of the class. The gunman stormed the room, telling all to get out, and yet no one moved. One student later said that his gun looked like a toy. Seemingly frustrated by the inaction, the gunman shot Maurice Leclerc, the only female member of the presentation team. Some students tried to escape. Others attempted to hide. 6 more were shot as the gunman ran about the room. He fired randomly, stopped to reload, then began again. Lying on the floor, Leclerc pleaded for help, at which point the gunman again stopped shooting. He walked over to the bleeding woman, knelt, unsheathed the hunting knife, and stabbed her 3 times in the heart. The gunman then stood up, grabbed his rifle, swore, and committed suicide by shooting himself in the forehead. In the 18 or 19 minutes that had elapsed since his rampage had begun, the gunman had killed 14 women and wounded 14 other people, including 4 men. One awful coincidence was that the father of Maurice Leclerc served as the director of communications for the Montreal police. After arriving at the scene, he met briefly with the press and then entered the building. It was he who found his daughter's body. The jacket of the dead gunman contained 3 suicide letters, 2 addressed to friends, which revealed his identity. Mark Lépine. Born Gamil Rodrigue Garbi on the 26th of October 1964 at Montreal, Lépine was the son of an Algerian father and a French-Canadian mother. Much of his early life was spent in Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. His father was abusive, both physically and mentally, victimizing Gamil, his younger sister, and his mother. It was claimed that he didn't consider women to be equal to men. The Garbi family disintegrated when Gamil was 7 years old, and his father left the country. In 1982, Gamil legally changed his name to Marc Lépine, adopting his mother's surname. That same year, he entered college, the usual route to university for those living in Quebec. He attended 2 different institutions, taking a variety of courses relating to science and electronics, before dropping out, a sudden decision he never explained. In 1986, Lépine applied to the École Polytechnique and was accepted on the condition that he passed 2 compulsory college courses. One of the 2 courses was completed in early 1989. He received a perfect mark on the final exam. A somewhat reclusive young man, Lépine appears to never have had a girlfriend. He seemed either shy or boastful in the company of women, and shared his father's opinion that they were something less than his equals. Lépine himself defined the primary motive behind his actions as suicide. Despite the decision to keep the full text of his suicide note secret, nearly a year later it was leaked to journalist Francine Pelletier, then of the newspaper La Presse. Much of the letter concerns his hatred of feminists, who he says want to keep the advantages of women, for example, cheaper insurance, extended maternity leave preceded by a preventative leave, etc., while seizing for themselves those of men. Accompanying the letter was a list of 19 women who he claims survived because of lack of time. Among the names on the list was that of Pelletier herself. An official 3-day period of mourning followed the massacre, culminating in public vigils across the country. The tragic event provided support for those seeking greater gun control and is generally acknowledged as a major contributing factor in the passage of Canada's 1995 Firearms Act. For not having entered the building immediately, the Montreal police came in for a great deal of criticism. Indeed, there had been a police presence for a full 14 minutes before the first officers stormed the doors of the École Polytechnique. The criticism increased after it was learned that the first to enter had done so after police had learned of the gunman's suicide. The city has since suffered through 2 more school shootings. The first occurred on the 24th of August, 1992, less than 3 years after the Montreal massacre. The murderer, on that muggy summer day, was Valery Fabrikant, a Soviet émigré who held an associate professorship in mechanical engineering at Concordia University. Disgruntled at having been denied tenure, he had told one university administrator that he intended settling the issue the American way. He met first with the head of the faculty association, whom he shot and killed. 3 professors who had little or nothing to do with Fabrikant's status were also murdered, and the departmental secretary was wounded in the attack. Fabrikant was eventually overpowered by a professor and a security guard whom he had taken hostage and was arrested at the scene. Following many months of proceedings, which were interrupted in order to conduct a hearing into the then-former associate professor's mental fitness, Fabrikant was sentenced to life in prison. On the 13th of September 2006, Dawson College, an institution within blocks of the scene of the Fabrikant murders, became the site of the 3rd shooting. Unlike those who had committed the previous shootings, the killer, 25-year-old Kimveer Gill, had no connection with the institution chosen as the site of his attacks. The school year was just a couple of weeks old when Gill carried out his attack. He arrived at the downtown campus at about 12:30 and was spotted removing a number of weapons from the boot of his car. Abducting a passing lawyer, he forced the man to carry a bag containing a gun and ammunition to one of the school's main entrances. There, using a Beretta CX-4 Storm semi-automatic carbine, Gill fired on the assembled students. In the confusion that followed, he lost track of the lawyer, who chose the moment to escape, bag in hand. Gill entered the building and walked directly to the cafeteria. He shot the two closest students and, after ordering the others to the floor, began firing randomly. It was at this point, roughly 3 minutes after the first shots were fired, that Gill was confronted by two police officers who had been visiting the campus on unrelated business. Gill briefly took two more hostages before being shot in the arm by one of the two policemen. He then put his pistol to his head and committed suicide. The entire shooting rampage, lasting no more than 7 or 8 minutes, left one student dead and 19 more injured. This time, the Montreal police and emergency services earned praise for the speed and efficiency of their response. Some reports have it that as many as 80 police cars and 24 ambulances arrived on the scene. Prompt response and intervention were credited with minimizing further loss of life. The force had learned well the horrible lesson taught them 17 years earlier by Marc Lépine. George Hennard. George Hennard considered Steely Dan's "Don't Take Me Alive" to be his theme song. The lyrics of this very bleak piece of music, inspired by the constant eruptions of violence in 1970s Los Angeles, concern a cornered murderer who is surrounded by police. Whether he knew it or not, and it is likely that he did, Hennard would one day be in a very similar position. George Hennard was born on the 15th of October 1956, the son of an army surgeon and his wife. He had a difficult relationship with his mother, and would depict her in drawings with a serpent's body. After graduating from high school in 1974, he joined the United States Navy and later the Merchant Marine. In 1989, after 15 years of service, Hennard was dismissed for possessing a small amount of marijuana. The end of his duty left him extremely depressed. He told a judge, "It means a way of life. It means my livelihood. It means all I've got. It's all I know." Although he underwent drug treatment, he became increasingly reclusive. He lived alone in a large 2-story colonial-style house in Belton, Texas, the seat of Bell County. Belonging to his mother, this once grand home had fallen into disrepair, a state that had led to several confrontations with local officials. A good-looking man, Hennard appeared to have a great deal of problems with women. Those who knew him best often described him as a misogynist. He was given to shouting obscene remarks at women as they passed his home, and appeared threatening to his neighbors. In the winter of 1991, while on a trip to Nevada, he bought a 9mm Glock 17 semi-automatic pistol and a 9mm Ruger. In May, Hennard was carrying one of the guns when he was arrested by a park ranger in Lake Mead, Nevada, for driving while intoxicated and carrying a loaded weapon. The next month, Hennard expressed his bitterness towards women in a 5-page letter to Jill Fritz and Janet Jernigan, two sisters who lived down the street. Made public within 24 hours of the shooting, it is a rambling, venomous document. Hennard begins by mistakenly referring to the young women as Stacy and Robin. It reads in part, "Do you think the three of us can get together someday? Please give me the satisfaction of someday laughing in the face of all those mostly white, treacherous female vipers from those 2 towns who tried to destroy me and my family." At another point in the letter, Hennard expresses his appreciation of the sisters. "It is very ironic about Belton, Texas. I found the best and worst in women there. You and your sister are the one side. Then the abundance of evil women that make up the worst on the other side." Hennard included photographs of himself and concluded by asking, that the two women not disclose the contents of the letter to anyone other than their immediate family. Although Hennard considered Jernigan and her sister to be on the opposite side of the abundance of evil women, she was not spared his threatening phone calls. The sister's mother was also on the receiving end of his abuse. Both approached police with their concerns, fearing that he would one day explode into violence. Though disconcerting, none of these communications would have been particularly newsworthy had it not been for a 10-minute incident which took place on the 16th of October, 1991, the day after Hennard's 35th birthday. That day, he left his Belton home and drove 25 kilometers to Killeen, the largest city in Bell County. At about 40 minutes after noon, he drove his blue Ford Ranger pickup into the parking lot of Luby's Cafeteria, a chain restaurant situated on the interstate highway. Hennard gunned the engine and rammed the truck through the restaurant's plate glass window, striking an elderly male diner. The assumption was that there had been a terrible accident, and several members of the lunchtime crowd rushed to help. He then emerged from the cab with his Glock and Ruger. "This is what Bell County has done to me," he yelled, and began to shoot. The first person to die was the man he had struck with his pickup. Hennard shot him in the head. He was methodical in his killing, making certain that each was dead or mortally wounded before moving on to the next victim. At one point he paused and spoke to a woman with a 4-year-old girl, saying, "Get the baby and get out of here, lady, right now." He then returned to firing, shooting the woman's mother. Witnesses later said that he appeared to focus on shooting women. There were some patrons who managed to escape. One man hurled himself through one of the restaurant's plate glass windows, creating an opening through which others followed. Those who could not escape sought to hide themselves behind overturned tables. Police arrived at the bloody scene 10 minutes into the slaughter. They exchanged fire and hit the gunman 4 times. Hennard sought refuge in one of the restaurant washrooms, where he committed suicide by shooting himself in the head. It was then the worst mass shooting in the history of the United States. 14 women and 9 men lay dead. One other victim was mortally wounded. Another 20 people had been injured, some by glass, as they tried to escape through the broken window. The first paramedics to enter later reported discovering people playing dead, despite the fact that the shooting had ceased minutes earlier. One Luby's employee had to be treated for hypothermia after spending over 2 hours hiding in the restaurant freezer, unaware that the gunman was dead. Another hid for nearly 24 hours in a commercial dishwasher before being discovered. After the shooting, Luby's Cafeteria was closed for 5 months. It never regained the popularity it had once enjoyed. In 2000, the restaurant shut its doors for good. 2 days after the shooting, a proposed ban on semi-automatic assault weapons that had been before the United States Congress failed. However, the Texas shootings did have a lasting legacy, one that was markedly different than that of the Montreal massacre, which had taken place less than 2 years earlier. As students at the École Polytechnique pushed for tighter gun control laws north of the border, a survivor of the Killeen shooting was crossing the United States, campaigning in support of concealed handgun laws. Had been eating at Luby's when Hennard began his shooting spree. Although she managed to escape, both her parents, who had been at the table with her, were killed without mercy. She had left her handgun in her truck, as Texas state law then forbade the carrying of a concealed weapon. Hupp argued that she would have had an opportunity to stop the killing if she'd been permitted to carry the handgun in her handbag. Today, she is credited with having helped to bring about the state's current concealed weapons law. In 1998, she became the first woman to be awarded a lifetime membership of the National Rifle Association. Thomas Hamilton. Though 43, Thomas Hamilton had never had any adult friends. He preferred to spend his time with young boys. He displayed all the signs of pedophilia, yet no reliable evidence has ever been produced that he sexually abused anyone. Hamilton was born Thomas Watt on the 10th of May 1952 in Glasgow. Shortly thereafter, his parents separated and in 1955 were divorced. Just before his 4th birthday, he was adopted by his maternal grandparents, who changed his name to Thomas Watt Hamilton. He grew up believing that his birth mother was his sister. It wasn't until 1985, when Hamilton was in his 30s, that the woman he thought was his sister finally moved out of the parental home. 2 years later, Hamilton and his adoptive parents moved into the house in which he would live for the rest of his life. By the end of 1992, Hamilton's adoptive mother had died, while his adoptive father had moved into an old people's home. At the age of 40, he was, for the first time, living away, apart from his adoptive parents. Hamilton had participated in Boy Scouts as a child, an interest that continued into adulthood. In 1973, he was appointed assistant scout leader to a troop in Stirling. Although he had passed the various checks made into his suitability, it wasn't long before complaints were being made about his leadership. The most serious of these concerned 2 occasions when boys were forced to sleep in a van overnight in his company. Confronted with the first complaint, Hamilton explained that the intended accommodation had been double-booked. When the situation repeated itself, an investigation was undertaken which revealed that there had been no booking on either occasion. As a result, he was removed from his position, and ultimately his name was added to a blacklist. In the years that followed, he made several attempts to return to scouting. In February 1977, Hamilton requested that a committee of inquiry be formed to address a complaint that he had been victimized. The request was denied. The following year, he failed in an attempt to bypass the blacklist by offering his services in another district. Frustrated in his attempts to again participate in scouting, Hamilton became increasingly involved in boys' clubs. Beginning in the late 1970s, Hamilton organized and operated at least 15 different clubs, 3 of which, the Dunblane Boys Club, the Falkirk Boys Club, and the Bishop Briggs Boys Club, he was active in at the time of his death. Hamilton's clubs were aimed primarily at boys between the ages of 8 and 11. For the most part, activities consisted of gymnastics and games. Although he was on occasion assisted by others, including parents, more often than not, Hamilton ran each club entirely on his own. He employed a title, the Boys Club's Sports Group Committee, in order to create the impression that other adults were involved in the running of the clubs. In reality, there was no such body. When he became unemployed in 1985, the fees provided Hamilton with a small source of income. In most cases, the clubs began as extremely popular operations, some attracting approximately 70 boys, but would invariably start to decline. His ideas of discipline tended not to match those of the boys' parents. The fitness regimes were strenuous and harsh, leading volunteers and parents to consider them militaristic. Some went so far as to suggest that Hamilton was taking pleasure in dominating the boys. It was noted that Hamilton showed an unusual interest in certain boys, appearing to have favorites. He received complaints from some parents regarding his insistence that the boys wore tight black swimming trunks during gymnastics. Once these were provided by Hamilton, the boys were obliged to change in the gymnasium rather than the changing rooms. Also disconcerting was his habit of taking photographs of the boys as they posed in their trunks. In 1989, he added video to his collection of images. When confronted by parents, Hamilton would explain that the photographs and videos were taken for training and advertising purposes. Those parents who saw the videos couldn't help but notice that the boys looked unhappy and uncomfortable. What's more, Hamilton's camera work appeared to linger on certain parts of the boys' bodies. Hamilton's home contained hundreds of photographs of boys, many wearing black swimming trunks, hanging on the walls or in albums. Whenever a boy was pulled out of one of his clubs, Hamilton would respond by writing the parents long letters in which he would complain of the rumor and innuendo associated with his activities. He would often hand-deliver these intimidating letters at night. There were some parents, however, who supported Hamilton. When, in 1983, his leases at 2 high schools were canceled when former issues with the Scouts came to light, Hamilton obtained 30 letters of support from parents. The lease was subsequently reinstated. In addition to the boys' clubs, Hamilton would run summer camps. These usually catered for boys of about 9 years of age, who might be 12 or so in number. Exactly how many camps Hamilton ran is unknown. His claim that the July 1988 summer camp on Inchmone Island on Loch Lomond was his 55th cannot be confirmed. Nevertheless, it was the first to be visited by the authorities. Acting on a complaint, 2 police officers inspected the camp on the 20th of July to find the boys ill-nourished and inadequately dressed. As one of the constables was involved in scouting, Hamilton dismissed their findings as part of a conspiracy launched by the Scouts Association. After another of his summer camps, held in July 1991, was investigated, Hamilton replaced the program with what he termed a residential sports training course, in which boys slept on the dining room floor of Dunblane High School. This, too, was investigated by the authorities. By 1995, the rumor and innuendo that Hamilton had complained about in letters to parents was putting an end to his clubs. 3 had to shut down due to declining enrollment, while a proposed new club was canceled when only 1 boy attended. On the 18th of August, he circulated letters in Dunblane intended to counter what he described as false and misleading gossip which had been circulated by Scout officials. He sought to break free from his reputation by opening up a new boys' club some 40 kilometers away in Bishopbriggs. Complaints against Hamilton were now being made on a frequent basis. However, while his conduct was of great concern, it had not yet crossed the line into criminality. At shortly after 8, on the morning of the 13th of March, 1996, a neighbor saw Hamilton scraping ice off a white rental van outside his Sterling home. They shared what the neighbor would describe as a normal conversation. Sometime later, Hamilton drove the van 10 kilometers north to the town of Dunblane, arriving at about 9:30 at the car park of Dunblane Primary School. Parking beside a telegraph pole, he cut the wires. It is supposed that Hamilton thought they served the school, when in fact they were for adjoining houses. Beneath his jacket, he wore 4 holsters, which held 2 9mm Browning semi-automatic pistols and 2 .357 Smith & Wesson revolvers. He was also wearing a woolen hat and ear protectors. Picking up a large camera bag, Hamilton walked across the car park and entered the school by a side door. It was a little more than half an hour into the school day when Hamilton entered the gymnasium. There he found 2 teachers, an assistant, and a class of 28 pupils ranging between 5 and 6 years of age. Hamilton walked forward a few steps, raised his pistol, and began firing rapidly and indiscriminately. He hit the physical education teacher, Eileen Harold, 4 times, including a shot to the left breast. The other teacher, 47-year-old Gwen Mayer, was killed instantly. The assistant, Mary Blake, was also shot, but managed to seek refuge with several children in a storage area, out of the line of direct fire. Hamilton remained in his position and continued to shoot, killing 1 child and injuring others. Still firing indiscriminately, he began to advance further into the gymnasium. He then walked over to a group of the injured and fired at point-blank range. Although he resumed the wholesale firing, some of Hamilton's shots were more directed. He fired at one boy who was passing by the gymnasium but missed. Another shot was taken through a window and was probably directed at an adult who was walking across the playground. Again, he missed. He walked out of the gymnasium and fired 4 shots towards the school library, hitting a staff member, Grace Tweddle, in the head. He then sprayed the outside of a classroom hut, but hit no one. The teacher, Catherine Gordon, had instructed her pupils to get down on the floor just moments before the shots entered the classroom. Hamilton re-entered the gymnasium, again shooting haphazardly. He then dropped the pistol and drew a revolver. Placing the muzzle in his mouth, he pulled the trigger. It is estimated that Hamilton's rampage lasted between 3 and 4 minutes, and the damage that he caused during that time was absolutely appalling. On the floor of the gymnasium, 15 children and their teacher, Gwen Mayer, lay dead. Hamilton had shot these 16 people 58 times. One more child, Mary Isabel McBeath, would die on the way to hospital. 13 other people had received gunshots. All were taken to Sterling Royal Infirmary. As great as the carnage was, it could have been much, much worse. It wasn't until 9:41, approximately 1 minute after Hamilton had killed himself, that police received an emergency call. The first officers arrived on the scene at 9:50. Hamilton was shown to have entered the school with 743 rounds of ammunition, of which he used 106. He used only one of the 2 9mm Browning semi-automatic pistols. Both .357 Smith & Wesson revolvers remained in their holsters until Hamilton used one to commit suicide. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Together, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had many dreams. They wrote of elaborate plans for a major explosion on a par with the Oklahoma City bombing. Another scheme involved hijacking a plane at Denver International Airport, flying 2,600 kilometers, and crashing into a building in New York. Ultimately, they chose as their target a public building they knew better than any other, their own high school. Had everything gone according to plan, their rampage, known as the Columbine High School Massacre, would have been the worst school shooting in history. Eric David Harris was born on the 9th of April 1981 in Wichita, Kansas, the second son of a part-time caterer and a United States Air Force transport pilot. In July 1993, the family relocated to Littleton, Colorado. They lived in rented accommodation for 3 years, eventually buying a house in an upper-middle-class neighborhood close to Columbine High School. Dylan Bennett Klebold, a native of Colorado, was born in Lakewood on the 11th of September 1981, 20 years to the day before the events of 9/11. His mother was an employment counselor, and his father had a small home-based real estate business. Harris and Klebold met as boys while attending middle school. They had much in common. In 1996, Harris set up a website devoted to Doom, a violent computer game in which players must kill demons and zombies to reach higher levels of play. Also posted on the site were jokes and brief entries concerning his parents, friends, and school. It wasn't long before Harris began to add instructions on how to make explosives and records of the trouble he and Klebold were causing. The site had few visitors and attracted little attention until late 1997, when the parents of Harris's former friend, Brooks Brown, discovered that it contained death threats aimed against their son. Further investigation by the sheriff's office revealed other threats directed at the students and teachers of Columbine High School, where Harris and Klebold were students. Harris had posted remarks concerning his hatred of society and the desire he had to kill. A few months into the investigation of the website, in January 1998, Harris and Klebold were caught in the act of stealing computer equipment from a van. They attended a joint court hearing where it was decided that they both needed psychiatric help. The pair avoided prosecution by participating in a program that involved 3 months of counseling and community service. Although both expressed regret publicly, in his journal, Harris wrote of his cleverness in deceiving the judge. Not long after the court hearing, Harris removed the section of his website in which he'd posted his thoughts and threats. However, as the date of the massacre drew near, he added a new section in which he kept a record of his gun collection and bomb-making activities. Also included was a hit list of those he wished to target. The sheriff's office wrote a draft affidavit for a search warrant of the Harris house, but this was never filed. Exactly when Harris and Klebold began planning their massacre has been a matter of some debate. However, what can be said with certainty is that their actions were not the result of a whim. Over the course of several months, Harris and Klebold had built their bombs and gathered their ammunition, well aware that they would be made famous by their actions. Harris left behind a collection of videos in which the two discussed their motivations. Harris recalled that as a member of a military family, he had had to move from town to town, always having to start afresh. He also expressed resentment of his brother Byron, who was extremely popular and an accomplished athlete. Parents accepted, Klebold spoke about the grievances he had with his family, who he felt always treated him as their inferior. The pair relished the place they would stake in history through their actions. Hollywood, they were certain, would fight over the rights to their story. The two discussed who might make the better film, Steven Spielberg or Quentin Tarantino. They were so dedicated to the documentation of their designs that they made a tape just prior to their departure for the high school. Klebold, the first to speak, announces, "It's a half hour before our judgment day." After saying goodbye to his parents, he adds, "I don't like life very much. Just know I'm going to a much better place than here." Harris's farewell is much more rushed. "I know my mom and dad will be in shock and disbelief," he says. "I can't help it." "It's what we had to do," Klebold adds. They spend some time creating something of a video will, listing various belongings that they want to go to friends. When Klebold determines that it is time to go, Harris concludes, "That's it. Sorry. Goodbye." What followed did not go according to plan. Everything had been mapped in such great detail, and yet the events that took place on that sunny Tuesday in April were largely the result of improvisation. Harris and Klebold planned the massacre to begin in the late morning of the 20th of April, 1999. Their first step was planting a firebomb in a field not far from the school. Set to explode just prior to the start of their assault on the school, it is assumed to have been placed as a diversion for emergency personnel. The bomb did detonate, though only partially. The small fire it caused was easily extinguished by the local fire department. The pair arrived at the school in separate cars and parked in different parking areas. Klebold walked over to where Harris had parked. There they armed 2 9-kilogram propane bombs, enough to destroy the cafeteria and bring down the library above as well. With 5 minutes to detonation, they carried duffel bags containing the bombs into the cafeteria, left them on the floor, and returned to their respective cars. En route to his car, Harris encountered Brooks Brown and warned him, "Brooks, I like you. Now get out of here. Go home." Harris and Klebold's plan was to wait and fire upon students fleeing the explosion. However, when both bombs failed to detonate, Klebold went back to Harris's car. carrying duffel bags containing a 9mm semi-automatic rifle, a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, 2 sawn-off 12-gauge shotguns, and a number of explosive devices. They walked together towards the cafeteria entrance and stopped on the outdoor steps. At 11:19, the pair pulled out their shotguns and began firing at the students. Their first shots were directed at 2 students eating lunch on the lawn. One of the 2, a girl, became the first fatality. Although Klebold entered the cafeteria briefly, presumably to determine why the bombs had not detonated, the pair focused for the first minutes on the outside of the high school. While shooting, they began to throw pipe bombs on the lawn, the roof, and into the car park. Like the cafeteria bombs, these all proved to be duds. 5 minutes after the first shot was fired, a sheriff's deputy, who happened to be at the campus, began exchanging fire with the gunmen. While this was happening, Dave Sanders, a teacher, managed to evacuate the cafeteria through a staircase leading up to the second floor. Harris and Klebold ran into the school and proceeded down 2 corridors, shooting and throwing pipe bombs. They eventually entered the library, where they shot out the windows and began to fire at the police officers outside. The gunmen then turned around and set their sights on students who had been hiding under tables. In the next 7 minutes, Harris and Klebold killed 10 people and injured 12 others. When the gunmen left the library, they proceeded to the science area, firing indiscriminately. Coming across locked classroom doors, they would peer inside at the students, but make no attempt to gain entry. The gunmen returned to the cafeteria, where Harris attempted without success to detonate one of the failed propane bombs. The gunmen drank from cups students had left behind on the tables and looked out of the windows, watching as emergency vehicles arrived. They then left and wandered around the school's main corridors. Again, they looked at students through the windows of locked classroom doors, but never attempted to enter the rooms. They paused outside a washroom entrance, taunting the students inside by saying that they were about to enter and kill whomever they found. However, the pair did not go in. Rather, they continued to wander, seemingly without aim. At 12:05, nearly half an hour after they'd left, Harris and Klebold re-entered the library to find it nearly empty. All but 2 survivors had managed to get away. One pretended to be dead, and the other, Patrick Ireland, was unconscious. The gunmen attempted to shoot at police officers through the windows, without success. After setting a Molotov cocktail alight, Klebold watched as Harris killed himself. Seconds later, he took his own life. 2.5 hours later, Ireland regained consciousness. He crawled out through the window, where he was picked up by SWAT team members. It would be nearly another hour before the police officers finally entered the library. By this time, Harris and Klebold had been dead for just under 3.5 hours. It was estimated that nearly 800 police officers circled the school that day, but not one of them entered the building while the 2 gunmen were still alive. Harris and Klebold's shooting spree lasted approximately 49 minutes. All those killed or injured were shot during the first 16 minutes. Witnesses report that after they'd killed their final victim, both gunmen remarked that the thrill had gone out of shooting people. Jeff Weiss. Although he committed suicide at the early age of 16, Jeff Weiss left behind more writing than any other spree killer in history. His numerous contributions to websites like Nazi.org provide glimpses into a truly troubled mind. 6 months before committing mass murder, Weiss posted on the internet an animated short film he had created. Lasting just 30 seconds, the work features a gunman who kills 4 people and blows up a police car. The animation ends with the gunman taking his own life. In posting the clip, Weiss used the alias Regret. Jeffrey James Weiss began his short, unhappy life on the 8th of August, 1988, the son of Darrell Lucier, Jr. and Joanne Weiss. He lived most of his first 10 years with his mother in a mobile home outside a Minneapolis pickle factory. On occasion, he would be sent 5 hours north to see his father on the Red Lake Indian Reservation. These visits ended when his father committed suicide following a day-long standoff with members of the Red Lake Police Department. One of the officers on the scene was Weiss's grandfather, Darrell Lucier Sr., who, despite his best efforts, was unable to save his son. Jeff Weiss was 8 years old. Even before the death of his father, the boy was at the mercy of Joanne Weiss, a physically abusive alcoholic. In 1999, she sustained brain damage in an automobile accident and was confined to a Minneapolis nursing home. Weiss, an Ojibwa, was sent to live with his grandfather on the reservation, 390 kilometers away from his former home. He expressed a great deal of frustration in attempting to adapt to his new surroundings. His troubles continued after he entered Red Lake High School, located on the reservation. Eventually, he was pulled out of the school and put on a home-schooling program. On one of his internet profiles, Weiss wrote that he was being given antidepressants and was seeing a therapist. In fact, he had been prescribed Prozac after twice trying to kill himself. The first attempt took place in the spring of 2004. He later posted an account of the incident on the internet. I had went through a lot of things in my life that had driven me to a darker path than most choose to take. I split the flesh on my wrist with a box opener, painting the floor of my bedroom with blood I shouldn't have spilt. After sitting there for what seemed like hours, which apparently was only minutes, I had the revelation that this was not the path. With the use of a belt pulled taut around his neck, Weiss made his second failed attempt a few months later. Increasingly, Weiss found a forum for expression through the internet. He participated in a number of websites by posting messages and flash animations. At a site devoted to zombie fiction, he contributed a number of short stories. Weiss also visited chat rooms and discussion groups. Under the usernames Native Nazi and Todesengel, German for Angel of Death, he posted frequently on the website of the Libertarian National Socialist Green Party, an organization incorporating elements of Nazi ideology, libertarianism, and the environmental movement. Weiss wrote of his admiration for Adolf Hitler and expressed despair over what he saw as interracial mixing among Native Americans. He wrote that he had been unjustly suspected of planning to shoot people at his old high school on the 20th of April, 2004, the 115th anniversary of Hitler's birth. The idea, he added, was that of someone else. In fact, on the 19th of April, Red Lake High School had received an anonymous warning that a drive-by shooting would take place the next day. The 5th anniversary of the massacre at Columbine High School also happened to fall on the same day. On the morning of the 21st of March, 2005, as part of his homeschooling program, Weiss was visited for an hour by his teacher and later by a relative. In the mid-afternoon, he shot and killed his grandfather, while the 58-year-old man was sleeping. When Lucier's girlfriend, a fellow police officer named Michelle Sigana, arrived at the house, she too was killed. Weiss took his grandfather's police-issued 12-gauge shotgun, 9mm Glock 17, utility belt, and bulletproof vest. He then drove his grandfather's marked patrol vehicle the 5-minute-long route to Red Lake High School. Shortly before 3 o'clock, Weiss, now wearing his grandfather's bulletproof vest, walked through the school's main entrance. He was confronted by Derek Brune, an unarmed security guard who was manning the school's metal detectors. Weiss killed Brune and then turned his guns on a teacher and students, firing as he walked down the corridor. When they fled into a classroom, the gunman followed, killing the teacher and several students. Weiss returned to the corridor, running and shooting at random. He attempted to enter a classroom, but a quick-thinking teacher had locked the door. Less than 10 minutes after the shooting began, 4 members of the Red Lake Police Department arrived at the school. On entering, they became targets for Weiss. In an exchange of gunfire, Weiss was hit in the hip and leg. He retreated to a classroom where he took his own life with a shotgun blast to the head. Weiss's rampage at the school lasted 10 minutes. In addition to Brune, he killed 1 teacher and 5 students. 14 other students were wounded. After Weiss's death, it was noted by relatives that he was being prescribed Prozac in increasing dosages. The news further inflamed the debate among doctors and scientists regarding the effects of antidepressants on children. Weiss submitted a number of different user profiles on the Internet. Each provides a snapshot of a troubled youth. In one, he lists Elephant and 0 Day, both inspired by the Columbine massacre, at the top of the list of his favorite films. His Yahoo profile features the words of Hitler as his favorite quote. But of all these, it is Weiss's MSN profile that is the most interesting and the most revealing. Instead of posting his own photograph, he provides a still from Elephant in which the 2 characters, modeled on Columbine killers Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, dressed in army fatigues, are entering the school where their massacre will take place. Under A Little About Me, he writes, 16 years of accumulated rage, suppressed by nothing more than brief glimpses of hope, which have all but faded to black. I can feel the urges within slipping through the cracks. The leash I can no longer hold. He follows this with his favorite things. Moments where control becomes completely unattainable. Times when maddened psychopaths briefly open the gates to hell and let chaos flood through. Those few individuals who care enough to reclaim their place. You've been listening to The World's Most Evil Psychopaths by John Marlowe. Read by Eric Myers. Copyright in recording, 2015. Arcturus Publishing Limited.